everyone, and welcome to a very, very unusual stream. Sorry about that. I wrote a book about teaching people how to read tarot. I did not really know how to best introduce that subject to anyone that would like to know that I wrote a book. So I was like, why not make an audio version of the book effectively by reading it all on stream? Because I am apparently mad and I'm not aware of how big of an endeavor that is. I am. I am very worried about my ability to do this. So, this video is gonna be what it's gonna be. I do not promise that it's gonna be a smooth ride. If people ever drop by on the stream, I am gonna answer their questions and talk, meaning that this isn't as clean as getting a book given to you on Audible, but I don't have the money for somebody to voice it for me, so my voice will have to do. Without further ado, let's begin. So, of course, you at first have table of contents. By the way, this video will still have some visual elements. We can have some fun together, especially if there's pictures to show. You can see the book as I'm scrolling through it on the screen as well, in case you need to see anything in it, like a picture. It's not very voice only friendly, let's put it that way. But we can try, right? So the book is called The Iceberg of Tarot. It is written in kind of iceberg meme format, which my husband told me that it wasn't a thing. So I felt like I was experiencing the Mandela effect for a little while, but no, it definitely is a thing. Might be a niche thing by now, but it's definitely a thing. And effectively, it is arranged from the most normal things to the most unusual things to know. Another thing to note is that in this video slash audible book narration slash whatever the heck I'm making right now, I have an extra monitor, so now I have two monitors because my previous monitor's connection like completely broke and it was really old. So I have my old monitor and I have my new monitor plugged into my internal graphics card, which means that my camera position has changed, so I look a tiny bit different. Sorry about that. It's always a bit of a readjustment when that happens. Anyway, let's actually do what I got here to do, because otherwise it's gonna get very weird very fast. So, position 0 before we dive in. Introduction. In any good book, there are some questions worth asking before deciding if the book is worth your time to read. The questions I'm going to present to you and attempt to answer in this introduction are: what information does this book provide? Why did I write this book? And who is this book for? So, without further delay, let us dive in. Introduction here has been written because people were very upset that I wrote my previous book to a point where they told me that I shouldn't be writing at all. So, I thought I'll cover my bases. What information does this book provide? This book aims to cover everything about tarot, starting with introduction for complete beginners and ending with less commonly known obscurities. The tarot book market is oversaturated, making it impossible for this book to encompass everything about tarot. However, the goal is to present specific sections in an easy to read manner. Beginner's Guide. This section covers everything from purchasing your first deck to pulling your first card. Spreads and example divinations. The author of this book provides some spreads and demonstrates their use, hoping to assist those who may still be unsure about interpreting their tarot readings. Symbolism. This section discusses the symbolism found primarily in the Rider White, also known as the Smith White deck, and compares the cards to earlier decks such as Sala Busca, Cariel Visconti Tarocchi deck, and Marseille Tarot deck. History. This chapter provides the best possible approximation of how tarot came into existence. It is important to note that this segment explores only the relevant aspects of tarot history and not the history behind notable occult figures, the Golden Dawn, or in depth explanations of the Kabbalah. Compared to the previous chapters, this chapter is more focused on pure facts and is relatively sparse. Alternative historical interpretations. There are numerous tales and speculations surrounding tarot, ranging from historical ponderings to outright false information meant to enhance the card's mystique. Although these considerations do not belong to the actual history of tarot, they have become part of the broader tarot mythology and are interesting to explore. Readers can incorporate information from this section into their practice, as many practitioners who have given tarot an imaginative history have also devised their own systems and comparisons, such as drawing parallels between the major arcana and the Hebrew alphabet. Oddities that did not fit. Sometimes there are facts, old spreads, or innovative methods of working with tarot cards that don't neatly fit into the previous sections. In this book, this section serves as a chaotic bottom that can jump from place to place and explore various topics freely. Think of it as an author's scrapbook or a journey through the author's thoughts. To make things more engaging, these sections are presented in the iceberg meme format. In each section, we delve deeper into the tarot iceberg. Is this the absolute bottom of it? Probably not. But I'm willing to celebrate with a bottle of champagne if someone manages to uncover the true bottom, as I've been exploring the subject for years and it seems that the depth is as limitless as one's curiosity. On to the next question. Why did I write this book? This is my fourth book written under the pen name, and it's also the fourth book I've written on an occult subject. Some readers have questioned my intent behind writing books in the occult field, especially when self publishing and lacking the backing of a university or representative institution. Some view it as vain, unnecessary, and borderline offensive. I'm writing for two main reasons. First, tarot has been with me since the beginning of my spiritual journey, and I have a deep love for it. I've also been reading tarot professionally online as part of my career. Unlike many other professional tarot readers who focus on empathy, facial expressions, and body language, I prefer not to see or hear my clients. I want to trust my cards and reveal what they need to hear, so my approach is more card centric. Secondly, I work with a spirit that encourages knowledge and creativity. Writing books and sharing what I've learned is a significant part of the offering I can make, and I'm encouraged to do so. Therefore, as long as I continue on my spiritual path, I'm likely to produce more works. It is almost inevitable. But the market is oversaturated, someone might say. Well, adding something doesn't take away from the whole. The market will continue to exist, but there will be one more work available. I acknowledge my responsibility to quote things clearly and not mislead readers, ensuring that my work adds value. With that said, I encourage everyone reading to write if they feel the urge. Creation is at its best when it flows freely rather than when we build barriers around it. The last question: who is this book for? Hopefully, it's for everyone. It's designed to be most beneficial to those entirely new to tarot practice. But if you have more experience, feel free to skim through and compare my approach with yours or discover any new information. This concludes the introduction. See you at the top of the iceberg as we begin our delve into the tarot. Beautiful picture by my artist Rhinolocus that also did the cover image for this book. She just gave me like a stencil sketch here so that I can clearly indicate where we are at the start of every chapter. This will hurt my throat, so in between chapters I will stop, have some drink, perhaps cough. um, I do work on voice acting projects, but I'm not a professional voice actor, and it is something that's actually hard for me. And it definitely takes it out of me if I try to read a lot of text. This only has 250 pages. Totally not a bad idea. Anyway, proceeding, break over. Divination with tarot is an art, not a science. This subsection of the book precedes the section on picking your first deck. So if you saw the section name and felt a moment of panic, don't worry. It's here because it's essential to keep in mind before you begin working with tarot. There are many ways to read cards. Some people interpret the imagery, while others weave stories from the combination of cards. Some rely on intuition, while others focus on card meanings. In reality, there is no wrong way to read cards. The only mistake is to be uncertain about the approach and not trust yourself and your method. Remember, the cards are a tool, and you're the one performing the divination. Regardless of your approach, your cards will adapt to you. I personally started with the classic Smith White deck and associated the cards with the meanings found in Tarot for Beginners by Lisa Chamberlain. These meanings align well with interpretations you'll find on most tarot meaning websites like labyrinthos.co and resemble the Smith White Deck's booklet, with a few fewer contradictory associations. This has significantly influenced how I approach and interpret the cards. Many years and decks later, when I want to follow my own style rather than adapt to a specific deck, I equate any deck to the same structure as the Smith White deck and use the same associations. So it doesn't matter to me if I'm holding the Six of Cups from Universal Tarot of Marseille or the Six of Shells from the Spirit Song Tarot. The meaning remains the same for me. As this in a way of operating as this is my way of operating, it will naturally influence the advice I offer in this book. However, just because it works for me doesn't mean that it's the right method for you. This is not the only correct way of doing it. If this is your introduction to the world of tarot, consider it a starting point. Experiment, explore, find what works for you, and move forward until you feel confident in your tarot practice. Don't view this as a sole and rigid method. Imagine the world of tarot as a place where each book teaches you different swimming style. If I'm doing the butterfly and another tarot reader is demonstrating the backstroke, nothing is stopping you from learning both and settling on the front crawl or developing your own unique style. In reading for others, it is essential to settle on an approach that you can explain to your clients. If you're using card meanings, as I do, you can provide these widely accepted interpretations and there will likely be no objections. If you're interpreting the imagery, your client will expect you to explain your reasoning, like, the lady on the throne is smiling, signifying that all will work out. This may somewhat limit your creative freedom to what's widely accepted or evident in the images. Beyond that, your imagination's the limit. There are no rigid rules. If for some reason you associate the Ace of Swords with bunnies, perhaps your first deck, Cloud and Animal Team, and the symbolism of bunnies holds a special meaning for you, it can be a part of how you interpret tarot. These quirks are perfectly normal and can only be discovered through practice, so don't hold yourself to a rigid standard. If there's one takeaway from this subsection, it is to not be afraid. Don't be afraid to pick up a deck of cards, play with them, and view them as a toy rather than a sacred object. While they can become sacred later if you wish, for now get comfortable with them. Instead of picturing yourself holding a jeweled scepter that can shatter with one wrong move, imagine holding a stick and being a child play fighting in the mud. As for professional tarot readers, authors, and teachers, see them as artists with their own unique style, not as ascended masters. They're not above you, they're just like you, but with more confidence and experience. Take what serves you and discard what doesn't. Just like in elementary school art class, your interpretation is your own, and if your creativity places the sun in the middle of the page, be proud of it rather than stifling it. Now we come to choosing your first tarot deck. Somewhere out there, a couple of tarot myths float. One myth suggests that your first deck must be a gifted one, while another proposes that if you can't obtain as a gift, you should borrow it from an experienced reader, and if they don't notice, it means that cards have chosen you. Both of these notions are absolute nonsense. Do you want a tarot set? Go ahead and get one. In fact, you're free to acquire as many as you like. However, for the sake of your sanity and your wallet, I suggest sticking with one for a couple of years. You can always get more later after ensuring that this is something you genuinely enjoy and engage in often enough to justify the purchase. This book is written in the year 2023 and it assumes that you'll be shopping online, not having access to the convenient metaphysical shop where you can touch, hold, and examine the cards. So your search will likely begin with something like Buy Tarot Deck typed into your favorite search engine. Soon enough, you'll find plenty of online sources ranging from specialized card shops to Amazon. You'll start scrolling. Apart from Smith White deck in every color of the rainbow, you'll discover unique decks with their own imagery. But which one is the right choice? With so many options, what should you do? First, focus on doing a bit of scrolling. Does something catch your eye? Open that tab, bookmark it, or jolt it down the website address in your notebook if that's your preferred method of record keeping. Regardless, the initial step is to give yourself some time to go ooh and ah. Hopefully, it's not the frightened ah, but more like I've just seen a butterfly. Ah. If it's the scared screaming, close the tab right away. This is your gut feeling at work, helping you figure out what is attractive to you, what resonates with you, and what you like. This is a crucial step, and you shouldn't be embarrassed about what captivates you. If your first deck ends up being The Simpsons tarot, then so be it. It's no more or less useful than any other deck of cards you can choose to begin with. Once you collected a slew of bookmarks or tabs, or your PC monitor is literally covered in sticky notes with web addresses for beautiful tarot decks to the point where you can barely see your screen, here are some things to consider. Copy paste the name of the decks that are attractive to you into search engine one at a time and identify if they break card amount or naming conventions in a major way. Are the regular suits called swords, cups, wands, or pentacles? And pentacles, really? Does the major arcana have the Fool, the Magician, the High Priestess, the Empress, the Emperor, the Hierophant, the Lovers, the Chariot, Strength, the Hermit, the Wheel of Fortune, Justice, the Hanged Man, Death, Temperance, the Devil, the Tower, the Star, the Moon, the Sun, Judgment, and the World? When you look at the suits, can you find cards called Page, Knight, Queen, and King? Some variations, some variation is all well and good. Sometimes pentacles are called coins, wands are batoons, sometimes pages, knave, strength, and justice have changed places. Sometimes you won't even find death, you'll find something like transformation. But when the naming convention for the deck that you're looking at is very far away from what's presented above you, you'll struggle to make sense of this book and figure out how your own deck relates to what I give as meanings or examples. For example, Silicon Valley Tarot has these major arcana cards: the hacker, the guru, the futurist, the garage, the mogul, the consultant, IPO, El Camino Real, Double Latte, Encryption, the server, the sysadmin, the hive, the layout, the layoff, flame war, spam, firewall, stock options, venture capital, next big thing, bugs, the net. And you know what? It's a cool deck to have. Nothing wrong with that. But if this is your first deck, you'll have a lot of trouble connecting anything that I wrote to anything that you're seeing right now in front of you. To sum up, check right now if you can easily correlate all that you see in your bookmark decks to the names and suits given at the start of this point. If you can't, consider either removing the bookmark, leaving it for a later date when you're buying a second, third, or whatever number of decks you're going to eventually end up having, or moving forth with the knowledge that the booklet that the deck comes from will be significant it will be something that you'll have to study extensively to not be confused. And the rest of this book will consequently become so much harder to read. Believe it or not, there are many sizes in which tarot decks come. I have both really large ones and incredibly tiny ones. The size of the deck significantly affects how I shuffle and how easy it is for me to shuffle. The largest cards I have measure 5 by 3 inches, about 13 by 8 centimeters, and they can pose a problem for my petite hands. However, for someone else, the size may feel correct. My suggestion would be to check the product descriptions or bookmarks to see if they mention the size of the cards. If they do, take a piece of preferably cardboard, but paper will do if you have nothing else. And if your house lacks paper, grab a ruler and embark on a quest to find the closest object in size to the card in your house. Draw the appropriate card shape on this piece of whatever you have. Cut it out if it's an object you found. Don't paint it or cut it, just hold it and hold it. How does it feel? Try moving it around. Perhaps make two and see if you can shuffle them a little. Does it feel good? Great. If it doesn't, then clearly that's not the right size for you, and you should discard the bookmark, no matter how pretty the deck was. Comfort over aesthetics any day. Now, this is going to be a bit awkward for me to show because second monitor is in front of my tarot deck pile, but I accidentally have Spirit Song Tarot in two different sizes, so let me show what I mean. Okay, one. Touchy-feely. I'm going by touch for what is behind my monitor because I can't really lean in and see. Right now, if somebody is listening to this as if it is an audiobook, I am so sorry for confusing you a tiny bit and pulling your attention back to the fact that this is a video. Just because I want to show what I mean by two different sets of sizes. So, this is the same deck. If I pile them on top, you can see how much of a difference this is. So if I was to take the smaller Spirit Song Tarot, I can just shovel it by moving it around my hands pretty easily. Like the cards are halfway into my hands. If I can hold the whole deck with one hand, my hand is a lot bigger than this deck. But if I take my big baby, that is very hard to do. It hurts my fingies. And the deck is heavy, and shuffling is kind of harder because I have to shuffle the cards into my hand because it's awkward to grip. It is a big, big boy. And one of the one of the decks that I'm currently using are somewhat in between the sizes. Because this is Spirit Song Tarot. This is the Cat Tarot that I currently use quite often. As you can see, the Cat Tarot is a bit smaller than the Spirit Song Tarot, but if I layer another card, this is the previous Spirit Song Tarot that you saw, which is more of a what I would say regular deck sized. Like majority of decks that I see are this this small card size. There are decks that are even smaller than that, right? So really big boy, large-ish boy, a regular card-sized boy, which is well, what is a regular card size to me? I know that there are also sets of pocket tarot, travel tarot, the cards that you can take on the go. They will be smaller than this. Like they will be like super mini. So there are a lot of sizes when it comes to tarot. So I definitely suggest to figure out what kind of cards are comfortable for you to hold. Alternatively, become a hoarder like me or anyone that has worked for tarot for a long while, because eventually a lot of people will just go, "Ooh, that is a nice deck. That is a very nice deck. I want to have that deck just for the artistic sake." So you'll eventually end up with a collection of cards, and I currently am just stacking them behind one of my monitors. There's probably a prettier way to display them, but it works. Um, and if it works, don't knock it. So, thank you for listening to my intermission from this book, where I showcase to you the sizes of cards. There we go. Thank you, brain. So, this is now not only a audiobook reading, this is also audiobook reading with author's notes. Sorry about that. 3. How to pick your first tarot deck. We're on to point 3 now. Common sense elimination. What do reviews say? Is the seller reliable and delivers the product? Is the paper the deck is made of good enough quality? What is the price? How well off are you? Can you take the card deck's name and find it cheaper somewhere else, such as being resold on eBay? The cheapest deck I own was purchased from a picture collector second hand for £10. Oh boy, I'm about to lean over my monitor again. I'm so sorry. I should. Yeah. Just take my piles of cards and place them like closer to me. This is now completely interactive. Hey. Stay, lamp. Stay. Anyway, so the £10 one, cheapest deck that I still own. Because once again, if we're doing a video of reading a book, right, then I can include visual aspects and nerd out about decks. Sorry about that. Right. So the cheapest deck that I ever owned, Grand Atella, Egyptian Gypsies tarot deck. I bought it for writing this book because I wouldn't necessarily use it for actual like divination tarot, because it's one of the ones where a lot of cards have been changed severely. Um, but it's one of the historical decks, it's one of the older ones. And the author thought that the deck was lacking a lot of things and that other tarot readers have got a lot of things wrong, and they also like put in their own meanings. So you have such great cards like opinion. You can use it as an oracle deck, I suppose, or you can use it as its own tarot deck. But anyways, the cheapest deck that I own to date is literally bought off some dude that collects old pictures, and he was also selling old tarot decks with it. Woo! That's $12 at the time of the book being written. I found and my most expensive cost me £45. That's $57 at the time this book is being written. I found all decks to be equally useful, but buying from a small time artist who made their own deck will always cost more than buying a second-hand deck that was mass produced. So aim for what your budget comfortably allows. Yes, words. Anyway, on Etsy, I normally see decks that are between 50 and £60. And it's also reason why I have two versions of Spirit Song Tarot with me. Because I was trying to get a copy of the deck cheaply, and the seller appeared to be fake. Or rather, they were selling knockoff cards from China. So Etsy deleted them. They have issued me a refund. But the deck was apparently already in transit because it just arrived like 6 months later. So I went and bought it directly from the author, and that was the bigger deck, but that was the more expensive purchase option for that deck. There's normally quite okay price decks on like eBay or Amazon because Amazon has a lot of mass produced decks, while eBay has a lot of people reselling decks. So if you need a deck for starting out, don't lean in too much into artistry. Just grab yourself a cheap deck. That is provided that your nearby stores don't have any decks, which in my case, no, my nearby stores do not sell tarot decks. But I know that for some people that's not true. I know that for some people they do actually have stores that sell tarot decks for like $5 to $10, in which case it can be even cheaper than that. Now, after following all of these steps, you should have narrowed down your list of potential first decks. Hopefully, those who were using sticky notes can see their monitor well enough once again. The rest of it simply comes down to a choice in aesthetics, so pick any. You can even pick more than one if you want, but as you're just starting, I would not recommend that. You kind of need to know whether or not you'll like reading tarot cards to begin with. You may find that this form of divination is not something that brings joy to you, and you may want to move on to something else, and that's perfectly fine. But that means you really don't want to dedicate a huge chunk of your finances to buying decks right now. So pick one, order it, wait for it to arrive, and then proceed to the next subchapter in this book. Before your first reading, assuming that we have a deck right now. So, what you must do before you start using the cards for a reading? What must you do, rather, before you start using the cards for a reading? Honestly, not much. It is your own life, and you know your spirituality. Everything can be as ritualized or as free of ritual as you like it to be. If you're not much for rituals, just unpack the deck and use it. It won't bite you. It won't self destruct because you've done something wrong. If you're an animist and believe that your cards have a personality of their own, just like everything in your house, you can go around and give the deck a tour of your place, introduce it to your surroundings. If you work with spirits of any kind and have an altar, you can bring your newfound tool there and put it on the altar, introduce the spirits to your deck and your deck to your spirits. If you feel the need to remove any energies that may have accumulated on the deck before you touched it, you can take a wet rag and wipe the bad energy off. I would suggest keeping the cards in their box if you're doing this, as cards themselves may fare badly if touched by water too often. Or you can light anything on fire, correctly used flammable objects only, anything from a smudge stick to an incense stick to a candle, and let the smoke run through the cards. If your tool of choice is a candle, you may need to blow it out to make the smoke first. If you still want to cleanse your cards, but none of the elemental ways of doing it works for you, just hold the deck, close your eyes, and imagine filling the object with your own light, and that will work just fine. You can repeat these steps after your divination. You can do it only if someone else has touched your deck, or you can just not do them at all. The tarot deck can be used for amusement if you feel like using it for amusement, or it can be one of the most sacred things in your house. There are no rules, but remember that the energy that you put in is what you get out. So, what mindset you bring to your deck matters more for that reading than anything else that you could do. So if you want serious answers, don't bring a playful attitude. Besides having your deck and a book on tarot, I would also suggest having some sort of mat to place on your hard surface when you're doing the reading. Tarot reading cloths and altar cloths are a category of metaphysical supplies, but any cloth will do. It allows you to be rougher with your shuffling without creating extra noise of cards hitting the table. That's surprisingly loud. And without risking bending your cards, as they'll have a nice soft surface to fall onto. Not to mention, you're more likely to make space for your cloth and therefore the reading itself and keep it clean. The last thing that you want to discover during a reading is that your desk at some point in its life developed a smudge or some sort of sticky substance dollop that your cards have now come into contact with. I am not entirely sure if this will be audible. Right. That is just my mouse mat. So if I was to shuffle this on like the mouse mat, you can like hear a kind of thunk. If I shuffled it purely on the wood surface that my table is, it's a lot worse, and it actually takes me out from what I'm doing. So I prefer not to do that. I have this wonderful cloth. It is just, it feels like your winter clothes. That would be the best definition that I can give it. And it really, I'm shuffling and my microphone's barely picking it up. It brings a much calmer atmosphere, which is what I like during my readings. So hence why I have that. There are some very fancy altar cloths. Some people really like theirs embroidered, while I'm just a like felt cloth, like thick boy. Give me a thick boy to go with my cards on because it's soft, it's spongy, it takes away the noise, it doesn't take you out of what you're doing. It's fun. Now, for cleansing, hey, if you really want to cleanse, here's a rag. Like, that works. I'm not gonna blow out the candle, but this works. It's, by the way, Cliffside Sunrise by Yankee Candle, and I really like the candles, but I can't figure out what they are until I buy them. This one, it smells kind of fruity, and I do kind of like fruity smells, so. Rest, my felt cloth. You have done enough by having been in this video. Moving on, card meanings. These pages are your cheat sheet for what each card means. I will give the meanings that are in the same vein as those you'll find online, as they're the closest possible commonly accepted interpretation. Most books, decks, and websites will not give the same meanings word by word, and some decks, like Marcellus Tarot, are more compatible with older cartomancy based readings than there are set tarot meaning based readings. So remember that this is an art and not a science. But having a list of somewhat commonly accepted vibes for each card should be help greatly if your chosen method of interpretation is that based on meanings rather than pictures or feelings. Let me just, yep, Universal Deck of Marseille. What I mean by that is that, let me just find things like wands and coins and so on. They're just that. They're like a picture of the object itself and practically nothing else. The fact that I have a green screen is giving this card such a cool effect, and I really wish that it looked like that in real life, but no, it's just some wands on a green background which is trying to remove itself. If you want just like card of coins, this is the coolest thing that I've ever seen. The green screen remove effect. Sorry. What I find is that things in cartomancy for like regular minor arcana decks like pentacles, swords, wands, cups, the amount is the intensity, effectively. So you might get for example, a character card, and then you might pull 2, 4, 6 of pentacles. And the main thing in here will be that not the individual meaning of pentacle cards, but the fact that pentacles are in increasing order. And you would also note where they stop. So 6 is not that great of a amount of pentacles, but it's also not too much pentacles. So it's so if you're divinating for a business endeavor, that would be good sign. On the other hand, if you pulled something like 8, then 4, then 1, it would mean that you're getting constantly poorer through the endeavor. So the main association of the suit and how these cards arrange themselves, either ascending in order, descending in order, where they stop, where they don't stop, that is a lot more meaningful than like specific meanings for the cards. At least that's what I've noticed with um, the Tarot of Marcel. Of course, you can interpret any tarot deck based on that system, or you can interpret Tarot of Marcel based on the regular meanings for the cards. It's just a bit less picturesque. Outside of just keywords, I will give you the way that I see and interpret the card. So, those few paragraphs below the upright and reversed keywords are trying to be helpful by giving you a way of contextualizing the card. You do not need to memorize any of these. Some people do, or at the very least, they memorize a word or two per card, but honestly, there's no shame in having no memory. I've gotten to a point in my practice where I can catch the drift of each card upon seeing it, but if I wanted to be more accurate, word for word, I would still open a tarot meanings word book. What I mean is that if I pull 2 of cups, I go, oh, love. If I pull 3 of cups, I go, oh, that's friendship. If I pull like 8 of pentacles, it means, oh, studying and like preparing for like this work endeavor or whatever. So my brain has like an association per card. So if I had to divinate in real life without like any extra help from books, by the way, I just have my book over here. So if I'm doing a pull, I will still consult it because I don't carry all the meanings in my head. I carry like a meaning per card. What is my like biggest association per that card? I also don't really carry reversed meanings in my head. I would just go, oh, it's love. That means it's anti love if it's reversed, because that's how my brain works. But if I am doing a reading online where I have the time, I will take out the meanings booklet and I will investigate deeper meaning than just a one word thing. It is okay. I will be numbering the major arcana cards, but remember that the numbering may be different on the deck that you hold. If your strength or justice or even the fool is in a different position, that is fine. Go by the name of the card rather than the number. If your deck renamed major arcana cards, go by the numbers and see if the vibe fits. If your deck differs in numbering and the names of the cards, you're stuck with whatever system is outlined in the booklet that came with your deck. Hopefully, the deck came with something rather than what is written here, so exercise common sense. There will be no pictures for the cards here, just words. There are many different decks out there with their own symbolism and portrayals, so it's best that you allow yourself to connect the meanings here to whatever you're holding in your hands. Sometimes I will gender cards. Queen is a she, king is a he. That does not mean that king cannot represent a she or queen a he in a reading. Now, I won't be showing card pictures inside the book because obviously I did not put them in. There are some card pictures in the symbolism section, by the way. We're gonna get to it later. But if we're doing this thing called a video with video content here, I can use my own deck. And I'm just gonna use Cat Tarot by Megan Lit Not. And not Caught. Caught. I'm so used to not being written like not. No, it's Megan Lynn Cott. There we go. So we have the Fool for the Fool. Please do not make any brain associations between this card in particular and what I'm reading. The visual content is here for fun. Okay? Major Arcana, the Fool. Upright, new beginnings, spontaneity, adventure, innocence, free spirit. Reversed, being naive, reckless, foolish, engaging in a risk taking behavior. The best way to understand the Fool is to imagine looking at the journey ahead through the child's eyes. They are unaware of trials and tribulations, but are merely experiencing the joy of newness. Imagine the butterflies that you get after finally admitting to someone that you love them, or coming back home to sit down in front of what will be your new hobby and experiencing the excitement of picking up the paintbrush for the first time, or building your first statue, or cooking your first meal. The Fool in reversed position is still the same person, except that what they dived into carries a lot more consequences. You could imagine here the Fool making an investment for the first time, but investing a sizable chunk of their savings without thinking the situation through, or drinking alcohol for the first time and exercising no self control, therefore ending up in the hospital. The Fool in reversed position encourages you to stop and think things over before proceeding further. In older decks, the Fool, which is why we have an illustration of like a slightly disabled cat with one fang sticking out. The Fool would be illustrating a mentally unsound individual. In general, they would be poor, they would be barely kept because the community wasn't taking care of them because they couldn't fit into the social standing. They were outside of the social hierarchy, allowing them a lot more freedom of expression, but also they were outside of the social hierarchy. So the Fool was a very foolish individual, but it also means that they are the ones that could kind of speak their mind with people not taking it too personally or trying to lynch them for it because, well, they're a fool. So, a bit of a old medieval meaning attached to this one. The Magician, upright, new beginnings with direction, having the willpower to achieve something, being concentrated, and in the process of manifesting your desires, being skillful and resourceful. Reversed, illusion, deception, trickery, manipulation, wasting your talent. If the Fool has stumbled into romance, the magician got together with their crush and said, Yes, let us do this. Let us put in the effort into making this work. If the Fool is just excited over the new things that they're going to play with and explore, the magician is already 5 books deep into how to make the perfect bagel. It is the difference between letting the journey take you forward and making a proclamation that you will be successful and that you do have what it takes. Instead of having a natural new beginning with magician, you actively make the new beginning happen. In reversed position, the magician represents your regular magic tricks performer in the streets, a trickster or a con man. It may mean that you're deceiving yourself into not seeing what is wrong with the situation, or that someone is projecting an illusion to you instead of giving you the truth of how things actually are. The magician has been taken to being a more significant, romanticized figure in Smith White tarot deck. Before that, they did illustrate the street trickster. Normally, you would see things like dice on the table of the magician because they were a street performer. They were one step up from the Fool on the social hierarchy ladder, but Smith White tarot deck coming from a noble occult society in the time period that it released, they had a completely different point of view of the magician. They saw it more as a honorable person that was in control of their willpower and actually directing it. They saw it as an occultist, as a person walking the path rather than a street performer. Hence why currently we have illustrations that have like, even on this cat one, you have like an infinity symbol at the top. You have all of the other suit arcanas at the bottom, like right next to the cat. It is someone that's in tune with the elements. It is someone that touches all the elements, whom all the elements flow through them. Yeah, it's a bit removed from what the fool I mean what magician originally was, the same way that it's a bit removed from what the fool originally was. It's the history of cards, it changes. The High Priestess, upright, subconscious intuition, inner voice, messages from the divine. Reversed, ignoring intuition, being superficial, especially in a spiritual setting. Cognitive dissonance. The High Priestess invites you to explore the world with your subtle senses. If she ever appears as an answer to the question, take it as the tarot's way of saying, what is your gut feeling telling you? This card is all about taking the time to find signs in your surroundings and dreams, immersing in the mystical and letting the universe guide you. If this card appears in reverse, it may mean that you are actively silencing your gut feeling because, from a logical perspective, everything with the situation looks okay, that someone is misleading you, most likely in a spiritual setting, or that you are being superficial instead of believing in what you're doing and saying. Now, bit of a history thing. The High Priestess was never like this super mystical card. It used to be the Popess, the female um, other side of the Pope. And it was seen as a bit of a heretical card, considering that the Popess, outside of very few heretical subsets of Christianity that they really did not like, and like one mythological story was definitely not a thing. But in card maker's perspective, it was probably made as a female equivalent of the Pope. It kind of balances out the situation quite nicely. Um, the church did not appreciate that, so it is quite the heretical card. In some decks, it was later replaced by, like, I think June and Jupiter, like Pope for Jupiter and Popess for June. And in our newer modern decks, we take the more pagan approach, I would say, and we just titled the card The High Priestess, where nobody has an issue with that, so it's fine. The Empress. Upright, embodiment of the feminine energy, nurturing sensual emotional intelligence, beauty and creativity. Reverse, insecurity, overbearing and smothering motherly presence, blocked creativity, lack of progress. The Empress embodies all that is associated with the good qualities of the feminine side. As an archetype, you can see the Empress as the mother of the empire. It may mean that whatever problem you're having, you should approach it from a softer angle. This may mean being the one that listens to others cry and consoles them, involving physical charm or even playing your vulnerabilities to your advantage. Always remember that Empress has the Emperor's ear and therefore could actually be the master manipulator in disguise. So just because you approach the situation through the social, the emotional, the vulnerable, the friendly, the mothering lens, this does not make you weak. Sometimes the Empress may present itself in a situation that is devoid of people. For example, you know how to best proceed with writing your novel, and the Empress appears. Take it as you should treat the novel as your baby, and therefore you should supply it with love and attention. Don't talk it down, don't be embarrassed by it, revisit it often, and let it grow. In the reversed position, the Empress is feeling insecure. Now she's helicopter parenting her child and not letting creation breathe because everything has to go her way. She can't let the creativity in because it may make her carefully laid plans fall apart. She's likely to gossip and spread lies about others because she's afraid of not being the best candidate for her position. The Empress is the ultimate feminine card. It's like the ultimate representation of femininity in our current tarot structure. Old Empress likely represented the Empress. I know. Very complex indeed. Moving on. The Emperor. Upright, logical solutions, authority, control, focus on the practical, stability and security. Reversed. Rigidity, stubbornness, a domineering tyrant, ruling with an iron fist, recklessness. The Empress is concerned about the social and emotional, while the Emperor is concerned about the physical and the practical. His voice and sword rule the empire, keeping it safe and stable. A good emperor is like a good father figure. He'll protect you, he'll explain to you how things work. If you're trying to achieve something and you see the emperor appear, it means that it's time to get realistic, to take out your pen and plan how you'll get from here to where you want to be. If the emperor comes in the reversed position, it may mean that you're under someone's thumb or that you're pressing your thumb onto someone. This is trying to navigate a situation through force and intimidating others into doing things your way or being intimidated by someone else. This is the drunk father who throws a bottle at you for peeling the potatoes wrong. He hits his wife and makes his children cry. A reversed emperor is always a red flag. Effectively, if we take the empress as the interpretation of the most feminine energy that you can get, then the emperor is the interpretation of the most masculine energy that you can get. And in an upright position, he is a logical, stable ruler that knows how things are supposed to be done and how things should be run. In the reversed position, he is the worst possible expression of masculinity, which would mean aggression. It would mean not being logical but still asserting yourself as being right. It would mean domineering. That is the emperor. And in olden times, he represented, surprise, the emperor. The Hierophant, in other decks also known as the Pope, because that is where it came from, but now it's a different word to represent effectively the other side of the High Priestess. So, High Priestess is feminine faith, the Hierophant is the masculine faith. Upright, tradition, organized religion, conformity, conventionality, belonging to a social group. Reversed, rebellion, nonconformity, unconventional methods, ignorance. The Hierophant can be known as the High Priest in some decks, but most familiar figure to represent the Hierophant for everyone here would be the Pope. While the High Priestess encourages you to listen to your intuition and trust your subtle senses, the Hierophant would like you to stick to tradition and contact someone who has authority in your cultural or religious matters. This is the card for adhering to the social norms, following traditions in your culture, and adhering to rules in your spiritual practice. When the Hierophant comes having reversed themselves, it means that you're either having a clash or an issue with the traditional, conventional way of doing things, or that you should outright venture outside the box and disregard what is normally done in the situation. But be careful and make sure that you're not rebelling against the tradition out of ignorance or lack of understanding. Remember, educated rebellions are the best kind of rebellions. Now, if I just take them side by side, right? So you have the feminine version of spirituality, which is going by intuition, being led by the spirits and the energies and listening to your dreams and listening, going inside yourself. Then you have the masculine version, hello, which is all rules and settings and how our culture dictates what we do and how we do it. They're all about the conventional expression of faith. So while in Christianity sense, the high priestess would be your personal prayer that It's not written down in a Bible or anything or anywhere in any book. You're just like, just start your prayer and you just talk to God however you feel the most conventional way of talking to God. Then the Hierophant would be like attending the church and giving a confession to the priest, going by very specific rules and standards how it should be done and how it always was done. Moving on to the lovers. Ah, it's so cute. Look at it. It's cats. Upright. Love, relationships, unions, social and romantic choices, balance inside family, a friends group, or a community. Reversed. Disharmony, indecision, bad choices, conflict, detachment, lack of love. Love is a force that's stronger than any embodiment of a person. It knows nothing about rank, position, your life's journey, level of ability, or appearance. It strikes as it sees fit. In an upright position, this card can mean beautiful, positive emotions, especially in equations to do with love, but it can also mean that you need to think that how what you're doing is going to impact those people who surround you. The lovers invites you to balance your desires well with those of your family, friends, co-workers, or your community in general. In the reversed position, it is a sign of a situation that is devoid of the positive emotion and instead is detached, cruel, cold. If the upright lovers was urging you to think about how to balance yourself better in a social setting, the reverse card may be telling you that you balanced it all wrong and that there's a lot of conflict between you and others due to this mismatch. I see the lovers less like a card that talks about love and more as a card that talks about social connections. So if you're asking about a relationship that does not in some way include love, like if you're asking, hey, does he love me? Then the lovers would be a very positive response. But if you're asking, what is relationship between me and my coworkers, it doesn't necessarily mean love. It would mean a good balanced relationship, a positive attachment, something to be aware of, something to balance right, something to keep in mind. If it comes up as a card to think about, then it would be like, hey, how are you treating others? How is your social circle, friends seeing you? How are you with your family? That is the kind of questions that you would be asking you, because that is a positive connection, not necessarily love, but a lot of people will interpret it very specifically in love. Interpret it in love when the setting is love, but otherwise don't necessarily just view it as the love card. The Chariot. Upright. Ambition, drive, determination, moving events, focus, control. Reversed. Obstacles on the road, having no direction, situation running away from you, losing control, feeling powerless. The chariot represents a person running through their life. Thinking of the animals dragging the chariot or us competing desires, it is up to the charioteer with their steady hand to keep their focus on their goal instead of letting the situation run away from them and to not lose their path to a way that looked easier but actually was a dead end. When the chariot comes up in the reading, know that whatever you're asking about is moving forward and not standing still, but that you need to be determined and focused to keep the whole thing from falling over. To give an example, you're asking about a possible promotion at work. The chariot is an omen, would signify a time filled with work and stress where you could prove yourself and get that promotion. So your promotion is coming, but it is up to you to keep all your horses facing the same way on the road ahead instead of letting your goal escape you. When the chariot is reversed, it means that the situation has already run away from you and pulled you with it. You're not lying in the ditch, but the horses are running wildly and you have lost your reins. It is time to refocus, find your center again, and restabilize the chariot. Sometimes that can only be done through finding more realistic goal to pursue. This is a bit of example of where using non-standard decks can cause you a bit of an issue, because the chariot is a card of movement. It is a card of going fast, and normally it does involve having two horses or two animals in front of, well, the chariot. In this case, it is a cat sitting on an armchair, which is the opposite of movement. It displays movement on the armchair itself by having like little wings and stuff, but we don't associate armchair as a thing that moves. Well, this may be a very cruel thing. Oh, actually, I have a good idea. You should have placed the cat on a roller skateboard. There we go. Those things move, and animals sometimes jump on them, or on a Roomba. Though that would mean that you have absolutely no control over this situation, which is not what the chariot is about. Anyway, the chariot is definitely not a stationary cat. The stationary cat? Stationary card. Well, it's not a stationary cat either. Strength, upright, courage, bravery, inner power, believing in yourself, showing compassion, and being the better person. Reversed, cowardice, low confidence, self doubt, lack of self control. When Tarot speaks about strength, what the cards mean is inner strength. Your endurance, your ability to persevere, not break down, to lift up others, to stay calm in the face of adversity. Seeing strength in the reading can both feel like the cards are just confirming that the road ahead will be rough, and as an encouragement that you can make it, but that it will take a lot of strength to get there. Strength reversed represents a person who is acting out because they're afraid, angry, or feeling powerless. They're not thinking clearly and logically about the situation. They're letting their own despair be in control of their movements. If you ever see this card in this position, it means that something or someone in the situation needs to cool off. It can also mean that it is time to face your fears and march forth through the bad times, not only the good, instead of failing to act. It is you got the strength, bro card, which is a very almost a literal thing. Now I absolutely love this one in this deck because look at how cute it is. The Hermit! Upright. Solitude, inner searching, introspection, contemplation, withdrawal from society, a search for yourself, a spiritual journey. That cat is definitely withdrawn into a paper bag. Reversed, loneliness, isolation, shutting others out. To the extreme, a need to return to society. The hermit is not tied to any society norms. I'm gonna read it that way because words are hard. He has no status, no family to take care of, no positions to worry about, leaving them free to immerse in their spirituality and philosophy and search for the true answers to life's big questions. In the upright position, the hermit encourages one to pull themselves away and explore their own desires, feelings, and ways of being. It is turning away from the chatter from the million different voices giving different advice and submerging yourself in self exploration until you determine who you are as a person and what you want. It is an invitation to contemplate more, to not be afraid to be by yourself, and to perhaps consider immersing yourself in your spirituality rather than spending all your time in spaces filled with chattering of others. If the hermit comes reversed, it means that you have overdone the contemplation bit. Your family is worried because you have not left your apartment in months. No friend can get a hold of you, and ever so often you hug your favorite pillow and have a good cry about being so alone. It means that it is time to put down the contemplation and come back out and spend time with your loved ones. You horrible neat. Um, you shut in. Just like get out and be out there some more. But yes, it is healthy to have some time for yourself, and sometimes spiritual exploration does indeed involve like going away from society. I do that when I write books very, very often. I try not to disappear as badly as I used to disappear, but I still disappear quite badly. So there's that. There's time for disappearing and there's time for reappearing. That is the best way to summarize that card. The Wheel of Fortune. Upright. Change. Cycles. Fate. A changing fortune. Usually in the upright position, we associate it as for the better. Reversed. Clinging to control. Delays. Unwelcome turn of events. Changing fortune. Usually for the worse. This is the card that reminds you that nothing ever stays still. One starts as a baby and ends up as an old person. Winter is replaced by spring, which in turn gives its place to the summer, and when summer goes, autumn arrives. You cannot change the fact that nothing will last forever, no matter how much you want to. If you see this card in the upright position and you have been feeling really down on your luck recently, or if there are some negative developments currently present in the situation, rejoice, for change is on the horizon. However, even in the upright position, the wheel does not guarantee positivity. So, if everything is going really splendidly, do not rejoice, for change is on the horizon. If you see this card in the reversed position, it may mean that you're trying to stop something as inevitable as the seasons changing. No, summer, come back! That there's a lack of change in the situation and that the change that will come will likely make you sad instead of happy. If you want to conceptualize the wheel, nothing will be better than the phrase, this too shall pass. Bad times, this too shall pass. Good times, this too shall pass. And this is a card that we should go back and we should see alongside the chariot, because the chariot is inviting change over that you can control. It means a lot of fast moving events, but you have a part to play in all of that. Well, Wheel of Fortune is change that you cannot predict, you cannot control, and it takes you with it. Like aging, like the seasons passing. It means that fate has given you change on the horizon and you cannot really influence that change. Wheel of Fortune is fate, while the chariot is you. It is your driving force and it is your direction and your ability to control the situation. So, when Wheel of Fortune comes up, it's just like, things will be different soon. Okay, cards. Justice. Upright. Justice, legal matters, law, accountability, cause and effect, consequence. Reversed. Injustice, dishonesty, corruption, avoiding accountability, unfairness. This one is easy. Justice is either just and people get what they deserve, or unjust. In the upright position, it is a good omen for dealing with any legalities, paperwork, or the law, provided that you did not commit any crimes. It means that the law will be upheld and that those who were on the wrong side will get what is coming to them, no matter their power or status. In the reversed position, it means that the situation will be very unfair to you, and that no matter how many times you try to prove your innocence, no one will listen. It can represent a corrupt official that will always be in your way, or in the broader sense, someone that has wronged you will get away and escape without any possibility of justice. So, for example, you're going into a meeting with your boss and you're like, well, how will this meeting go? I'm feeling very worried about it. Well, if you see an upright justice, it's like, oh, well, the boss will be just to you, meaning that you will be judged depending on the work that you were doing and what you're speaking about during the meeting. So if there has been any problems with your work, but you have like legitimate reasons for having those problems, you will be listened to justly and judged justly. Now, in the reversed position, it means that even if your work was absolutely spotless, well, your boss's nephew kind of needs your job space, so your boss will be like, you totally have missed a check in last month. So, like, you're fired. That is that is how you can equate seeing the card of justice, depending on this very interesting situation. The Hanged Man. This is a very cute one as well. The contemplation, waiting, perspective, temporary pause, meditation, reversed, fear of change, disinterest, apathy, stagnation, stalling. This one, this one which hangs has no choice but to continue hanging. This way of being provides time for contemplation. In the upright position, the hanged man is meditating on what got them here and where the rest of the road goes. It is time for reflection, for planning, for letting go of emotions that are boiling inside of you. The situation is not going to change anytime soon, so it is pointless to resist against the rope that holds you firmly still. When the hanged man gets reversed, you don't want to leave this place. Action means change, it means choices and decisions. There's no emotional interest for the hanged man here, so they're not willingly hanging on and are avoiding leaving the situation. The longer you'll hang, the worse it will get. In general, if you're hanged in the upright position, it means that life is forcing you into a pause and there's nothing that you can do about the current situation that you're not already doing. All you can do is sit down and contemplate and be there with your emotions and feelings and try to figure out how you're feeling, why you're feeling it, and where you're going. Well, in reversed position, you're now just hanging on to that branch and are refusing to go to school because your mom told you to go to school and you're like, no, mom, I don't want to go to school. It is something that you should be doing in this situation that you're completely and utterly not doing because you just want the situation to stand still and you want to close your eyes and pretend that nothing bad is happening and nothing bad will happen as long as you're not looking at it. Oh, I love death in this deck because it is a vacuum cleaner. Death, upright, transformation, transition, endings, letting go, reversed, resisting change, stuck energy, defeat. Death is a powerful force that we're powerless to stop. It signals an end that comes no matter whether we want to or not. However, in many spiritualities, death is not the end, it is merely passing from one stage to another. As such, death is a symbol of transformation, of ending chapter in your life and starting a new one, or finishing one book and starting to write a great sequel. In an upright position, death may feel peaceful. Something has been bugging you, and now you know that the situation is at its end. Death can feel validating. You have firmly decided to change your life for the better, and here is death telling you that your current way of living is indeed coming to an end. An end, in many ways, can be a positive thing. Think of ending an addiction, ending a toxic relationship, ending an illness and getting better. Sometimes ending an illness very literally, so be careful with this card. When death is reversed, you're being told that the ending has come regardless of your actions, and no matter how much you're holding on, you won't fix anything here. This may mean that you're holding on to that friendship that is futile because the other person has made up their mind to block you and move on, or that no matter how much you try to impress your boss, you're still being fired at the next downsizing. It is an encouragement to let go and move on. So, here's the thing, even about the peaceful release of death in an upright position, um, be very careful to how you interpret it. It is not a positive card. The card is telling you that after the moment of death, things will get better because life like normally continues going unless of course you're getting a very literal death from your cards, in which case uh-oh. But it doesn't necessarily mean that things will work out the way that you want to or that you can avoid an end, because I remember this on our witchcraft. One person was writing that they got like a slew of cards of how their relationship was gonna go. And one of the nearly last cards, like right before the end, it was death, and then it came like, I think it was Six of Swords. One of them that's like moving into a better direction afterwards. Anyway, it was a swordy poo. Swordy poos are not a very happy element either. Um, but yeah, so they got death for that relationship, and they were like, "Oh, this is where our troubles will end. This is where our fighting will end." Well, yes, through the ending of the relationship in general. So don't just view it positively. Don't go, oh, it means that me and my love will definitely work out because, like, this is the death to our troubles. No, this is the death to your connection to this person, which will make things go better from there on end because you'll go back to, taking care of yourself and being kind to yourself. But it still means your relationship is probably ending. So, don't interpret cards too positively because that is definitely a trap to fall into. Temperance, balance, patience, peace, moderation, calm, good timing. Reversed, imbalance, discord, excess, extremes, behaving recklessly. Temperance is the opposite of jumping to extremes. When you see this card, it means that now is the time to take it slow, to think carefully, to control yourself. Temperance can teach you that not everything is about action, that while you're on the right track, good timing will be needed. So don't push too hard, don't go too fast, but don't lose momentum. Stay temperate, stay balanced, and focus on keeping calm. Reversed temperance wants that your behavior or the situation is not temperate and not calm. You're getting lost in a vice or getting torn up by drama. It is time to take a step back and to balance your response to external stressors. The very traditional portrayal of temperance in this one, it is the kitty having the self-control to not to eat the fishy. In very traditional portrayals of temperance, it is a card that has a lady be mixing water with wine because this would dilute your wine and would stop you from getting drunk, which is, the temperate thing to do when you're drinking wine. It also makes it not as tasty, but it is moderation and self control. And speaking about wine, um, I do have some nice, like, bottle of sherry. And if I'm gonna be reading my whole book on stream, this is probably not a good idea considering how much voice I'm using. And voice doesn't actually like alcoholic drinks. Let's not be temperate and regret our decisions later. Hmm. The devil in the cat tower deck. It is a dog, because of course it is. Upright, liberation and restriction. Choices, opposite extremes, oppression and powerlessness. Reversed, freedom, release, selfishness. Unlike the temperance, the devil themselves is the extreme. The devil is everywhere, but in the middle, pulling in both directions at once. Personally, this is my favorite card. As in its upright position, it can symbolize both that you're letting yourself go and dodging responsibility, and that you're being too strict with yourself. It is a card of all work and no play, or all play and no work. Anything and everything, as long as it's not balanced healthily. Similarly, the devil may appear when you have a polarizing choice to make, or when there's an unequal power dynamic in your life, no matter if you are the oppressor or the oppressed. In reversed position, the card is telling you to free yourself, but it also warns that freedom ultimately is a selfish endeavor. Are you afraid of the judgments that others will pass and therefore you're keeping yourself in a mental prison? Who has your wings and how can you reclaim them? I also have personal associations with the devil because is it wise to admit that on a tarot video? I suppose they're gonna see it from my other content anyway. Um, my spiritual practice involves working with demons, and my patron is Lucifer, which I do appreciate. Appreciate? Well, I do appreciate, but I mean, I approach from more hopeful symbol like Venus in the morning, the symbol of light and enlightenment, and not the symbol of the devil. But because um, the King James Bible didn't know how the alphabet worked, and for some reason they decided to capitalize Lucifer instead of saying the bright one, shining one. The connotations have been placed that places the spirit that I work with the most as the Christian devil. So sometimes seeing that card is very amusing for personal reasons. I would associate my patron with the emperor more than I would associate them with the devil, but the devil does become an in jokey kind of thing. Ah, probably the softest tower card that you will ever see. The tower, in this case, the scratching tower. Upright, upheaval, sudden change, chaos, destruction, reversed, delaying the inevitable, resisting change, ignoring reality, unsustainable pressure. The tower is here to literally explode your foundations and turn your world upside down. Sometimes the only way we can build better is by losing the structure that was there before. Nobody likes the tower moments, but it is sometimes a necessity in life. In the upright position, my card. The tower is telling you that your life is about to turn upside down. Losing your house to flood and moving to a different country? A tower moment. Training for a marathon, breaking your leg the day before, missing the marathon, finding a new passion for solving puzzles while in recovery? A tower moment. Losing your religion? A tower moment. Finding your religion? A tower moment. Yeah, maybe don't like drop your cards, folks, especially considering that I have wine really close to me, so dropping cards it's not a very safe endeavor. I also have a candle. That would be so much worse, but the tower really wanted to fall. Think of the tower as the tipping point, the last straw that breaks everything free and loose, the cannonball that rearranges your thoughts, your experiences, and your situation. It is chaotic change. Sometimes it is dangerous change. It is always sudden and never expected. Tower is not death, it is never gentle. A reverse tower is still the same situation that's going to happen, except that now you have chosen to be extra blind to it by putting on a blindfold and saying that it is not happening. Oh, it is very much still happening, except that now you're insisting on not seeing it till the very last second. So, imagine that you're asking a question from the tarot cards about your marriage. Um, You pull the chariot, and the chariot goes, if you want your marriage to change, grab the reins and bring that change in yourself. You are in a position to make change happen. If you want the marriage to get better, it will be hard, but you can do it. So go and take action and be the change. If you pull the wheel, it's like no situation ever stays still. This may mean that on the next turn of the wheel, it may lead to divorce, or it may mean that the wheel will turn and that the times that come are more prosperous and positive for you and your spouse. With an upright wheel, it's not as dangerous as the reversed wheel because upright wheel would kind of sort of tentatively be telling you that better times are on the horizon and that the arguing in your family will cease and that it does not require external input from you. If you pull the death, it is effectively saying your marriage is coming to an end, and you can feel that. You know where it's going, you know that it will get there. It's okay, let go. The tower is your husband or your wife has just stolen all your savings, served you divorce papers, and are now halfway across the globe going to Las Vegas. Not only has your marriage already ended, but it ended with a bang. And in the reverse situation, they're like, it doesn't matter if you're gonna sit there and going, oh, maybe they have withdrawn all my savings by accident and they're gonna come back home. It doesn't matter that you're ignoring the situation. The situation is there to stay. The tower is already falling. You standing on top of the tower will not help. So, hopefully, this breakdown of interpretation of change is helpful for somebody. The star. Oh, you're a twinkly cat. Upright, luck, hope, renewal, regeneration, rejuvenation, even positivity, positive change, good prospects. Reversed, hopelessness, despair, negativity, lack of faith. The upright star is one of the most positive cards that you can get. It signals the end to your difficulties. It's telling you to have faith as luck itself shines upon you and your world is about to get much more brighter. The card is practically yelling at you, you'll succeed at everything. A reversed star states that whatever you're heavily invested in is desperately losing steam and is about to come to a complete halt. It is being stuck in the I can't do this place. When the reversed star hits, the best thing to do is to get someone that loves you to come in and swoop you off the floor, as you will need the help to get back on your feet again. It's a complete It's depression, effectively. Hello, depression. But anyways, if I had to associate this, it's like, hey, it's your lucky break. Tomorrow is your lucky day. It's a lucky outcome. So I associate the star directly with luck. We have a card still to contrast it with a bit down the road. The moon. The need to look beyond the surface, digging deeper, epiphanies through intuition and divine communication, mysteries and secrets, the unconscious. Reversed, misunderstanding, misinterpretation, the unclear situation, deception, being unable to reach the spirits or be in tune with your spirituality. The moon does not shine, it merely reflects the sun, and as such, when the moon arrives, it is time to dig past the surface appearances as all is not quite what it seems. Sometimes the surface appearance is your own, and sometimes is floating through our subconscious that we seemingly don't even want to consciously process. You can also take the moon as an invitation to explore your spirituality and look beyond the veil for the answers that you seek. Reversed moon shows that your current communication is like a broken phone. One thing was said, another thing was heard. This can be a purposeful deception. This can be a huge misunderstanding, or this could just be a situation that you're misinterpreting. If you're asking a question about your future and the moon arrives in the reversed position, it can be a way for the cards to tell you that the future could go either way at the moment and no clearer answer will be found at this time. The moon contrasted with High Priestess. High Priestess is definitely listening to yourself and to your inner self and to your dreams. And it is a communication that's clearer and being more in tune with the divine. The moon kind of tells you that something is hidden behind the veil, and you need to actively traverse the veil to uncover it. That it is unclear, that it is muddy, that The sun is not directly shining on you, it is reflecting from the moon. The moon itself is a reflective surface. It's like a mirror. It's not a direct light source. And obviously, there's also the association with going mad. Howling at the moon rarely comes into interpretation, but can come into the interpretation if you're not going by strict meanings, which bring this card a lot closer to cards like the High Priestess, but are going through interpretation based on pictures or based off your own personal interpretations. So you're going mad over this situation that is unclear is a perfectly reasonable interpretation of the moon when the moon card shows up. The sun, it is happiness, vitality, joy, warmth, harmony, contentment. In reverse, that is the opposite. So it's pessimism, temporary blues, setback, blocked happiness. If you want to know what the sun symbolizes, just think of warm and comfortable summer's day. You're raising your head to the sky and feeling the sun's rays on your face. How do you feel? The majority that answered with some sort of positive emotion is indeed correct when it comes to this what this card represents. If you need an easier way of interpreting the upright position, think of it this way. The sun is out, all is well. The reversed sun is not sun that is gone, but one that is covered with cloudy skies. It is still definitely there, but you can't see it. So while this card would represent sadness, it is not extreme sadness or destructive sadness. It is a passing, everything will be okay soon enough, just hold on sort of sadness. In this position, the card could be telling you that your whole worldview is too pessimistic, or that the only reason you don't feel happy is that you're constantly telling yourself about what is wrong rather than what is currently right. And this is just how it goes with
New
thank you for
followers.
following with these card reversals. Sometimes like death will never be positive, the tower will never be positive, the sun technically will never be negative because it is a temporary state. A reversed sun is still a temporary state, and still the card is telling you that all will be well. And to contrast it with the star, um the sun is joy, the star is luck. So you're gonna have a lucky break versus you're gonna be happy. Now, if you're asking about how will, let's say, your endeavor in starting a music career will go, it is kind of financially better to get the star because they're like, you will be lucky with this endeavor. You will catch the right people. Meanwhile, the sun is saying, the endeavor might go either way, but you will be happy for doing this. You will feel satisfied, happy, joyous, and in harmony, even if you will ever perform only for like 7 people. It will still be good for you. Either way, both cards would be an encouragement to go and do it. So, there's no such thing as a bad card there, but one is more about luck and success, and the other one is more about happiness and enjoyment. Judgment, self evaluation, reckoning, rewards or losses based on your past actions, making wise changes. Reversed, regret, grudges, refusing to examine your role in your downfall, failure to learn lessons, self loathing, lack of self awareness. This card invites you to reflect on your journey. When judgment comes out, all lies get exposed. Those that you hurt and those that hurt you come to the forefront of your thoughts. Good actions bring good rewards, and bad actions reward you with downfalls. It is time to process held grudges, to apologize, and to forgive. Judgment is cleansing influence when we reflect on the past to be able to tie what strings were untied, bury the proverbial hatches, and end conflicts. The card invites you to contemplate. In the reversed position, you're warned that as it is your own behavior that is causing your woes, if you continue to fail to reflect, The woes will continue to come. It means that there's something that you have not learned from that keeps on repeating over and over again. Sometimes this card could be inviting you to forgive yourself or to be able to move on to better tomorrow. So let's take the justice example. Let me just dig up my justice again. It is definitely in here somewhere. I mean, I separated the major arcana from everything so that I can. There we go. Hello, justice. How just of you. So let's say you're asking how will the meeting with the boss go? A just boss will understand that you were running late for work last Monday because your child got sick. An unjust boss will frame you for a thing you haven't done in order to fire you and give your position to someone else. A boss influenced by judgment acknowledges that you were late on that day and tells you to reflect on your actions and to reflect on how you could better solve the situation and how it is not his problem that your child got sick. But in general, a upright judgment would still mean that it is a just boss that won't just throw you out, but come on, take personal responsibility. It is not your boss's problem that your child got sick. Reverse judgment means that you never had a child. You just overslept and you don't want to admit it. And you totally will get called out for it by your boss, but you will still be like, no, not my fault. Like, I couldn't do anything about that. Like, why are you judging me? Why are you being so judgmental? So, effectively, just or unjust with justice and judgment is how your own actions influenced the response you got from other people. It is a reflection of you. That is the difference between those two. And of course, the world. Upright, joy, completion, the journey's end, accomplishment, celebration, fulfillment, a sense of belonging and wholeness. Reversed, lack of closure, feeling incomplete, an unresolved situation, emptiness. That is it. You have reached the end. This is your final reward. And in some decks, this is displayed more like heaven or the promised land. So overlay an image of whatever means the most to you, what would be the best possible thing to have, to imagine that this is what this card is expressing. Or translate the world to, I'm holding the world in my hands. It is. Our current portrayal is a bit of a mixture. Of course, I'm holding a cat card, so don't take it too seriously. A current portrayal on like Smith White decks is a bit of a mixture. The world would imply that it was an astrological card amongst those of like the sun, the moon, and the star. But we kind of combined it to like the final outcome and we placed Jesus as like the main figure. But over time, we kind of forgot if it's male or female. So normally you now just get a naked female floating in space. And there is some occult bullshit reasoning for it, but it's a combination of the world, our planet, and the ultimate bestest thing that you could have gotten at the end of this journey. The upright expression of the world means the completion of your goal. It is the closure on the situation, but instead of it being solemn, it's a celebratory and happy end. So, for example, the dissolution of a toxic friends group would be death, as well, ultimately, it's an ending that had to happen. It's still an ending that is uncomfortable, while graduating from university would be the world. It is the kind of completion that you go out and raise a toast to. It is an end that makes you excited for what comes next. When the world is reversed, it means that while you think that the situation is over and done with, something has been left unsaid and incomplete. Imagine quitting your job out of anger on how you were mistreated there, but then regretting leaving as you really wanted to finish that project that you invested all your months into. And now it will be completed by someone else, and the rewards won't be reaped. The leaving may be a good thing, but it is still has you feeling like there was that one thing that was left unfinished. Or you have just successfully divorced. You're sitting in your new place of living, drinking wine, bubbling with all the words unsaid and sentences unexpressed, desiring that one more conversation with your ex, but knowing that it won't solve anything. Sometimes the world reversed can be less negative. For example, you think you finished your first song album and are excited to represent it to a recording studio tomorrow, while the world reversed telling you, no, not yet. There's more work to be done. Polish it a little more, please, or else the outcome won't be as nice as you think it should be. We have just gotten through the meanings for the major arcana. Time to move to minor arcana or the suits cards. Yeah! Whoa! So happy for us. My voice will hate me tomorrow, and I did promise my husband to focus on finishing the voice acting project that I was doing for him. It's actually not that bad if I just talk really high. So if I went like all squeaky, it would stop entirely breaking because I can pull off this voice no matter what I do. But if I relax it, it will actually start breaking because I've been using a lot of reading with my mouth and my voice no likey. Anyway, minor arcana. We're gonna start from the happy suit, the cup suit. It is the emotional suit. The cup suit is associated with emotions and most often the element of water. As such, the primary theme of cups is always relationships, community, joy, emotional needs, creativity, and intuition. And I think we associated water with cups, well, firstly because, well, cup, like cup, that's to hold fluid. It's not flower pot, but we associated with the water because water's flowing, emotions are flowing. We consider emotions, creativity, that sort of thing to be like a flowing, wavy thing. And so are rivers. So is water. It's not like dry and crusted inwards like the ground. It's also quite not as sharp as the wind. So emotions, water. And because of that, emotions, water, cups. Ace of Cups. Upright. Psychic abilities, creativity, love, new feelings. Reversed. Creative stagnation, blocked emotions, coldness, emptiness. A fresh start and positive emotions, the card can signify that it is a good time to look for love or to focus on your spirituality and that a positive new emotional experience is coming to you if you're reading your general future. When Cups comes reversed, you can see it as a warning about being too open with the wrong people, about a relationship growing cold, or feeling like you lack the time to have closeness with another person. If you're asking about the future, and this card will show you a period that is devoid of feeling and hard to be creative in. Effectively, all of Ace of Suit is like the start of something. So, in this case, it is the start of feeling or the start of creativity, and we tend to interpret it positively. We're not gonna say, oh, it's the start of depression. I'm so excited. Oftentimes you will be like, oh, it's the start of love, or it's the start of happiness, or it's the start of me being creative. It is a positive emotion, and more often than not, connection, because, well, emotions, love, connect people. Two of Cups, it's the love card. It's even more lovely than the lovers. Upright, partnership, relationship, union, attraction, connection, joining forces. reversed: disharmony, separation, miscommunication, rejection, division. Where with there was one, you now have two. It is two cups, therefore two people and their connection. Two is such an emotional suit. Two in such an emotional suit symbolize the couple. In less romantic readings, this can symbolize working together in perfect harmony, doing something with a partner, being well connected to another person. If it is indeed a relationship reading, this card is a great blessing. Two of Cups reversed simply is the reverse of what the upright was showing: bad chemistry, failed partnership in the project, or separation in a romantic relationship. Three of Cups: friendships, celebrations, community gatherings, social events, group events. Where there was two, now there is three. We don't like threes in a relationship because that is like normally it leads to jealousy and like everybody fighting. So we don't like go, oh, there is a third party in your relationship. I mean, you can because interpretation's personal, but normally we don't. So we interpret three positively, as in three people, as in friendship. So upright: friendship, celebrations, community gatherings, social events, group events; reversed: isolation, betrayal, gossip, scandal, solitude. Here the group grows from two to three and therefore becomes more platonic. Three is all about friendships, social groups, and gathering together with family and friends. There is, of course, more than one way to interpret the three. In a family unit, for example, this could mean a child. However, in general, take it as spending time with friends or finding support in your group of loved ones. The reversed version of that is rejection, being thrown out of your group of friends, becoming isolated, having malicious gossip spread about you, being betrayed by a friend, or otherwise being lonely, and not having a group of friends to begin with. For you. Four of Cups. We have now come to wanting more, like something's wrong. You do have a lot, but it's just not what you wanted. You start kind of going, that's, you'll have friends, but they're not satisfying friends. You do have a job, but it's not satisfying job. So Four of Cups stands for boredom, discontent, apathy, contemplation, reevaluation, and reversed, it's awareness, negativity, depression. So you could be aware of your issues in the reversed position, and that could all it mean. The card could just be like, oh, you know what I mean, you know why I'm here. Or it could mean that you're being very negative and feeling depressed. So, in the upright position, this card signals that something is missing and your emotional needs are left unfulfilled. This may mean that your relationship feels like they lack the spark or are rather monotonous, or that the work that you do is entirely unfulfilling and that nothing sparks joy. It is a time to reevaluate what is missing and how to fill that hole. Reversed position can be interpreted in two different ways. In one interpretation is being aware of the problem and seeking to fix the issue, even if you're not there yet. The other way of interpreting is in a more extreme version of the upright position, that there's outright depression here and that this hole that you fell into seems to have no way out. You need somebody else to start poking and prodding, because oftentimes when we get sad, when we get the sads, we're not the best people to bring ourselves out of the sads. Well, yeah, normally you would like interpret it in a spread so that you have more context. If you're doing a one card pull, it's even worse if you don't do reversals. Because reversals effectively split the meanings in half and going, okay, negative ones for the most part are going on like the reversed position, and positive ones for the most part are going on the upwards position. But, I mean, if you don't do reversals, then Upright position can mean positive and negative things, and if you can't immediately connect it to the situation, it means that you're gonna pull more cards going, what you mean? I like the aesthetics of a gloomy lifestyle, but gloom in itself is not a nice emotion to have. So, Five of Cups. Nice cat. Upright is disappointment, loss, feeling stuck, inability to forget, inability to move on, regret. I suppose they're really regretting eating all of that food. Reversed is moving on, healing, hope, seeing a better tomorrow, finding peace. The theme here is dwelling on the past, fretting about all that has ended and being unable to go forward. The food bowls are already empty. We can't refill them right now. This card does not impose on what you should do in that case, as sometimes we can't do anything but just grieve. It simply symbolizes the emotion of looking back and seeing all that has been already lost, that you can't recover, that has passed, that you currently don't have with you in the present. So you had your dream car, you totaled it, you can't afford to repair it, you no longer have your dream car. In reverse position, we are finally leaving our grief behind. There is hope again, dreams start to come back into our mind, and we're looking to the future instead of looking back. The healing process has begun. We're seeing a future out there, and we're like, yeah, actually, there is something to be excited about. Cool. Six of Cups. Nostalgia, happy memories, positive influence from the past, reunions, benefits of experience and childhood. It's looking back at the past, but either bringing the positive influences forward, so things that I have learned or friends that I have gained from my childhood. So if you befriended like Tom at sixth grade, maybe Tom is still your friend. It is not doom and gloom. It is the past was so sweet. And reversed is being stuck in the past. Seeing the past with rose tinted glasses. The past was so much better than it is today. Disconnecting from your childhood. Well, then it's Six of Cups combined with Five of Cups. You can't bring the Thomas back, you just ate him. We are remembering Thomas fondly, but we also are grieving Thomas because we just lost him. Six of Cups brings back fortune from the past. This may mean that a solution to the problem lies in your gained experience. This may mean a reunion with a long lost friend or a good connection to your childhood dreams. If you wanted to be an astronaut as a kid and you actually achieved being an astronaut, good on you! You have connected with your childhood dream. It is a card of looking back with a smile, reminiscing in good company, and being nostalgic in a way that brings us good feelings to the present. Six of Cups reversed can be interpreted as being unable to let go of the past. The nostalgia hits you so hard that you completely forget anything bad that has ever happened. You're idealizing what has come past and you see no point in the present. In my days, we walked uphill both times and it was awesome. Another interpretation is seeing it as a divide between your childhood and your current you. You have distanced all that who you were to a point that it is unhealthy and you could benefit from connecting with your past. Yeah, it's space life forever. But you embrace that dream. Good on you. Not a lot of people manage to carry their childhood dreams into the future. Seven of Cups is all about choices. I mean, yeah, what kind of silly kids that actually want toys? We threw rocks at each other and we enjoyed it. And that is definitely a choice to make. So in upright, um, Seven of Cups represents choices, wishful thinking, opportunities, uncertainty. Not every opportunity that comes your way is a good one. Sometimes it is a Nigerian prince. It depends on you to actually like sort them out. And reversed position is a self deception, confusion, distraction, disarray. When you're looking at Seven of Cups, you know that in real life it is connected to some sort of choice that needs to be made, where some options may be more attractive than others, but also entirely unrealistic. Think of it as what stocks you're going to be investing in. Like some are safe and some are seemingly gonna bring you great interest but could be a scam. It is a warning that to research everything thoroughly as what you may want to dream about and therefore accept could simply be a scam. The existence of Seven of Cups does imply that there is something to choose, meaning that it can herald a period of opportunity into your life, with one caveat that the choices should be made that are logical and rational, and anything too good to be true should be left untouched because it's too good to be true. At the same time, the card is urging you to choose, as being frozen by indecision is just as bad as choosing the wrong option. If not worse, because at this point you're not even like making a choice. When Seven of Cups falls in reversed position, it is warning you that you are living inside your mind and that the fantasy does not match what is really happening here. Acknowledge the problem and be present to solve it with the solutions that are actually available, instead of hoping the dreams will come true and save you from the situation because you just really want it to happen. I love that celebrity all the way over there. If they only notice me, they will also fall in love with me, and I don't need to worry about developing like actual human relationships. That would be the best equivalent for reversed Seven of Cups. We're now at Eight of Cups, which is letting go, leaving behind, seeking meaning, turning point, moving on. All of the dishes have already been done and eaten from, and now you just need to like release that and go and get yourself a new cup because you kind of have a pile of cups, but you already ate from them. And who wants to eat from the same cup twice? Ew. Reversed. Fear of change, stagnation, disappointment, staying in a bad situation. Eight of Cups brings a decision to move on. It is the point where you fully understand who or what is holding you back and choose to leave it in the past, be it a toxic workplace, relationship, or habit. The card acknowledges that you have already decided and that there's no real reason to look back. It is time to move forward instead. The reversed version of the card may indicate that a change has already happened, but that the want to keep things the same is so strong that no matter how bad the situation is, you're holding on to it for your dear life. The emotion here is that of being disappointed, hopeless, and unloved, but the heart is not yet strong enough to walk. My boss is abusing me in my workplace, but I just really want to keep this job. It's good for my career, and multiple other justifications for why it is okay for you to stay in a very toxic and horrible situation that is actually not good for you at all. Nine of Cups. We're happy now. We have moved on and we found a new place, and like it's good. It's good. It's a lot of cups. We found the extra cup to eat from. So satisfaction, contentment, success, which is fulfilled, a satisfying relationship and comfort. And then in reverse, that is selfishness, irresponsibility, dissatisfaction, lack of fulfillment. There is nothing more to wish for here. It is a period of emotional difficulty sorting themselves out, being loved, and feeling healthy and successful. The air itself can feel magical and all issues are far away. It is a celebratory atmosphere that we reach when all the turmoil is gone and that when what we wanted we have achieved. When the card is reversed, we see a person who focused too much on themselves in a relationship and therefore made it too lopsided. It is a warning that your victory is the downfall of others in your social group, and therefore you are about to feel that change in atmosphere. Alternatively, it can show someone who sees their own dreams as entirely out of reach due to them never coming true. Hello, sister! Do you feel enlightened? Come to join the Brotherhood? I'm doing the enlightenment today. I'm reading a book that I wrote. Um, Yeah, normally the difference between 9 of cups and 10 of cups is that 9 of cups is a very selfish card. It is about your wishes coming true. It is about your success. It is not necessarily a shared success. So, like, if I earned a lot of money from selling this book, it would be my money. It's like my success. I could share it with my husband, but our input into the project was not equal, so I am celebrating it. Um, it is not necessarily everyone else's success, it is mine. Well, in a reverse situation, it's even worse. It's like I won a competition playing against my friends, so now I do have a pile of money, but my friendships are probably about to be over. So it is either the positive, selfish success or the negative, selfish success. Or you're like, no, I can never reach my dreams. My dreams are too far away. That's also a possible meaning for reversed because it depends on how you interpret it. So, 10 of Cups is great atmosphere, but like for everybody. So in upright, it's love and joy and contentment and family and security and harmony and emotional fulfillment. And in reverse, it's an unhappy home, domestic conflict, separation, quarrels, instability. This is the card that depicts having it all in life of a family. The relationship is stable, the place that they reside in is comfortable. It is all as full with children as the couple's heart can handle. This is good omen for family life, no matter if you want to find a partner or wish for the disagreements in your home to subside, or in general, if your family is your community, that's fine as well. It's a shared success, it's shared happiness. We're all prosperous here. In reverse, this card symbolizes lacking everything that the upright card has. The home is unstable, no one wants to seek shelter in the arms of the loved ones, only to find that no loved one is willing to spare them the time and feeling very rejected. It's a broken family, it's quarrels, it's the opposite of the upright. Yes, then we play the Uno reverse card. Just play tarot like it is, like you can just handle and hand an Uno reverse card, or play it like it's Yu-Gi-Oh. Just going, I place King of Cups in the attacking position. Now we come to the court cards for the Suit of Cups. And all the court cards are so special because they're court cards, so happy them. They share similarities. Like, pages are normally like super young children that are like new to the thing, and therefore it carries that feeling of newness the same as aces do. While knights are like teenagers or like romantic knights, like young adults, someone that goes out there and that is charging for the goal. Queens tend to represent like women, normally more mature women, women at the head of their household, and kings are like the ruling oversight of the family. So it is the highest position that you can go on this family. There are some systems that like replace, I think it was knights with princesses, so that you have like page young boy, princess young girl, queen old woman, and then king old man. There are some systems that move knight and king around, which is really weird. But never mind that. We're just gonna speak with the regular system where Paige is like a child and um, Knight is like a teenager or a young adult, and then you go from there. So, Page of Cups, inner child, innocence, naivety, guidance, friendship, connection, inspiration, and sensitivity. In reverse, that is emotional immaturity, frustration, insecurity, emotional vulnerability, and escapism. Page used to be a position that was occupied by very young people, such as children or preteens. As such, all pages reflect the theme of the suit through child's eye. When it comes to Page of Cups, this could stand for requiring guidance and being the guiding element in a relationship dynamic, teacher pupil. It can symbolize inspiration coming from childish innocence, a new friendship, or even romance that is building through the purest emotion possible, not something much more grown up like lust. As young people are more sensitive to the spiritual, a page could signal a more mystical time in your life, too. In reverse, the card portrays someone who is expressing their negative emotions as a child, throwing tantrums, being unreasonable in adult conversations. It can quite literally mean that you're going to have trouble getting through to younger members of your family. So the misbehaving child can be a real child and not just an unreasonable adult. It can also show neglect and disconnect from your inner child. You lost all that made the world a wonderful place in your childhood and no longer indulge in your innocent fantasies. You're very grown up, but also really sad because you're limiting yourself and you're like, I must be so grown up. I can't collect collectibles because that's not a grown up thing to do. Shut up. You're not exercising the freedom that comes with being as an adult. Like, let yourself do things because you want to do things. So, Knight of Cups. Knights can also be interpreted as like a literal romanticized knight. And a Knight of Cups would be the most romantic of them all because it's the emotional suit. So, graceful, charming, romantic, flirtation, affection, dreaminess, inspiration. Or in reverse, it's moodiness, vanity, insincerity, deception, emptiness. Like this relationship is entirely empty. This is a knight connected to emotions, meaning that this is as close to a knight in shining armor as you're going to get with cards. Except that this knight fights with words, not swords. This card can predict great many things. It can tell you that a new strong rush of romantic feelings is incoming, or that you'll meet someone graceful, charming, and charismatic. This person can bring many benefits into your life. But knights are more often the people delegated to affairs rather than long term partners. After all, it is the queen and king that are a married pair. So be careful that this beneficial person does not ignite lust so strongly that it burns down at the same intensity as it ignited with. If this card is reversed, then the knight in shining armor is entirely without substance. The emotions that they put up are for show. You don't actually feel them. This kind of person can charm you, use you, and disappear, leaving you having taken from you all, then given nothing in return. While knight is more often a who than a what or a where, as a situation or place, the card could reflect a dreamy time or romantic place where love is in the air. Reminder that even if the knight represents a who, the sex or gender is not implied here. The knight is an archetype to embody and not a specific age, sex, or a wealth group. And you're not literally gonna meet a cat with your head in the pot or like a wealthy young gentleman that will really love you or abuse you, one or the other. Queen of Cups, it's the feminine energy in the emotional suit, so it's also extra strong. Compassion, intuition, healer, counselor, emotional intelligence, kindness, and support. In reversed position, a Queen of Cups is needy, dependent, oversensitive, emotionally insecure, overwhelmed, and moody. Queens are the motherly aspects of the suits. In the case of Queen of Cups, it is a motherly aspect that expresses itself through emotion. As an upright queen is someone compassionate, heals others, knows their own emotions well, and can relate to others through empathy. This person could be a therapist, a psychic, a nurse, or a really hands on doctor if their schedule allows for more than a couple of minutes with the patient. They're mature and very considerate. A card can show that you are this person or that you have this person in your life. It could be like your grandma. As an action, it may mean that you should consider others before taking action or that you should seek counsel from a queen that you know or that will be counseling others as the queen. In reversed position, it is a fragile and emotionally insecure, unstable mother who projects their problems onto their children, like the kind of mothers that drag their children to like beauty pageants, oftentimes, not all, but oftentimes. Sometimes the queen's reverse comes up because the queen is simply overwhelmed, overworked, and has drowned in the problems of others, making her very sensitive and easy to break. This queen could exhibit self sacrificial behavior to an unhealthy degree and needs to take a step back. Everyone's like relying on this queen, and this queen is like breaking from the inside because she can't carry the world's problems. Sometimes this queen feels so trapped in her role that her emotions no longer flow, for it is not safe to show them. She's afraid that her friends are too fragile, so she's not gonna share her own feelings. She's just gonna internalize everyone else's feelings and carry her own feelings inside herself with everyone else. Sometimes this queen lives in their own head and has lost all ability to see reality or doesn't want to face it. So this queen is just lost in the dreamland and pretending that everything's so great while the world's falling apart. It is hard to say which problem a queen reverse is portraying without further context, but those are examples of possible contexts. As always, card cards are more likely to express a who, than that who can always be you, than a what or a where. If we want to get imaginative and remove all people, Queen Reverse as a location would be somewhere that completely overwhelms you with light and noise to the point that you want to hide inward. While just like a non reversed queen would be like your therapist's office, somewhere, safe, where you can share your problems and feel supported. For some people, that is also their home. So, don't knock that family life until you tried it. King of Cups. In upright, it is compassion, advice, blessing, spirituality, balance between head and heart, devotion, diplomatic. So it is a very, it is masculine energy that's also very emotional and in tune with emotion in a positive way. Reversed, it can be cold, repressed, manipulative, spiritually isolated, corrupted by ego, volatile, numb person. It is someone that has completely shut off that valve of emotions entirely, and there is no emotion to ever be seen ever again. A king in a court card represents a ruling father figure. This time it is a ruling father figure that's connected to emotion and social interactions. As such, think of a king as a benevolent advisor, a wise ancestor ruling with his heart, not only his head, a guiding spirit, a spiritually aware and connected master of self, and a devoted and honorable husband who strive to keep the environment of peace and contentment. When this card does not represent a person, it easily represents a period when feeling blessed is the dominating emotion. It's like make me feel so shiny and spiritual and blessed and supported and in tune with myself and the world. Thanks, my king. A reversed king of cups is a dangerous social influence. They're no longer a master of themselves and their emotions, and therefore are likely to burst into anger or anxiety easily. Sometimes such a king goes the reverse route. They are no longer feeling the connection, so they're cold and cruel. The spirits no longer walk with them, and the power that they wield is used destructively without a second thought. As a who, the card warns of someone in high status who is corrupt or someone who's manipulative, forceful, and cruel, and is aware it would be somewhere unpredictable, anxiety inducing, and oppressive, or somewhere, and then, upright position, somewhere like nice and comforting but masculine, like your granddaddy's office would be a nice equivalence for the king card. Moving on to the suit of pentacles. We're now out of the suit of emotions and now we're in the suit of, well, material wealth. This is the suit of wealth, material possessions, and money. There's less of a consensus on what element the pentacles represent. According to Mary K. Greer's 20 Ways to Read a Tarot Card, Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, Gardnerian Witchcraft System, and Eudes Picard classify pentacles to belong to the earth. Earth would likely be the more popular modern interpretation, but Zine Papus and Joseph Maxwell had seen air in this suit. William Blake decided that it is water, and Attila has classed it as fire. So it may be more useful to throw elemental associations out the window here and just think of coin purse every single time when you see a pentacle. It is a very materialistic suit. For me, material is mostly associated with the element of earth, and it also goes from the old Greek systems where Hades and Plutus, it was not just the underworld, it was all that was under the soil, riches included. So the domain of like death and underworld was very also the domain of like wealth and coin and gold because you mine that from rock, which is in the earth, which is also where you put your dead people. So, it's a fun place to be. Ace of Pentacles, as always, we're starting something material here. So, new opportunities, resources, material success, abundance. In reverse, there is a financial loss, financial risk, loss of opportunity, missed chances, and scarcity. The first card in the suit brings newness to do with finances, new financial opportunity, a potent business, a good time for material pursuits, lucky investment, and means that it is the time to grab the bull by its horns and take the step forward with both manifestations and actions to raise your own financial well-being because it's a very financial card. If financial cards are coming up when it comes to your marriage, that means that it's going to be a very fruitful financially marriage, and it says nothing about the emotional aspect of it. If this card falls in your spread in the reverse position, it means that there's already an opportunity that ran away from you. That you're being careless with your money and soon will feel the effects of that. But it is the wrong time to take financial risks, and any new businesses opened or investments made under this influence will only result in losses. At the same time, if you like pull a lot of pentacles, but they go down rather than up, so you will be like, 10 of pentacles, 5 of pentacles, 2 of pentacles. That's your money also. Like, going from 10 to 2. It's not a very good sign. 2 of Pentacles is all about balance because it's a 2. It's you. Cthulhu is love. Cthulhu is life. But yeah, 2 of Pentacles like turn around. It's like juggling 2 big coins. It's like juggling 2 resources or biting on 2 strings with 2 coins in here. In upright, that is balance, resourcefulness, flexibility, stretching resources, adapting to the circumstances. In reverse, that is a mess, chaos, disorganized finances, being entirely overwhelmed, having money worries. 2 of Pentacles acknowledges that you are in the questionable financial waters, but tells you that a bit of creativity you can make what you have stretch enough to meet your needs. It is time to get good at adapting to new circumstances and to find an inventive way to stay afloat. When 2 of Pentacles is reversed, it is inviting you to sit down and plan with your head on your shoulders as your finances are in disarray and you have no clue about what's happening. It is an omen of stressful and chaotic times when it comes to material well-being, and not spending out of stress will prove to be a challenge. So if it is upright, then congratulations, you're juggling and you're juggling it well. Like just going, it's going, and if it's reversed, then everything that you have been juggling is now collapsing on top of your head. Sorry, mate. Um in general, it is taking a clever planning to all that you have, to your finances, to your resources, because it is a material suit. It is not necessarily that that you're in a very lucky or an unlucky place. It just means that you need to think about it and think cleverly, and everything will go fine. Unless, of course, it is in reverse, in which case you definitely need to think because something is going very much not fine. Three of Pentacles. In upright, it is collaboration, recognition, teamwork, shared goals, pooling energy, and achievement. And in reverse, it is conflict, competition, lack of teamwork, and insufficient effort. So it is three, it is to do with finances. So we now have like three actors, three people. It is a group endeavor that you're doing something together as a group. Sorry. um, Three of Pentacles represents a successful working environment. It is both material and a social card because of the three. When it applies to a singular person without a team collaboration of any sort, it can show growing respect and gain recognition from others for your work done. When Three of Pentacles comes up in a collaborative or group environment inquiry, it means that there's good harmony in the group and this partnership will be financially rewarding. When Three of Pentacles reverses itself, it points to a lack of cohesion in the work group. Someone isn't carrying their weight. There are disagreements on how to proceed, and everyone lacks the motivation to get on the same page. If the situation does not involve other people, it will mean that currently there's not enough effort being put to materialize one's desires. So, if you see three and upward and pentacly, it just kind of means that in a collaborative process, you're trucking along positively in order to make some financial gains, bro. You like continue going. And if you have nobody else to go with, congratulations. Your mind is very in tune and you're traveling with yourself so well that other people are even noticing it. And they're like, yeah, that bro's doing some good traveling, bro. They're definitely moving up that financial ladder. Normally, it involves other people, though. Four of Pentacles. It is stability, security, savings, protecting resources, boundaries, frugality. You have 4 coins. You're good with 4 coins. You're holding them 4 coins. In reverse position, it is reckless spending, financial insecurity, a lack of materialism, hoarding. I don't understand why there's a coma there. Let's pretend that there isn't a coma there. A lack, coma of materialism. No, me. It is a lack of materialism. What's wrong with me? So, Four of Pentacles embodies someone that is good with their resources. This person is at their best is secure and at their worst stingy to everyone around them, including their loved ones. The situation here is both an affirmation that you're on the right track when it comes to keeping your finances healthy and a reminder to not fall into the greed and to not forget those that you hold dear because, like, you probably have friends and family, like most people do. When reversed Four of Pentacles, it suggests a lack of finances or finances that flow a bit too freely. Sometimes it is being charitable that leads one here, other times it is reckless spending. At the same time, the card can stand for a lack that's more in your mind than actually existing and represent wanting what others have rather than seeing what you have, which can bring you into a hoarding mentality and being unable to let go of even an ounce of what is yours. I'm not giving you a Snickers. The Snickers is mine. I don't care that we can easily get more Snickers. It is my Snickers. I deserve it. Very important. Aww. I just love seeing the kitty cards. Um, Five of Pentacles. Financial struggle, isolation, hardship, unemployment, poverty, hardship. Okay, me, let's not repeat words, maybe. In reverse, that is relief for financial stress, positive changes, recovery from loss, feeling welcomed, and employment. It is an ill sign for finances. When Five of Pentacles arrives, it brings with itself such events as unexpected expenses, getting fired, losing your source of income, Experiencing a lack of charity from others, and sometimes in its mildest form, simply a statement that you feel like you're unable to join in on the good life. Like, you are lacking the money, bro. And you wish that the money was yours, just like the snacks on the windowsill. Um, the reversed form, on the other hand, ends the hardship that the upright form brings. So it is reversed meaning. Woo, Uno reverse card. If you see this card reversed, know that new resources of income are about to emerge and lighten your load, and others will open their doors to you to help you get what you really require. Which brings us to the Six of Pentacles, which is the charity card. Charity, giving and receiving, gratitude, a gift, a fair exchange, or in reverse position, it is inequality, extortion, dishonest dealings, and debt. So if you ever see this card in the upright position, know that this is something to do with a fair exchange and it is on its way. If you're about to make some sort of deal, then interpreting this is easy. Your deal will be fruitful for both parties and it is entirely honest exchange. If no deals are planned, know that likely either you will be giving gifts or be the one who will be receiving them. There are no negative emotions attached here, meaning that no matter whether you're in the spot of giving, uh, the giver or receiver, the exchange will feel nice and won't produce any bitterness. Nobody will be angry at the gifts that you gave, and you will enjoy the gifts that you receive. In reverse position, it signals a danger present in the exchange. This may mean that the next deal that you'll make will be dishonest and will put you in debt, or that the gift that will come to you won't be as free as it appears and instead will cost you more than the price that you would have paid for this gift if you just purchased it yourself, in perhaps more ways than just a financial one. It is a gift with strings attached. Send that bomb back to the receiver. Do not take it. Walk away. Also, in a relationship, it may mean that it is very lopsided, that you control none of the finances, and that the other person controls all the finances, and that you're in no way independent. That it is a very dangerous situation to be in because it's not just lopsided, it actually feels lopsided. And if you're entering a marriage and Six of Pentacles reversed falls in there, then be careful because it may mean that you need to stop. That you may be the one that will require us to stop working, and therefore you will be very dependent on the other person, and they might not be the nicest, most sharing person, and it will bring a lot of pain and discomfort with you, with it rather. So Seven of Pentacles is persevering. It is like, hey, Octo Pentacle, octopus. It is continuing to do what you were doing. Like I was saying this thing, and then I forgot what I was saying. So Seven of Pentacles brings harvest, rewards, results, perseverance, patience, planning, faith, and profit. And in reverse, there is a limited success, limited reward, insecurity, unfinished work, low effort, setbacks, a lack of growth. So, Seven of Pentacles encourages you to continue on the journey that you are currently on and assures you that the harvest of your labor will be satisfactory provided that you continue with it and you continue working on it. Continued steady work will be required, but the coast ahead is clear, and therefore, this is a good time to plan while patiently waiting for the fruits to ripen. If Seven of Pentacles is reversed, then the reward is not what was expected. It may mean that the work is lacking and therefore won't fetch the gains that it should, or that there's a lack of enthusiasm for the kind of minimal success that the finished product will bring, and therefore there's only procrastination here. So you'll either be unsuccessful or you're not even inputting enough effort in order to be successful. So, what are you even doing here? Hey, it's the work card! And this time it's a cat with anchovies because they have received the anchovies from, working very hard. It's a good kitty. Kitties work too. In upright position, it represents skill, talent, craftsmanship, apprenticeship, mastery, commitment, studies, and skilled work. It is learning to do the thing that you're going to be doing, or it is being skillful at the thing that you are doing. In reverse, that is procrastination, lack of long term vision, mediocrity, a dead end job, lack of motivation, and bad reputation. Hey, anchovy! Eight of Pentacles tells the story of someone who pursued working with their hands, a specialty trade, a spiritual trade, hard to master skill to its completion and profiteered off it. It is a card of self improvement, diligent work, training as an apprentice, and putting in the hours to get where you want to get. Eight of Pentacles would apply to both someone who is going through the university in order to become a doctor and someone who is undertaking an apprenticeship to become a mechanic. And of course, for the most skilled mechanic in the world, too, because you will be seen as the master of your trade. When the Eight of Pentacles gets reversed, the person's heart is not in their work, and therefore they won't achieve what they can achieve. Perhaps they'll get stuck for hours, stuck in a dead end job. Perhaps their craftsmanship will be shoddy and they'll earn a bad reputation. If this card is the card that falls, the time is to reevaluate whether you should switch to a profession that you would love more than where you are in the present tense, because obviously something is not working and something is very, very wrong. Nine of Pentacles. It's like a lot of financial joy. Like 10 is nearly considered too much. 9 is considered like great completion. So Nine of Pentacles represents self-esteem, self-confidence, rewards, fruits of your labor, material security, self-sufficiency. And in reverse, it is a fear of loss, financial setbacks, living beyond one's means, and financial instability. Upright Nine of Pentacles invites you to read those well earned rewards and to reap those well earned rewards, and to enjoy the well earned prosperity. This is a period of good luck with finances and the right time to use the current returns to create future gains. Be proud and self confident and keep those money trees growing. Congratulations on your first money tree. Time to get back to the grind. Reverse Nine of Pentacles invites you to count your expenditure and income yet again as you're sliding into financial hardship one day at a time. The times are not stable and belts should be tightened. This card may also portray the loss that is expected but won't necessarily happen, in which case it symbolizes fear more than the actual downfall. And as always, Nine is the selfish card. So this is the your own self success. And 10 is the generational success. It is the family based, the community based success. That's why when we move to 10 of Pentacles upright, it represents generational wealth, inheritance, stable foundations, secure abundance, legacy, privilege, ancestry, tradition. In reverse, that is family disputes, conflict over money, financial failure, and issues with the home. Deck of Pentacle! Oh, now we need an octopus based tarot that just, on the suit of pentacles, it just gets worse and worse. So, the wealth of 10 of Pentacles is so strong that it stretches for generations. In a reading, it can symbolize having a safety net within your family and being privileged enough to take risks, as you will never be homeless or receiving inheritance and other types of help from relatives. Sometimes this card indicates working on a literal home, and in such a situation, it is a good omen. Your work will, pay off. It will be successful. It's good work. Good job, Egg. Reverse 10 of Pentacles, and you will find hardship inside a family. This hardship can be caused by irresponsibility with money, such as gambling or poverty, or sometimes it simply means that as the family does not see eye to eye with you, there is no safety net you can rely upon. If this card is literal about the home aspect, it may mean that something is wrong with the structure of your house, or you will soon experience a home related failure, such as issues with appliances or plumbing. Call your plumber in advance. Tell them that your tarot reader told you to do. Well, don't do that. That would be kind of funny. It would be even funnier if you're accurate. Unlike it breaks down on the day that you invited the plumber. Um, Page of Pentacles. Ambition. Being studious, consistent, star student, worthwhile effort, reliability, and vigilance. Diligence! Goddamn words! In reverse position, it is irresponsibility, short term focus, lack of progress, an underachiever, immature with poor prospects. Page, once again, used to be a position that was occupied by very young people, such as children or preteens, and as such, all pages reflect the theme of the suit through a child's eye, hence why we have somebody that's in education right now. Page of Pentacles is a material youth who studies diligently and is honest, dependable, good student who puts in the work because they know that it is a worthwhile endeavor. In your life, the student can usher in a fresh opportunity for work or study that will require loads of effort, but will be fruitful in the end. Of course, this can represent a literal child in your family that is very studious and a very good boy or a girl. Give them a pat. But remember that they're not a dog, so maybe don't give them a pat. Depends on the child. The reversed page of Pentacles is a bad student who does not take their future seriously. They avoid work, underachieve, procrastinate, create distractions in the classroom, and otherwise misbehave. Their future prospects are lacking. If the reversed page does not represent a literal student, it can show that the who of this card is feeling that their work is not worth their efforts and that are more interested in keeping up the appearance rather than furthering their projects. Page of Pentacles reverse thinks that they're gonna be a king one day anyway, so why bother learning for it and taking it seriously? Which they definitely should. Knight of Pentacles in upright, it's progress, reliability, prudent action, someone that's stoic, efficient, committed, and hardworking. In reverse position, it is an unreliable, irresponsible, no initiative, cheap, a risky investor, the kind of person that you definitely should not trust with money. Unlike the Knight of Cups, the Knight of Pentacles has no desire for social gatherings or romance. They're busy expanding the kingdom under the orders of the king. An upright king of an upright knight of pentacles is a great aide who produces consistent gains through their diligence, commitment, motivation to work, and willingness to take the slow and safe path rather than a fast and dangerous one. If this knight is a who, then you can trust this person as they are dedicated, practical, focused on any job that is in front of them. If this knight is a situation, then see it as a good omen for slow and steady work that will bring the rewards that you desire. When you reverse this knight, you get someone that is more interested in cutting corners than putting in honest work. If they're your worker, you can expect them to skim off the top of the finances, buy cheap materials, and take unsafe risks with the capital that is not theirs. You should definitely fire that knight, for he is not contributing to the kingdom as he's supposed to. Queen of Pentacles, it's the material mama, or otherwise the female energy of materialism. In upright position, she's generous, caring, practical, has a good business sense, abundant, and secure. In reverse position, she's selfish, jealous, greedy, a gold digger, envious, and self absorbed. A secure queen cares for her subjects the best way that her suit of expertise allows, through finances. She's a wonderful businesswoman and is able to have coffers so plentiful that they satisfy her, her family, and her subjects. She will be practical and consistent, and this behavior will allow her to sit back and enjoy the abundance that she helped create. When the queen is not a who, she could represent a company that pays their employees well and presents them with opportunities to progress or peaceful time when all is well in the financial sense and it is time to, make further gains. Never stop the grind, yo. A reversed queen feels like there's not enough wealth, and therefore she cannot let others have what she does not have. She'll try to fleece others of their wealth, spend her days absorbed in jealousy, and won't provide financial assistance even in times of crisis. When the queen is not a person, she could represent thieves in your area, like hot moms in your area, except that they're thieves. A worsening financial situation in the community, no charity going around, or a stingy employer that does not treat their employees right. King of Pentacles is the masculine, ultimate businessman, money person. In upright position, it's economic power, sovereignty, success, businessman, provider. It is good financial boy, good old financial boy. In reversed position, it is not a practical person, wasteful, greedy, a gambler with poor financial planning decisions. An upright king of pentacles is an expert in his field who knows how to utilize advisors, a man who creates wealth in job spaces, and a knowledgeable businessman who provides for his family. As an energy rather than a person, King of Pentacles brings good omens when it comes to climbing your career ladder or profiting off your own business. However, remember that just as the king has advisors, it is wise to seek advice from experts whenever you require it. Make that business even more businesses by involving other people that know what they're doing. Unless you're the only person that knows what they're doing, in that case, screw other people. A reverse King of Pentacles fail to succeed due to their own self doubt and procrastination, and as such has turned to risky avenues of making money like gambling. This king does not create wealth, he squanders it. When such a king appears not as a person, take it as a warning that someone in your environment, such as higher up in the company, is this king, and therefore it will be hard to near impossible to make progress where you are right now. The king can also appear as a warning that the financial decisions that you are making are entirely and completely unwise, so stop investing in Bitcoin right now. It's just not the time for it. Not a good time. Do not pass go. Go straight to jail. Do not collect your 200 bookies. 200 bookies are not for you, they're for better people. And now I'm gonna take a short break because we're currently, by the way, on page 61 out of 250. It is definitely gonna be a long stream. I came prepared. I entirely expect it to be a long stream. I don't know if I can finish my whole book in one sitting. We're gonna see. But I definitely need breaks with this endeavor. So, be right back. Intermission over. I have found some very old shot of yogurt in the fridge. I'm gonna figure out if that was a mistake later. Welcome everybody to meetings for the suit of wands. The growy, lengthy, flowery suit. The suit of wands is connected to willpower, energy, drive, inspiration, and motivation. The will to do and the doing of something. If we were to attribute an elemental correspondence, there is a division here. Some attribute the wands with fire. Fire is likely the more popular one at this time, due to the connection to energy and drive, but some go with earth due to the connection to nature through wands themselves. They grow and prosper. I can't tell you which attribution is correct because both make sense to me, but if we have already used up the element of earth on the pentacles, then we probably want to give the suits of wands the fire. So it will depend on your personal system and how things make sense. If it makes sense for you to have multiple suits in the same element, you do you. The fire can just not have a suit. Ace of Wands. It is inspiration, new initiative, new passion, potential, creative spark. Kind of like the Pentacly thing, kind of like every suit, because every ace of any suit, because it means something new and yeah, something that gets, started as something that is beginning. Except that this time it is less of like a financial endeavor and more of a thing that you feel personal passion about. So, in reverse, there is lack of motion, lack of inspiration, delays, creative blocks, lack of energy. Ace of Wands, even not just one wand, represents being invigorated to achieve something. It is a passion, an idea, a creative spark that you feel strongly about. There is no action here yet, but with such strong feelings, the implication is that you're going to work towards making the idea come to life. After all, the time is right to move forward with your ideas. When Ace of Wands comes in reverse position, it shows a project that is delayed by lack of inspiration or frustrations caused by unrealistic planning. There is no energy here, and you may encounter a creative block. The best course of action is to wait. So, inspiration here, fire ahoy! Inspiration, stop! No fire ahoy! No firing the cannons. Go have a lie down and a cup of tea. That will probably help. Two of Wands is a munchkin. Time to burn stuff to the ground. That is what we're doing with the wands here. Just maybe don't be so passionate that you set everything on fire. This is such a cute card. So, Two of Wands is all about planning, making decisions. Like, you had the idea, you had the inspiration, you are on fire, it is time to make the next step. So, having a reliable partner sometimes, because it's a card too. In reversed, it is over analyzing, not taking action, delays, and obstacles. You're just sitting there and thinking about it rather than doing it because you're like, oh, what if my luggage gets stolen when I travel to a different country that I want to live in? Well, what if? What if your luggage gets stolen? Who cares? Just go and do, you butt nugget. While with Ace of Wands, we have conceived an idea. With Two of Wands, we act on it by drawing up a plan, leaving our comfort zone, and starting the doing. If this project includes another person, then this card having a 2 is a good omen. Your partner will be reliable and you should be optimistic about your endeavor. If Two of Wands comes in reversed, you may have dragged the planning stage for too long and have overanalyzed everything without ever taking action. The project could be delayed or otherwise encounter obstacles and have escaped your consideration. If you have a partner in this project, the workload here will be uneven. Three of Wands, as always, three are social, so it's momentum, confidence, growth, foresight, expansion, cooperation. It's two, but you have taken it out of the planning stages. You're actually like going through with it. And because it's three, you're likely involving other people. In reversed, it is lack of foresight, so you didn't do the planning stage right. Limitations, restrictions, obstacles, and misconceptions. In an upright position, your project is moving well. You feel confident about it. Cooperation with others is productive and helpful. You have the time to make adjustments to avoid obstacles moving forward. If you see this card, feel free to be optimistic about your endeavor. If this card appears reversed, it means the planning stage for this project may have been faulty as it did not account for too many things, and now you're suffering the limitations of restrictions of either finances or time. When working in a group, people can't agree with one another, and progress halts. So, green light, red light. Project go! Four of Wands is weirdly like marital, communal, togetherness. It's very celebratory, and it has more to do with home, which kind of feels like it would belong in the cup suit, but it is here instead because sometimes cards do be like that. So, Four of Wands symbolizes community, celebrations, reunions, home, harmony, stability, attainment, and teamwork. And in reverse position, it is a lack of support, lack of roots, instability, and dissatisfaction. Four of Wands in upwards position calls forth a happy, satisfied period in time, often marked by a group celebration, a cause for gathering together with your family and friends, existing in harmony with others, and everyone working in the same direction. Reversed, Four of Wands points that your goals will not be supported by your family or community, that you have a lack of family. Thanks, Four of Wands, I knew that. Or community to begin with, dissatisfaction with progress, and having issues with working as a team. Going from the overly happy card, we go to the card of people are really having trouble to being on the same page and nobody knows what the fuck is going on. So, hello, Five of Wands. It is a card of conflict, competition, disagreements, and struggle to cooperate. Or in reverse, it is agreements, truces, conflict avoidance. So, in upright, Five of Wands predicts a very difficult working environment. You'll feel at odds with others. Anyone else involved will be pulling your work in separate directions. And when working alone, you yourself will have many competing ideas on how to move things forward and will struggle with setting on one idea from many. Some sort of agreement will first need to be reached to leave this standstill, including agreement with your own stupid brain. When reversed, Five of Wands will signal an end to a conflict. Through the end here is neither positive nor negative. It can end either way. Alternatively, this card can show that there is a conflict that must happen, but it's being actively avoided for the time being. So, like, there is an elephant in the room, but everyone's very politely not talking about it, hoping that the elephant might just fly through the window, and then nobody will need to acknowledge that the elephant was ever there. We move from conflict to victory. So Six of Wands is one of those like very recognizable cards to me. Well, maybe not in the cat perspective, because I mean, I am using a cat deck right now, but it normally represents like a man on a horse that's being all celebratory and happy. So, in upright position, it is a card of victory, success, public recognition, praise, self confidence, feeling proud. In reverse position, it is a lack of recognition, no rewards, disappointment, and lack of confidence. So, in upright position, congratulations, you won. If you see an upright Six of Wands, then your well earned victory is on its way. Your efforts will be recognized and praised. You will reap the rewards that your idea will bring you, and success will follow you around. Without a goal or an idea, Six of Wands can be interpreted as a good time to resolve any unresolved matters due to the positive, victorious energy that this card is showing us currently being present. You will win. Start playing a game right now because you will win. Just maybe don't like take that attitude to a gambling home because I know that some people get like really successful cards and they go, "Cool, I'm a go gambling," and then they shit all over their own luck. Now, reverse Six of Wands means that your project or an idea won't end exactly as you wish. Your hard work will go unnoticed, and there will be no reward for the completion of this project. Another interpretation would be that your lack of confidence and belief in yourself, and therefore also in the projects that you start. So you don't think that your project can actually like do a thing, so it will never do a thing because you're like, what's the point in trying? Nobody will see it anyway. Silly people that don't look at what I'm doing. They're more concerned with what they themselves are doing. Seven of Wands is normally all about being challenged. So, someone else is challenging your victory. You're standing there and you have to defend yourself. So, an upright position, it is standing up for yourself, defending yourself, challenging, protecting territory and competition. In the reversed position, it is surrender, giving up, lack of self belief, or being very overwhelmed by things. So, Seven of Wands shows some sort of disagreement where one needs to stand up for themselves or protect all that they have. It is the time to prove yourself. This card can also point to some sort of competition or a game that involves competing against another team or teams. So, if you're going to play Overwatch and in a competitive environment and you pull Seven of Wands, then you definitely know what it's standing for. And you're like, thanks, Tarot. That is precisely the situation. Gonna be competing. When the card comes in reversed, it predicts defeat, or at the very least, feeling like you cannot win and should give up before even trying. This means that one needs to evaluate if this is a prediction of the future or merely a card that points to one's own pessimistic attitude. Because if you're gonna come in thinking that you can't do something and you're gonna ask your tarot if you can do something, then the tarot will be like, duh, you can't do anything, bro. You think that you can't do anything, so who am I to tell you otherwise? Eight of Wands. It is kind of almost like the Chariot. Swift movement, quick decisions, opportunities, multitasking, very excitement time, sudden changes could indicate a journey. In reversed, it means delays, sluggish progress, slowness, losing momentum, waiting, or being unprepared in general. So, Eight of Wands is both the momentum that you were waiting for and the period of time that will absolutely blow you away. If you see this card, be prepared to think on your feet and to fit many different activities into your schedule. The card brings good news to projects if the people involved in the projects can keep up with the speed, because it's like literally if you were like, I want to make some sales on this project that I'm working at, and suddenly you're sold out and you have like a queue of people waiting, you're like, oh my god, this succeeded so well. This is precisely what I wanted, but also, so much work. How am I gonna keep up? That momentum is completely lost when the Eight of Wands is reversed. Appointments get delayed and progress crawls to a standstill. An alternative interpretation is that the upright Eight of Wands hit too hard and the unprepared person faced with the time period let their project entirely crumble as the planning was for. So you had like a lucky break and everybody like noticed your project, but because you got so many orders, you couldn't fulfill them in time, and everybody left you a bad review, and now your project is on the ground because nobody will ever want to buy from you ever again. Now you feel bad. Nine of Wands. Persistence, resilience, last push, last stand, close to success, fatigue, and assistance. In reversed, it is defensiveness, refusing to compromise, being stubborn, giving up, lack of persistence, and suspicion. Nine of Wands is the embodiment of the last push in any kind of endeavor. You are at your wits' end, fatigued, barely able to continue to move, and being forced to tap into what seems like negative energy resources to push yourself over the finish line. This is like the last week before you need to submit your final project, so you're pushing nights when you're not even sleeping and you're not even too sure where you are right now. The card may be encouraging you to seek assistance with finishing what you have started. When the card is reversed, there is too much suspicion and mistrust to be able to ask anyone else for their help. The project may be stalled due to the inability to agree on how to proceed forward. Or it is such a torture to do so that the one who started the project is just gonna give up. Like, you finished it 70%, but like, let's say we're programming a game, and the files got so mixed up, and introducing the last 30% of game became so hard that you just decided that why am I torturing myself, and you just outright scrapped the thing. So Ten of Wands is You reached the extreme version of overwork. Congratulations. The reward for finishing this suit in particular is burnout. Upright, burden, responsibility, burning out, too much work, stress, but struggle, determination, determined to struggle, struggle person. In reverse, that is collapse, breakdown, overwhelm, being burned out. Ten of Wands is warning that you bite more than you can chew and that you'll break underneath the weight of all the sticks that you're currently carrying. It is too much for you. This is the card of overwork, and overwork can be okay in small doses. However, the carrier of Ten of Wands often falls into overworking as part of their routine. Figure out how to delegate what falls on your shoulders better, or get rid of some tasks entirely, because it doesn't matter that it is what's expected from you. You as a human can't do this. Like, you're falling over yourself. Just no. Stop. It's time to stop. When Ten of Wands reverses, it means that you're no longer burning out, but you have entirely burned out. And now you're struggling with even getting out of bed. It is time for some deep thinking on how you ended up here, because you kind of are gonna eventually need to leave the position that you're currently in, but like not right now, because you know what, dude? Maybe just get some sleep. Sleeping might be a good idea. Like just have a nap. Just a very big nap. Welcome to the court cards of the Wands. Page of Wands shows enthusiasm, ambition, fresh ideas, excitement, discovery, cheerfulness, fearlessness, or being an extrovert. I mean, yeah, but then you're lazy. You haven't burned out through all of your energy resources. Reversed, it Page of Wands shows a lack of direction, pessimistic person, distracted person, throwing tantrums, unreliable, or someone that lacks ideas entirely. So, Page used to be a position that was occupied by very young people for the third time, such as children or preteens. As such, all pages reflect the theme of the suit through the child's eye. The child of the suit of wands is eager to set off on adventure. They have many fresh ideas, everything seems exciting, their discoveries are pushing them further, and they're cheerfully meeting all their obstacles head on. Page of Wands is friendly and extroverted. They're able to turn any situation into something productive and moving. As a situation, this is the point in the project where everyone throws their ideas forth, and from these ideas, the path to be taken emerges. Everyone is excited about the undertaking. When Page of Wands gets reversed, they're lacking in ideas, so they're trying to backstab others for theirs. They're not enthused about the work that is in front of them, so their progress cannot be relied upon. They hold no strong ideals and have no direction that they want to follow. Moodiness is implied. As a situation, imagine a team leader who contributes nothing but rejects all other ideas as nothing is quite good enough, or a person who contributes nothing only to steal all the recognition for the project for themselves once the project is done. Moving on to our teenage slash young adult card slash the romantic knight. Except that this one is not cubs oriented, this one is just very passionate. So, Knight of Wands, enthusiastic, passionate, restless hero, courageous adventurers, and a rebel. Reversed, it is someone that's impatient, impulsive, reckless, has a lack of self control, is volatile, frustrated, and has scattered energy. An upright knight of Wands blazes new trails, does not conform to the masses, thinks outside the box, he sets the trends, and is not afraid to be the free spirit that sets the trend rather than follows one. They have the passions and are not going to be stopped by society from pursuing them, because fuck society, man. This card embodies anyone from a rebel, a nonconformist, a hippie living off the grid, to an innovator and a self made entrepreneur. As a situation, the card screams at others to stop fearing change and to finally pursue what they always wanted to pursue. It is time to step out of your comfort zone and to follow your passion. When Knight of Wands is reversed, They do not have the patience to execute the ideas that they have just thought up. Their passions are passing fancies, and they switch often, and as such, their energy is too scattered to make any real progress. This frustrates them to no end and makes them emotionally explosive. As a situation, the Knight of Wands would be warning you that there's not enough focus to realize your dreams and that you should slow down and focus on one thing at a time. Figure out what you actually want, or otherwise, just like, I don't know, go die. Well, the card is not telling you to go die, but you're being reckless, volatile, and frustrated, so that's not a nice place to be in. Feminine passion. Hey, Queen of Wands. In upright position, she's social, charismatic, optimistic, vibrant, has a lot of self mastery, is accomplished, and inspiring. In reversed, she can be a vengeful bully, not interested, someone that criticizes or is neglecting her responsibilities. Queen of Wands is a woman of power, the same way that King of Wands is a man of power. She is social, does well in a crowd, carries many achievements under her belt, feels accomplished in her life, and is an inspiring presence to others. A Queen of Wands moment can be anything from finding a really good mentor who exhibits Queen of Wands qualities to feeling like you made you. You got it, you're in the groove when in your working environment. A reversed queen is not interested in her own responsibility. That's too boring. She's irritable and quick to enact vengeance on anyone who's trying to rise to the same position that she's in. She may have gotten here through hard work, but she's no longer interested in working, but will not vacate the throne. She's quick to bully and criticize, but is unlikely to have any good ideas herself. A good example of a reversed queen would be a useless CEO who not only does not contribute to the company, but outright gets in the workers' way with stupid rules and regulations that benefits nobody. Upright King of Wands is someone with leadership, vision, who sees the big picture, who's taking control, who is bold and honorable. In reversed, they are a bad leader, a weak leader, forceful, domineering, or micromanager, and ineffective. The upright King of Wands is prepared to be hands on with the kingdom that he built. He has subordinates for the tasks, but the ship is still his, so all investments and decisions go through him. He knows how the winds change and can take small losses to win in the long term. He is a visionary that everyone looks up to. A reversed King of Wands really doesn't know what he's doing with his kingdom. He can be influenced by the opinions of others, his decisions will lack assurance, and he'll change the commands that he give out often. He'll micromanage and try to do the work of others himself, but will do it badly. He won't listen to police to change his trajectory when the ship starts to sink, and will fire anyone who dares to do more than just nod at his whims. And as such, we're graduating to the meanings. Don't slide off, silly deck. My deck wanted to vacate the properties. I was like, enough. We're graduating to the last suit and the meanings for the last suit. Afterwards, we can proceed with some other interesting things, like, doing polls. I've already done a lot of polls in this book. There's very few other polls that I could do on camera. We'll see. Swords, the suit of intelligence, logic, truth, and action. It cuts. It's cold, it's unemotional, and it's very stabby. It is a cold suit that will often involve cutting something in life. As it is a mental suit, it is often associated with the element of air. However, a few systems see fire here, likely the cutting, burning association, and the ambition of action. C.C. Zane and Papus saw earth in the suit, while Eudes Picard decided that swords is the suit of water. Wind makes sense to me because swish swoosh, but that's just me. There's no hard associations here because they're all, in the end, assigned by people. It didn't come with a pre-assigned system. You can bend the rules if you think that the rules should be bent because the rules don't actually exist in the first place. So, the start off Ace of Swords, once again, it is a start of something, and this time in upright, it is mental clarity, breakthrough, truth, focus, and progress. You understand what is stopping you from moving forward. You know what to cut. You understand the big picture. In reversed, it is an unfair dealing, confusion, hostility, or lack of clarity. Upright Ace of Swords shows that you can see the truth in the situation and have enough mental clarity to know how to proceed forward and make sound decisions in this situation. There's enough focus here to make progress, and there's no need to fall into a pit of self doubt. Instead, just go forward with your thoughts on the matter or your plan. When Ace of Swords gets reversed, that means that you are not seeing all that there is in the situation. It may mean that someone in this situation is being deliberately unfair or hostile towards you, or that there's some sort of miscommunication and general confusion about what's happening. Do not act rashly. So, once again, upwards is go, downwards is stop. You don't know what you're doing, and you don't know where this train is going. There's only two modes of operating. You either know or don't know. So this card is either showing that you know or that you don't know. Um, two of swords in this card sequence is nice. Two fangs on a kitty because there's two. Um, as there is two, it signifies choice, a stalemate of some sort, being stuck in the middle, indecision. Reversed, it means that there is no right choice, that both choices are wrong, that someone has betrayed you, being suspicious, anxious, or hesitant to act. So, Two of Swords in the upright position shows some sort of conflict that's impossible to reconcile until one side becomes willing to compromise. Sometimes this conflict is not between people, but between ideas in your head. You kind of have to go one way or another, or find a compromise in the middle. It's not always going to be nice, but it's better than not doing anything at all. When the card is reversed, then the situation no longer has any right choices. If there's another person involved in your decision, chances are they're not being forthcoming or kind to you. Alternatively, it can show you having too much anxiety to be able to proceed here entirely, in which case you need to investigate what is causing you to have that emotion, because anxiety not good. Three of Swords is the card that nobody wants to see. Technically, threes are social. In here, it's just a card of disaster. There's no better way of putting it. It is heartbreak, separation, sorrow, disappointment, grief, upset, loss. And in reversed position, though, it can imply recovery, reconciliation, healing, suppressing memories, refusing to let go of emotions, or internal struggle. So it can show something bad or it can show something good. But in the upright position, it is definitely very bad, and under no circumstances it is good. This is the harshest card that one can get in upright position, as Three of Swords quite literally portrays grief and loss. There's no positive situation that ends in grief and loss, meaning that no matter the question, if this card shows up, then the answer will likely is very negative. Three of Swords reversed. Three of Cards? Could I get a Three of Cards, please? Three of Swords reversed is a bit more confusing, as it can represent both your wounds healing and optimism returning, and simply repressing memories in a genuine hope to see the sun in the future, yet just cementing those events deeper into your psyche to be worked through at a later time. So be careful to know which one you are doing, because you definitely know. You're aware of what you are doing. Nobody else is. Four of Swords is, well, you have just been stabbed in your heart, so it's time to rest, bro. Um, In upright, it symbolizes recovery, rest, relaxation, vacation, recuperation, regeneration, rejuvenation, and healing. Reversed, it is illness, burnout, rejoining the world, and leaving isolation. So, one way or another, depending on what system you subscribe to, I see it negatively in reverse. When upright Four of Swords comes in, it is time to rest. It may be a happy rest, such as going on a vacation, or it may be a forced rest, such as getting very ill. One way or another, it is a period of inactivity and recuperation. Reversed Four of Swords will give you its meaning depending on situation that you're in, as on one hand it can show you that you're refusing to rest when you really ought to and are burning yourself out. But on the other hand, it can tell you that it is enough to rest now and that it's time to rejoin the society. Which of the meanings apply deeply depends on the context of your life or what other cards you pull. Like, if you're really sick, then by all means continue resting. But if you have been resting for a while and you're feeling good, then maybe it's time to come back to society now, you know? Be a good egg. See your friends again, see your family, go outside, have a happy time, and same such things. Drink time. How to damage your vocal cords. Talk non-stop and read non-stop for 3 hours and 30 minutes straight. All right, time to continue going. Five of Swords. An upright position that is a tension, conflict, arguments, disputes, hostility, and stress. Kind of reminds me of that one wand card that came right after the victory one. So it would be Seven of Wands. Thank you, brain. Very helpful. Reversed. It is resolution compromise, but can also show revenge, willful blindness, ego domination, and betrayal. So an upright Five of Swords is easier to understand. It represents some sort of entrenched dispute that won't get any better. One side of this dispute could be overly hostile to the other, or the conflict is of some sort of issue that one is unlikely to compromise upon. A reversed Five of Swords could be more dangerous than the upright Five of Swords depending on the context, as it both represents finding common ground and being blind to the problem to the point of getting caught off guard by betrayal. 50-50. Flip a coin. Context here would depend on your current situation in life or extra card pulls, because you can't just be like, what do you even mean? Or you can decide on like one meaning, assign it to a card, and be like, I'm ignoring all others. It's more flexible if you have more meaning, but nothing stops you from just assigning one word and that is it. Six of Cards. Come on, brain. Six of Swords. In upright, it signifies improvement and of difficulties moving on, accepting lessons, a necessary transition. In reverse, it shows being stuck in the past, dwelling on the loss, upheaval, and feeling trapped. An upright Six of Swords is a solemn card with better future prospects. It is a card of transition, a journey that often requires one to have a loss of some sort that they're moving on from towards better times and greener pastures. When Six of Swords is reversed, one may feel that their situation is impossible to leave when they have not accepted the loss that has happened and therefore still reliving the past rather than looking at the future that is in front of them, which is why it extra drives the point of that death in the girl that pulled for her own relationship, the death card followed by Six of Swords. She was like, oh, my relationship's gonna see better days. No, it's gonna end, and then you're gonna transition into something better. Because Six of Swords tends to be something that comes out after quite sad and unfavorable circumstances. Moving on to Seven of Swords, that represents strategy, cunning, scheming, clarity, stealth. It is a very stealthy card. It is being the one that's going to be doing the stabby stabby. In reversed, it can show a confession, truth revealed, secrets, confusion, regret, and maliciousness. The reverse of the swords cards are probably like the hardest to interpret because it can mean either or. It's either the truth or it's a secret. Seven of Swords in the upright position is a stealthy card. It may show that now is not the time. Now is the time to keep your plans for yourself and strategize, or that someone in your environment is being scheming, cunning person. Think of it as the hush hush card. It is time to hide, or someone is hiding something, and you have nothing to lose from also hiding what you're doing and what you're working on at the current time. Either way. Reversed, Seven of Swords, just as most Swords cards, brings two messages that are entirely opposites of each other and therefore are entirely context sensitive. This card can announce that the truth will come out and that the one that is hiding will feel regret for their actions, or that someone is deliberately, maliciously spreading confusion. So, it's either truthful or not. Just be careful, don't step on reversed swords, you might really confuse yourself. Moving on to Eight of Swords, he's being entangled in toilet paper. I love this deck. In upright position, Eight of Swords shows someone that's feeling trapped, restricted, paralyzed, imprisoned. The need for right timing, patience, a constraint of some sorts. In reversed, it is a surrender or self imposed restriction, pessimism or freedom and release, and taking control. I thought I might hear a cat. No, I don't. Eight of Swords in the upright position states that the time for change is not right. You may feel trapped or powerless, but one day with enough patience, the time to act will come and you'll be able to move past this obstacle. However, moving past this obstacle requires the right timing, and that is not now. When Eight of Swords is reversed, it can show that one is finally growing into their power, taking control and freeing themselves, or it can show someone who got stuck in a cage that is more mental than physical and has entirely surrendered to the circumstance. As with the other cards of the suit, it is very context sensitive. Ah, Knight of Swords! It is the card of the nightmares. I always interpret it as nightmares are not real. It is not the only interpretation that is there, though. Knight of Swords, fear, anxiety, nightmares, stress, negativity, and despair. In reversed, it is learning to cope, facing life, finding help, hopelessness, torment, and fears realized. I normally take upright Nine of Swords as fears aren't real, because nightmares aren't real, and all of your fears are dreamed up and things are not as bad as they seem to be. And in reverse, I take it as your fears are real. They will be realized. It is be bad. It is very, very, very bad. But that is my own interpretation. In the upright position, Knight of Swords signals fear, despair, and anxiety. However, this being a dream, nightmare related card, one may connect it to the aspect and say just like nightmares, the real situation is not what you're feeling emotionally right now. This is not this bad. Or one could take it at face value and say that you will feel the emotions of fear, dread, and anxiety so strongly that they will even manifest in your dreams. I prefer connecting it to the former rather than the latter, but card interpretation is an art, not a science, so a different reader may read it completely differently. Nine of Swords reversed is either about rising above your fear or entirely succumbing to it, depending on the situation in your life or on other cards that you pull. This could be a card of hope. You'll learn how to cope. You'll face life. You'll find help. Or the opposite. It's entirely hopeless. Your fears will be realized and you will feel tormented. I go with the torment interpretation because I'm just that kind of person. Ten of Swords, an end, collapse, exhaustion, finality, failure, peace. In reverse, it is survival, improvement, healing, lessons learned, traumatic or harsh endings, inability to move on, despair. Because it would be too simple if we had meetings in one direction, my friends. How optimistic you're going to be in interpreting an upward Ten of Swords will likely depend on the illustrations of the deck that you're using. Often, this card gets interpreted as a card of failure, collapse, betrayal, bad thing, because the person on the card is very much dead. However, if you have Smith White deck, you may notice that the figure is giving a small secret hand sign, which could be a sign of "I'm alive" or that one last final one-upmanship on whoever stabbed that guy, whatever stabbed that guy was an object, signaling that the finality ends on a high note, and therefore we can interpret this hero either surviving with his head held high or finding some peace in the afterlife. If you want the most neutral interpretation possible, then Ten of Swords means an end. Now, if an end is a good one or a bad one, we can interpret from the situation that we're facing and our general outlook on life, because that will be different for everybody. Following the tradition of the suit, Ten of Swords reversed can either show someone who has survived their encounter, is on the path to becoming healed again, is improving day by day, or someone who's entirely unable to move on from the situation has gotten so hung up on a very dramatic and harsh ending. The context of your life or extra cards should fill in the gaps which way you should see Ten of Swords. It's not an easy suit, it is the confused suit. Well, it's very straightforwardly negative if you just take the upright meanings, but if you take reversed meanings, it either doubles down on it or it does a 180. Page of Swords, because we're back to children with court cards again, represents an upright position, curiosity, intelligence, diplomacy, someone that's witty, someone that's chatty. In reversed, it is someone that's gullible, scatterbrained, unfinished or abandoned ventures, and lack of planning. For the fourth time, page used to be a position that was occupied by very young people, such as children or preteens. As such, all pages reflect the theme of the suit through child's eye. So, page of the mental suit will be an intelligent, curious, witty little lad who is learning how to discern the truth and how to be diplomatic. And in this case, they're very cute because they are a cat. As a situation, the upright page could represent a new mental avenue or an excitement to undertake new studies. We're focusing on the brain here, mostly the STEM subjects as well. Pentacles are more craftsmanship, cups are more emotional, swords are very brainy. A bad child to the mental suit, aka page reversed, will abandon their studies, fail in planning their next venture out, lack concentration, and appear to be overly trusting. Probably best friends with the Page of Pentacles reversed. As a situation, the reverse page could be telling you that your plan has gaping holes in it, that you did not think something through, that you're being overly trusting, or that you're leaving something entirely unfinished and that you should come back to it. And not at a later time, but like now. Knight of Swords. Oh, welcome to teenagers, young adults, and knights. Upright, they're daring, focused, ambitious, intellectual perfectionist, direct, assertive. She has sharp eye for important details, seeks rational and logical solutions to a dilemma, is also very goddamn stabby because it is the stabby suit. In reversed, they're forceful, ruthless, aggressive, reckless, and have a disregard for consequences. Knight of Swords is the scariest knight of all the suits, as they're cold and very much capable of cutting. They're swordy. In the case of the Upwards Knight, they'll be considerate for the situation and will focus on finding the most rational solution, But people's feelings about the solution won't necessarily make the equation. They're not afraid to be the one giving the commands. They're also not afraid of firing people or making a solution that benefits majority and completely sidelines the minority. It is fine for them. They think logically. They do not feel. As a situation, this card could be seen as encouraging you to be relentless when it comes to pursuing your goal, but not forget logic and efficiency in your methods. A reversed Knight of Swords does not even care for the situation, let alone anyone's feelings about it. Their self assertion has become aggressive, and they will not take any dissent. Their goal will be achieved through whatever means necessary, and if everything falls apart after they're gone, they have no care about that. It is not a night of sustainability, only attainment, and only for themselves. As a situation rather than a person, Knight of Swords reversed would be calling you to re examine how you were going about getting what you desire, and is everything you're sacrificing actually worth the end goal? We're coming to the female version of the cutty cutty cut cut. So she's gonna be feminine, but she's definitely gonna be very backstabby. So an upright Queen of Swords is an independent, objective, constructive, principled, honest, and fair ruler. In reverse, she's isolating, controlling, manipulative, harsh, cruel, and unforgiving. An upright Queen of Swords is her own ruler that can control the country as well as the King of Swords does. She acts without asking permission from anyone, upholds herself to her own principles when the situation asks for her attention. She's fair and objective without falling into the subjectivity of feelings. As a situation Queen of Swords tells you to rely on yourself, to put your feelings aside and to look at what you're facing logically. Don't let others force you to lose your cool. You should hold yourself to a higher standard than that. When Queen of Swords is reversed, she becomes controlling, manipulative, and unforgiving. Anyone that dares to cross her once will suffer her wrath. Those around her struggle to relate to her and distance as far away as possible, making her a very lonely figure. I mean, who wants to be friends with a walking sword? If you see Queen of Swords reversed directed at you in your poll, take the time to reflect if you took other people's emotions into consideration, or are you acting in a very cruel manner? Ah, the head of the household, the big gutty boy. Upright, reason, authority, integrity, morality, serious, the ability to fully understand complex situation, high standards, and discipline. In reverse, it is loss of perspective, cruel, cold, and controlling, irrational dictator. King of Swords is the head of a household that rules with reason, is serious when he needs to be, takes the time to understand the situation that he's seeing in front of him, and is disciplined. A situation, King of Swords is telling you to take charge and to be the authority, but remember to take it seriously. Take the time to understand what's in front of you, hold people up to high standard, but also be reasonable and understandable. A reversed King of Swords has lost all perspective and is being irrational, controlling dictator. It is his way or no way at all. There's no leeway given to his subordinates, and he forgot that those are the people that raised him up onto the position of being king in the first place. If you see King of Swords in your spread, ask yourself if you have lost all perspective on the situation that you're facing, and is it time to stand back a little bit and think about it again? As such, we finished meanings of the cards. I'm gonna try not to kill my voice box, but I am gonna continue reading. That being said, I'm gonna put this one to rest for a bit. It has done a lot. So let's take a different deck. We can take the small spirit song tarot. The big one has a booklet and everything. The small one, I'm just gonna interpret it as I interpret everything else. Wine makes everything worse. Well, okay, makes you happier. And is tasty. How to shuffle and pull cards. There are many different ways to shuffle and pull cards. And I want to take this small little sub-chapter to talk about methods that are friendly to pulling reversed cards and not so friendly to pulling reversed cards. You see, if you would right now take out your deck, ask it a question, and put the top card off your deck, for me, in case it would be the Lover's Love. Without any shuffling, the card will always be upright or reversed if you're holding the deck upside down. It's one or the other. That's entirely fine. Some people don't do reversed pulls at all. Upward meanings are more than enough for them, and that's completely valid. However, what if you want to allow your deck to give you reversed cards? One of my favorite methods is to just shuffle. Grab the deck in your hand and quickly move a bit of the top to the bit of the back, a bit of the top to the bit of, and there we go. I immediately dropped a card. It was Knight of Shells or Knight of Cups. So this like a teenage embodiment of a rushing, romantic, positive emotion. But that is a shuffling thing. You grab the card into your hand, quickly move a bit of the top bit to the back, a bit of the back bit to the front, and any other movement that just shakes up where the cards are. If you're not the world's best ranked card shuffler, I can be better if I just shuffle really slowly and carefully. You'll have the problem that I have. Sometimes cards will fly out. Excellent, as that's exactly what I want, as that's how I decide on my answer. The card no longer wanted to be in the deck, which means that it is answering my question. The drawbacks to such method are half the deck can fly out. That's not an answer, that's being clumsy. At that point, I calmly pick up my cards and continue going. If it's a reasonable amount, like 3 or 4 cards, that's acceptable for a pull, but if you just lost half the deck, that's not acceptable for a pull. The card can travel an unpredictable distance, and this is extremely bad if you have something dangerous on the table, like an open flame, which my man, my men, my women, I love fire. And I love nicely smelling fire. And this one's also nice and red. And it kind of reminds me of bubblegum in smell, and I really appreciate it. I have nearly sacrificed my cards to a candle before. If you're going to let the cards fall out, give yourself a good amount of space. You don't want it falling into a candle. You'll lose your deck. The card can fall into a position that's neither reversed nor upright, but entirely horizontal, like the minus sign, like that. Like it can just go flat like that. In such cases, I carefully inspect which way the card is turning to more and judge that to be correct interpretation. If that is impossible, I tend to tell my deck to stop making fun, pick the card back up, and ask again. Unless, of course, you want to like take a meaning from both reversed and upright pile and make some sort of weird in betweeny place. The second method is to just make it rain on your desk by dropping all the cards down and letting them spread out. Eh, yeah, it works. You have different like spready cards, and now I need to like pick them off my desk again. Then closing your eyes and picking up whatever card or cards that you want from that pile. A very clear drawback to such method is that it is messy. You will be left to put a lot of cards back into the deck afterwards, and it requires a lot of space. But on the upside, it can be quite fun to make it rain cards. You can adopt any regular shuffling method into a method that supports reversals by simply lifting some percent of your cards from the rest of the deck. And just like turning them upside down and then mixing them back in. Whatever percent you lifted off and mixed back in is now the number of reversals that you have in your deck. If you want it fair, you can do it 50-50, but it might be more fun to simply take 1/5 of the cards and reverse them to give yourself a chance of pulling reversal, but not making it an overwhelming possibility. Keeping the idea in mind, the tamer ways of finding a card to pull are to just shuffle the deck until you feel like you shuffled well enough and pull the card off the top. To split your deck and pull the card from where you split it without shuffling and trusting that chance took you to the right card. So let's say I ask a question, I just do this, and then I take the top card, and whoa, it's the tower. Not the answer that you want. But we did not have a question, so it's okay. To split the deck into however many piles that you want, and then pick which pile to pull the card or cards from. So, like, you can be like 1 pile, 2 piles, 3 piles, 4 piles, 5 piles, and then you're like, I'm gonna take it from pile number 3. And look, it is 7 of cups, or shells in this case. To spread the cards face down, of course, on your desk, and from the nice mess, pick whatever card calls to you. So you just do like whoosh, like to do in the casino, and you just like spread it completely, or like a magician on the car on the street, and go, you pick a card, any card, and then 8 of crystals. Excuse me, what is crystals again? Pentacles. 8 of pentacles. There we go. There is no really wrong way of shuffling and picking cards to pull, so just do whatever feels right to you. You can mix and match methods. You can invent your own. Don't invert your method. Nobody will sit here and tell you that counting 15 cards from the bottom and picking the 16th as the answer is the wrong approach. It is your cards, your style of picking. Just make sure that whatever it is, you don't doubt or second guessing. There should be no, am I doing this right? Or have I mixed it enough? Here, you can do no wrong as long as you trust yourself. To give an idea as to how casual this can be, there is a little secret ritual that I do between me and my cards every single time I finish reading for clients. After the last order is done and dusted, I look at the last card at the bottom of the deck and interpret it as a message meant for me. If you notice that there has been no pull, no mixing, and no question here, but I find that I always find meaning in that bottom card. My intention to receive a message this way is all that it takes. Your interactions with your deck similarly can be this casual and will not be wrong in any way. So let's just look at the bottom right now. I'm kind of scared. Um, Knight of Cups. I must be excluding a lot of passion for this right now, because the the cards are all like, here is all the youthful passion and energy that you can bring forth and put it out. Let's make some pulls. What examples? Time to combine knowledge. You have your deck, you know how to shuffle cards and what the cards mean, and you know how to make good enough questions. So, time to start actually doing the thing. Do you know how to make good enough questions? Is it in here? Huh. I think I will need to revisit that. What we were missing was the post meeting note, right? Right after Kings of Swords and guidelines on asking tarot questions. So we were missing two huge subsections. Well, it's like a page each, but it still doesn't feel nice. So, post meaning note. If you read all the meanings here, you may have noticed that some cards have context related meanings that are almost or entirely contradictory to each other. Suit of Swords, especially guilty of this. Perhaps you're feeling a little bit panicked about being overloaded with information or thinking, how are you supposed to memorize all of that? Consider this a reminder that reading tarot cards is an art, not a science. As a divinatory device, the important thing is that the card would carry meaning to you. Whatever this meaning is, the cards will adapt. I don't necessarily agree with all the ways to read the Suit of Swords, and my own interpretations tend to lean into optimistic rather than pessimistic side. As long as I know that that's what cards mean to me, when I sit down to read, I am not confused about all possible possibilities, as I have already made the conscious decision in my own mind that X card represents Y, as this is how I read cards. Not everyone reads off meanings. Some people let the pictures tell them the story. Some even use older cartomancy systems where the court cards are who, the suit determines the good and the bad, and the numbered cards are simply a quantity of how much good or bad. So deep breaths. Breathe in, breathe out. Take the meanings as a suggestion. They're there to help you make sense around the cards. They're easy to pick up for now. If you need to reduce the amount of meanings that the card has, get a pen and cross them out. If you need to simplify, if you need to simply figure out what the overall theme of the card and go from there, excellent, do that. In the upcoming subchapter, we'll start pulling just one card. We'll play around with it, get our bearings together. I'll give some examples, it will be okay. In the chapter that comes after this one, we'll look and try some more difficult spreads, increase the amount of cards while interpreting. But if you need to take that time to establish your own understanding of the cards, that is okay. The book will still be here. You can put it down, walk away, come back months later. Won't suddenly poof and disappear or accuse you of being too slow to progress. There are only two real rules here. The first one is do not get stressed. The second one is let yourself have a little fun. So, guidelines on asking tarot questions. That thing that I just noticed that was definitely missing that I just reinserted back in. Having read through the meanings, you must have an idea on how the tarot answers, so now it's time to talk about how to form a question. As you can see here, there are no cards for names or locations. You won't pull the Queen of Cups and think, so the answer was Ohio all along. However, this doesn't mean that the questions that require meanings that the tarot doesn't have cannot be asked. It simply means that you will be the one assigning the meanings beforehand. So, for example, if you cannot choose between University A and University B to study in, you could ask, is it better for me to go to University A or B? If it is a wand or swords card, it is University A. If it's pentacles or cups card, it is University B. In this situation, if you pulled Major Arcana, the cards have chosen option C. Neither and either both universities are equally as good, or you should keep looking for a better choice. There is one exception. I would suggest avoiding using tarot as your divination method if you need the cards to spell out complex answers with custom meaning where the choices are unknown. For example, you don't know what country you want to move to. As there are more countries in the world than there are tarot cards, you remove all extra cards except the number of cards that the alphabet of the language you would have. You do a custom assignment of one letter per card, then mix them and pull. You have your first letter. Now, to add an extra card to replace the one you removed and assigned it to the previous card's letter, you pull again, etc. It is messy, it is headache inducing, and likely will need to make yourself a spreadsheet to keep up. Technically not impossible, but I would say I highly do not recommend. When asking cards question, it is less confusion if you keep the question positive, as that way, a positive card means a positive answer, a negative card means a negative answer, neutral stands for maybe or don't know, not decided yet. For example, Imagine you have just taken a test and you're afraid you did not do very well. You take out the tarot cards and ask, did I fail the test? You get four of wands, a very positive card. So it is a strong yes, you have failed the test, or look, I'm happy, everything's fine. It is confusion, that is what it is. To avoid such confusion, the sentence can be flipped. Did I pass the test? You ever find a question that you cannot flip? Maybe better to phrase it as, what will be the outcome of X? How will X go? And other more neutral questions that will require more time to analyze than just glancing if the card is happy or sad. If you ask the yes or no question and no mood jumps out at you from the card, there's no obvious grief, getting backstabbed, or celebrations, which is very easy to identify as happy or sad card. Try interpreting the actual meaning of the card. So, getting back to our previous example, let us imagine you asked, did I pass the test? And pull a card whose keywords include something like hard work. The answer is effectively a question back. Do you think you put in enough work into the test to pass it? Be careful asking questions that are too far into the future, as the further you go, the less accurate the answer will be, unless you're really the one and only with one true destiny that you must fulfill. Chances are your future will depend entirely on what you do in the present, and the further the stretches, the more different choices you can make between point A and point B, and would entirely throw off trajectory to B and lead you to point C, D, and E instead. Be careful with asking vague questions that demand the cards to give you timing. This is similar to previous point. I often have clients that will ask such questions as, when will I meet the one? Though custom assignment of meanings, you can get the card to give you timing, but knowing that you influence your own future, trying to put a date on this kind of question is not going to go well. If I'm pressed, I will attempt to do it by assigning one suit to days, another to weeks, the third one to months, and the fourth one to years, with numbers giving us the idea on how long from now. But then my cards tend to absolutely spew the answer at me, and you'll get something along the lines of, it could be 8 days or 2 months or 5 years, entirely depends if you shut yourself in a room right now and make the decision to never come out. I guarantee the answer will be never. If you're actively looking, then it could be as early as next week. Another good thing to remember, nothing is set in stone. The actual peering forward already changes what you're going to do and therefore can alter the course as you'll be changing how you act. It may be best to see answers less as a definite and more as a suggested theme for the time period. For example, you ask, will I get that promotion next week? The answer is positive. You relax, you get cocky, you slack off at work, your bosses notice. The positive future suddenly does not come true. Instead, you can read the answer as, this card is very positive, so it means that the next week is great for progressing my career. That kind of attitude to card reading makes you feel fired up to get that promotion next week. You work even harder, your bosses notice you do actually get the promotion. Avoid asking overly emotional questions that you're very attached to. If you're actively sobbing right now, if your heart is aching with very specific need, or you're incredibly afraid, hearing something, you can subconsciously influence your own tools into either validating or denying that emotion. Either hold off doing divination entirely on those topics or have a friend divinate for you. Tarot really exceeds in self exploration above divination, so don't be afraid to use it for more than just to figure out how next Friday will go. Questions such as, what was the dream that I was having last night trying to tell me? What am I overlooking? What should I know about myself right now? Or where could I best invest time to improve myself are great. Do not over rely on your cards. If you see cards becoming an object of obsession, if you're having negative thoughts because of the cards, pull the divination down. For example, if every single week you're asking, how will my next week go? And every time you're gonna get a negative card, your reaction is to live in fear or to get paranoid, it is time to stop asking, as this is not having a good positive effect on you. If you consult your cards before doing every single little thing, it is time to put down the cards because you're now outsourcing your decision making to a pack of paper. That's not healthy. Step away. Divination is not a precise art, and the worst that you can do is to let a deck of cards impact your day to day life. For example, if you asked your friend of what a friend of yours thinks about you and you got a message of there are secrets and possible betrayal, it is reasonable to go, my friend is conservative and is likely not sharing absolutely everything about their life with me. It is not a reasonable reaction to go, I will now stop being friends with this person because a deck of cards told me so. If the answer to your question feels like nonsense, remember that you can always pull more cards to clarify the situation and ask more questions. That is not helping you any. If that is not helping you any, consider rephrasing the question that you just gave the cards, or just looking at the answer again. There are definitely wrong questions and wrong ways of interpreting answers, and I gave myself complete confusion with cards before. For example, once I asked, how will my health go in December? And the world fell out. I became irrationally worried that my health will complete in December. What does that even mean? Do I die? How does health complete? Looking back, correct interpretation was the world is a joyous completion, so it will be all good. There we go. Now we're back to how to shuffle cards. Jesus Christ. Never trust another person. Like, it's just, unless you really want to be stuck in a nightmare situation where you're like, hmm, how do I fix this? Always do everything yourself. Maybe get somebody else for like a opinion, but like maybe don't give them your whole project. It's just going to go horribly if they then delete a whole part of your project. It's not a happy feeling, especially not when you're close to that person. Um, let's go back to making some polls, as it is actually time to combine this knowledge. You have your deck, right? You know how to shuffle cards and what the cards mean. And you know how to make good enough questions so time to start actually doing the thing. Find a nice calm slot of time and a little bit of desk, ground, or any hard surface that you can find. Sit down with your cards. If you have a bit of cloth to soften the hard surface, that is ideal, but it is not necessary. If you need a ritual to start your first tarot reading experience, feel free to do something light, like talking, taking the cards out of their box, saying hello, and lightly mixing them just to get the feel for the deck. Now it's the time to ask the cards a question. You can do this out loud, or you can just think about it very hard. The cards are in your hands and they're a tool of yours, so if you don't feel the wish to be loud, there is no need. You can go with a question that you yourself made, or you can pick one of the starter questions that I have prepared. The list is as follows. What do I most need to look at my life right now? Who am I? Who am I as a tarot reader? What are the things in my life that I can't control? What kind of deck are you? Some of these are more hard hitting questions, like asking your cards what you can't control in your life or what you most needed to hear. Some are more lightweight and just fun, like asking the deck to describe you and if you believe that all things have life running through them and their own personalities, you can ask your deck to describe itself to you. After asking your question out loud or in your thoughts, shuffle your cards however you like. This is something that you'll do after asking each question, as the procedure of reading tarot tends to include asking a question, then shuffling, then pulling. Pull one card or take one card from the ones that flew out at you. Now interpret it. To make it easier to learn interpretation, I have selected 5 different decks that I own, and I will ask deck every question on the starter question list. So you're going to see a question followed by the deck name. No tarot deck is superior or inferior. However, there are many different decks as artists like to make their own interpretations of tarot. I honestly love all my decks, and using many different decks for this exercise felt like a fun thing to do. followed by the card that I pulled, followed by my interpretation. Hopefully, this will help you get your brain juices flowing, so without delaying it any further. What do I most need to look at in my life right now? Using Solace Divinity Tarot deck, I have pulled the Ten of Cups card, which I interpret as take care of your family, chase your happiness, and focus on living a purposeful life that brings you contentment. Using Spirit Song Tarot deck, I have pulled Seven of Crystals, equivalent to Seven of Pentacles card, which I interpret as you need to persevere with continuing your projects and trust that your time investment will bring profit. Do not lose your path, just keep on going forward. Using Ciro Marchetti's Gilded Tarot deck, I have pulled the Four of Swords card, which I interpret as a healthy dose of rest and recuperation is required. You fail, you fall ill easily, and without taking care of yourself, you'll lose weeks to illness. Using Smith White Tarot deck, I have pulled Three of Pentacles reversed card, which I interpret as daydreaming instead of applying to your work will get you nowhere. Get on with your projects and invest daily effort into them. Using Ostara Tarot deck, I have pulled Seven of Cups reverse card, which I interpret as you're distracting yourself with daydreaming. Be better at deciding how you're spending your time and commit to it. If a particular idea does not work out, be prepared to switch to a new one. 3 of 5 decks agree that I should apply myself to my projects more. I imagine this book being one of them. 1 out of 5 decks asks me to prioritize my family and happiness, while the last one hopes that I do not overwork myself and rest plenty. Let's go to the next question. Who am I? Using Solace Divinity Tarot deck, I have pulled Four of Swords card, which I interpret as you're someone that falls ill often and needs a lot of rest to function. Using Spirit Song Tarot deck, I have pulled Temperance reverse card, which I interpret as you're someone that is impatient and struggles with balancing themselves. Sometimes you react to external issues with excess spending, excess emotion, you name it. That is very, very true right now when I should have been the one that did all the editing. Never get an editor. That is the story of my life. Um, Using Cyril Marsetti's Gilded Tarot deck, I have pulled the Two of Swords reversed card, which I interpret as you are someone that's unwilling to compromise and have trust issues. Using Smith White Tarot deck, I have pulled Ace of Wands card, which I interpret as you're able to think of and start many exciting creative projects. Inspiration and creativity are something that flows for you in abundance. Using Ostara Tarot deck, I have pulled Nine of Wands card, which I interpret as you fear the unknown too easily, are too vigilant, and hide your plans, making it hard for others to provide you with support. 2 out of 5 decks agree that I have trust issues and don't share when I require help. One deck believes that I have issues balancing my reactions to external stimuli. One deck believes that I require a lot of rest to function and fall ill easily, and one deck has praised my overabundance of creativity. While this segment has been harsh towards me, these decks are not wrong. Who am I as a tarot reader? Using Solstice Divinity deck, I have pulled the Ten of Swords card, which I interpret as you're someone that helps others to release their troubles and find peace in the finality of conflict. Using Spirit Song Tarot deck, I have pulled the Page of Acorns, equivalent to Page of Wands card, which I interpret as your reading style is outgoing and optimistic, making it easy for people to read it and relate to it. Using Cyril Marsetti's Gilded Tarot deck, I have pulled the Ten of Swords reversed card, which I interpret as you tell people that a dramatic or harsh ending has happened when they're unable to move on and urge them to accept the world as it is, even when things are not going their way. Using Smith White Tarot deck, I have pulled the Justice card, which I interpret as you are just. No need to overcomplicate the interpretation of justice here, it can be literal. Using a Star Tarot deck, I have pulled the King of Wands card, which I interpret as you're someone who has been satisfied with the ability to read tarot and are now able to give advice from a position of experience. Some decks were telling me that I don't sugarcoat the situation, and some decks were telling me that I am optimistic and easy to relate to, making Smith White interpretation of balance as you are just a good summary for answers here. What are the things in my life that I can't control? Using Solis Divinity Tarot deck, I have pulled Five of Pentacles reversed card, which I interpret as you cannot control when financial hardships will end and opportunities will enter your life. Using Spirit Song Tarot deck, I have pulled Ace of Shells, equivalent to Ace of Cups card, which I interpret as you cannot control when you feel emotionally fulfilled and content, as this is as much on other people as it is on you. Using Ciro Marsetti's Gilded Tarot deck, I have pulled Three of Pentacles card, which I interpret as you cannot control when and if you will achieve some sort of recognition in the pursuit of your career. Using Smith White Tarot deck, I have pulled the High Priestess card, which I interpret as you cannot control the intuitive revelations that you receive in this life, nor your need to live a spiritual life. Using a Star Tarot deck, I have pulled Page of Wands card, which I interpret as you cannot control when you feel enthusiasm, passion, and energy for the task at hand. The only part that you control is if you force yourself to do it or not. Two of the five decks queried have agreed that my financial situation and my career are not something that I can control. They are indeed correct, as I can try and achieve something, but it involves other people purchasing a product or hiring me. In the end, it is as much in their hands as it is in mine. One deck focused on telling me that our emotional well being requires those around us to be similarly invested into it. One deck reminded me that it is out of my control to feel passionate and enthusiastic about a project. I can still do it, no matter my energy levels, but every single day I won't wake up saying, oh boy, I cannot wait. And one reminded me that living a spiritual life is less of a choice and more of a necessity for me. What kind of deck are you? Using Solis Divinity Tarot, I have pulled Two of Cups reverse card, which I interpret as in this partnership, there is huge imbalance between me and you. I am mostly excluded from the equation, making my personality be of no importance to you. Using Spirit Song Tarot deck, I have pulled the Hermit card, which I interpret as I am the contemplative deck that lets you delve deep and look inwards. Using Ciro Mazzetti's Gilded Tarot deck, I have pulled the Emperor card, which I interpret as I am the logical, rational, and straight to the point deck. Using Smith White Tarot deck, I have pulled the World card, which I interpret as I complete you as a tarot reader, I complete your tarot collection, and I'm the basis for your unity with this art. Using Ostara Tarot deck, I have pulled Knight of Pentacles card, which I interpret as I bring reliable and secure results that you can trust. My illustrations are eye catching enough that using me to read for your clients is the profitable choice. A couple of notes from this exercise. One thing that I loved is when multiple decks showed a similar theme or the same card came up in multiple positions. It cemented the message, no matter whether the deck believes that I need to focus or rest, or that I am someone who falls ill and needs to rest often, it is a very clear message to take home with me. Secondly, it was fun to see the difference between who I am as a person versus who I am as a tarot reader. I try to be outgoing, optimistic, and approachable, but in my day to day life, I struggle with my own anxieties and I'm very introverted. The little added bit to the question has changed the answer significantly, and I do agree. Who we are as the job that we do, or someone that partakes in particular hobby, and what place we take in a friends group will differ from who we are in regular day to day life. Specifying a question can lead to very different answers. Now, how did I interpret these? In all of these instances, I took the keywords that were most fitting for the situation and created a couple of sentences. Those are obvious embellishments, for example. My illustrations are eye catching, is not part of any card description, but that's the suit of money, business, and profit, meaning that the security and reliability relate to business or career. In this case, the deck would be boasting, like, hey, I'm good for your business because your clients like me. The difference between decks is in their illustrations primarily. Therefore, the further interpretation of my illustrations are eye catching, that's why they like me, would be a logical embellishment to make. Hopefully, seeing me do these example readings has helped you somewhat. If you pull a card and you still struggle to interpret what it means, you can't just walk away and come back to it the next day. Sometimes we need time to clear our heads, otherwise try regardless. Write down your interpretation and then ask your friends or family what do they think the card means when it comes to the question. Sometimes outside perspective helps too. When you're done with your readings, if you don't know how to properly disengage and need something more grandiose than just putting your cards away, I suggest doing a little ritual of saying thank you to your cards, either out loud or in your mind, calmly collecting all the cards, putting it away, and telling your deck till next time. It will help you disengage from the activity that you were doing. Now just put the cards away and go back to whatever you were doing before. While learning, it might be a good idea to write down the questions that you asked, cards that you pulled, and interpretations that you gave. This will let you see over time if your interpretations are correct or incorrect, especially when it comes to future predictions. This will let you reflect on the questions and cards pulled again. It is absolutely not a necessary step, but it may help you get a couple of eureka moments of deeper meaning if you're struggling with your interpretations. Reading cards is giving you absolutely no anxiety and you're not feeling like you're struggling. Feel free to skip the step entirely. So many places will stress how important it is to keep an interpretation journal, and honestly, I never did. Not my style, though revisiting the polls that I did back then here is fun. So, what now? Well, in the next chapter, we're going to interpret multiple card spreads, and we'll look at the variety of what kind of spreads you can use. And creativity highly enters the picture here, as there are barely any old traditional spreads that exist. Most of the spreads that people use are spreads that they make themselves. As always, if the process of interpreting a spread will feel daunting, I will be providing examples of spreads done and interpreted by me because sometimes when your brain gets stuck on, but how do, there is no better answer than a couple of demonstrations to get those gears turning again. We're finally on the second chapter, which is spreads and example divinations. I'm gonna go through the second chapter today, and I'm gonna come back to the rest of this tomorrow because the symbolism part will be as long to read as the original interpretations of cards were and encountered some technical difficulties with part of the book being missing, which I have just now restored. So, I want to address that situation before continuing forward. Plus, this is going to be a YouTube video afterwards. And I don't want the whole video to sound really bad because of my voice. So, spreads and example divinations. Hooray for us. Mastering the three card pull. The backbone of most tarot interactions is the three card pull. One card pulls are useful when you need a theme or a quick, simple answer, but if you're going to be investigating anything in depth, you're likely going to be using at least three cards. Quick note here, two card pulls are a thing, but they're more likely to be used for something contrasting. For example, do and don't, or fear and desire, or any other two sides of a coin like things. Two card pulls invoke symmetry or comparison. Three card pulls tell a story. A tarot spread is simply a layout of cards where every single card has an assigned theme for its position. For example, if I pull three cards on a situation and I say this one represents the past, this one the present, and this one the future, that is a spread. Some 5 and 9 card spreads will use multiple cards for the same position. So, for example, we could take the previously mentioned past, present, future spread and say these three cards symbolize the past, these three the present, and these three the future. As such, to be able to do spreads, you should be able to do three cards for your question. The same way that we were doing in the previous chapter subchapter, let's make some pulls and string them together in a coherent picture. So before we get into discussing three card spreads, we will get used to doing three card pulls and making sense of them. As before, I'm going to use the exact same questions as the previous time we made our pulls, except for what kind of deck are you? One, as this deck is not new to me and we have already met. No need to meet again. It will not give me any extra value to this book. However, this time I'm reducing my amount of decks to one, and I will instead explain the best that I can why I read the message the way that I did. After this point, I will delve deeper into other ways of interpreting these example polls. What do I most need to look at in my life right now? I pulled 10 of cups, 5 of cups reversed, and 6 of cups reversed. If I look at these cards separately, 10 of cups stands for living a purposeful life, engaging in a loving family life, having fulfilling relationships, high self-esteem, and a sense of connectedness. 5 of cups reversed states that I need to accept, move on, heal, and feel hope again. 6 of Cups reversed is all about misremembering the past, falling into melancholy, and being unrealistic. If I'm combining the message, I will read the final advice as this: focus on your purpose in this life, nurture the family that you have, spend quality time with your loved ones, and grow your self esteem. 10 of Cups. Now is the time to heal for past trauma, accept all that has happened, and move on. 5 of Cups reversed. From the memories of the past that are pushing you into feeling melancholy, 6 of Cups reversed. I am using logic and going with the theme suggested by the majority of the cards pulled in this three card pull. So the last card becomes part of the sentence as to what I am moving away from and not what I should feel more of. If I were to separate 6 of Cups reversed from the sentence that it would be forming with the 5 of Cups reversed, I could read it as: right now, I need to look back at the past, investigate if I am remembering things right, and figure out what is causing this feeling of melancholy. However, when connecting the card to the whole picture, 5 of Cups reversed is implying that it is time to heal from something, and that last card becomes the identifier of what we're healing from. No matter how I read it, the meaning does not shift by much. So, reading it as I need to investigate if I'm remembering things right and figure out what is causing this feeling of melancholy, and separately, I need to heal from trauma, accept all that has happened, and move on, is not wrong. However, I make a point to read all my pulls left to right, and if I'm attempting to heal from the trauma, it does not make sense to go and investigate what past memories are pushing me into melancholy afterwards, as we're already healing from those memories. They are already implied in the previous card as existing and causing issues, hence 5 of Cups reversed and 6 of Cups reversed combine nicely. Now, as an added bonus, I'm reading for myself and not for another person here, and as I know myself, I can sense exactly what tarot cards are talking about. I know which memories, what healing, and why 10 of Cups is urging me to focus on the abundance of loving connections that I have in the present. So, by looking at the cards, I already intuitively know what they're trying to tell me. This is the benefit of having context for the reading itself. However, if that context is gone, I would still have read it the way that I had described these cards here, because that's how their meanings intertwine for me. Added bonus! All three cards that I pulled are from the suit of Cups, which is the emotional suit. To me, this means the tarot is really trying to compound the message that I should focus on how I'm feeling and the source of those feelings. Not financial well being, not nurturing a project, not cutting what no longer serves, or intellectually overanalyzing, but focusing on the realm of feeling. Who am I? I pulled the Hermit, Judgment, and Queen of Pentacles. If I look at these cards separately, the Hermit is a card of going into solitude to draw the inner wisdom from within, to better connect with the spiritual, and to leave the material behind. Judgment symbolizes rewards and punishments for past actions. Queen of Pentacles points to security, generosity, and success achieved through thoughtful planning and follow through. However, things change if I combine the message from all three of these cards, as you don't necessarily need to look past the name of the card at all times. So I would read the final answer as you're an introverted spiritual person, the hermit, that can be rather judgmental towards other judgment. You're practical and accomplish things in your life due to thoughtful planning and follow through. Queen of Pentacles. The biggest change of the combined message is judgment, as the cards need to relate to the question of who rather than what is happening. I can't interpret this as universe is judging my actions and giving me rewards or punishments based on it. This is something that is happening to me rather than what I am and does not relate to the question enough. I am not a judge in the professional sense, so I can rule out the card meaning to a profession. If I had to read this question for a client and those were the cards, I could phrase it this way: are you by any chance a judge or otherwise involved in law enforcement? The cards see you as someone who dishes out rewards and punishments based on another's actions. This is not related to the choice of career, then the cards are basically telling you that you do not take abuse and will treat others based on how they treat you and those around them. Now, what kind of person passes judgment? A judgmental person. So, for better or for worse, the cards are telling me that I'm a judgmental person. If you noticed in the rewarding for client reading, I removed the word judgmental. Some people don't like hearing that word. That is fine. The same message can be delivered using easier to digest descriptors and longer sentences. When in doubt, always remember what you're asking. If the way that you phrase the meaning of the card can't be interpreted as answering the question given, then you have taken a wrong turn somewhere and should rethink the interpretation. Who am I as a tarot reader? I pulled Five of Wands reversed, the Empress, and the Wheel of Fortune. If I look at these cards separately, Five of Wands reversed indicates reconciliation or some sort of strong stubbornness in a conflict that cannot be solved. The Empress is a feminine, nurturing card of abundance, fertility, creativity, and progress. Wheel of Fortune talks about change, a turn of the wheel, bad becoming good, good becoming bad. It is a direct representation of fortune. Now, if I pull this together into a sentence, I would say I am a tarot reader who helps their clients see where the situation has no solution and to reconcile with this knowledge. Five of Wands reversed. I use my creative words in order to nurture my clients, the Empress, and help them understand and prepare for the shift in the fortune in life, no matter the shift is positive or negative. The Wheel of Fortune. If I wanted to make Five of Wands reversed more personal, I could also interpret this draw like this. I'm stubborn, Five of Wands, in my insistence to nurture, the Empress, my clients and prepare them for shift in their fortune, the Wheel of Fortune. The reason why I read the poll the way that I did is that I see both meanings of Five of Wands reversed echoed again in the next two cards. Help one to see when a situation has no solution and reconcile themselves with this knowledge versus nurturing someone with my creative words in order to prepare them for the turn of their fortune, good or bad. So if I describe myself as being stubborn and doing the latter, it is as good as stating that I do the former and the latter, therefore meaning stays the same. There is one more way to interpret these cards here, and is to make Wheel of Fortune personal. I'm stubborn, Five of Wands reversed, in my nurturing nature, the Empress, towards my clients. But sometimes I flip between good cop and bad cop, Wheel of Fortune. In this interpretation, I see Wheel of Fortune as directly representing me rather than being part of sentence with the Empress. However, when we break Empress away from Wheel of Fortune sometimes hostile towards the other two cards in the reading. I am this, but sometimes I am this. And the Empress loses the specification of its meaning. Now it is stubbornly nurturing, but it is unclear of what she's nurturing, meaning as a sentence no longer coherently flows. I am not likely to interpret this reading in this particular way, so I discard the interpretation as unfitting for these cards in this particular scenario. Remember the good old rule: Tarot card interpretation is an art and not a science. It is not a cake recipe that you must follow word by word. What are the things that I cannot control? I pulled the Magician, Five of Wands, and Four of Pentacles. I look at these cards separately. The Magician stands for expanding willpower, taking focused action, having right conditions to move forth with your goals. Five of Wands is a card of competition, lack of teamwork, and struggle to cooperate. Four of Pentacles is a card of security and balance when it comes to your own flow of abundance. If I was to read this as a sentence, I would read it this way: I do not dictate when the right conditions for taking action appear, nor will I always have the willpower to proceed with my goals, the Magician. I cannot control other people and their cooperation with me or lack thereof, Five of Wands. I will not always have the financial security that I so desire, Four of Pentacles. This couldn't be truer right now, and I'm very angry about it. If you notice, this interpretation doesn't flow together. One card does not combine with the next. I could make it combine and say something like, I don't always have the willpower, the Magician, in order to force people to cooperate with me in teamwork situation, Five of Wands, which prevents me from having the financial security that I desire, Four of Pentacles. This is all well and good, except that I asked the card for things, plural, not a thing, singular. Therefore, the answer is in the question. My deck is complying and giving me a list of things, plural, that I cannot control, rather than a singular thing, singular. So combining all of the cards into one meaning is the wrong thing to do here. Alternative ways to interpret these cards. It is important to note that the rules that I gave myself before starting this reading, I always read left to right, and I interpret the keywords rather than what pictures are on the cards. The more rules you set for yourself, the more sure you are of your rules, the less confused you will get with your interpretations. This is why some people love the locked spread positions versus the free pull like this. You don't need to think what the card symbolizes. In the previous examples, I showed you how through the power of elimination I've arrived at the idea that Wheel of Fortune does not represent me in the spread, but forms sentence with the Empress. If I locked this card into a position with specific meaning in a spread, I would not have needed to go through the process of elimination. Alas, you can go a lot more freeform than this. There is no rule set in stone that you must read left to right, or that you have to go with the meanings of the cards. So let us explore some alternative ways of seeing some of the previous questions. Do I recommend doing this yourself? Only for fun. I would suggest setting on how you're interpreting the cards and sticking with said style. The more structured your reading is, the less you will doubt the meaning. But when you are comfortable with your reading style, playing the what if game and attempting other methods of interpretation can be entertaining to pass the time. I posted the picture of the cards. They are definitely very hard to read on here, and that is on purpose because copyright images are bitch. Majority, if not all, of tarot decks will be copyrighted, so you can't actually like use their images. Therefore, images have to be redrawn or heavily modified. But we have sad dude, we have two children, and we have a happy couple in front of the building. That is what's important to note here. Here we have the cards that I used in my first pull. This time we have thrown the structure out the window, so we're looking for what stands out in this 3-card pull. Well, the first thing that I noticed that there are 2 figures on the left and 2 figures on the right. There's an unhappy guy in the middle, and the reversal of the card is helping us identify what he's turning away from and what he's turning towards. So our middle guy is looking distraught while turning away from 2 children and towards 2 adults, which could show us the passage of time. So now I can interpret these cards like this. You need to have hope for the happy future. 2 adults and the 10 of Cups versus 2 children and 6 of Cups reversed. And therefore look at the happy future. You need to turn away from the memories of your childhood, 6 of Cups reversed, that are causing you grief, the expression of the man in 5 of Cups reversed. Concentrate on where you're going rather than where you went. The style of reading, where you visually identify what is happening, pick the element that is the odd one out, and tell a story based on the symbolism, is absolutely the harder one to do, as now you're reading freeform to such a degree that you need to identify what is happening, what direction the people are looking in, which direction is the action flowing towards, and how it all ties together. If it speaks to you, by all means, practice this method. But if you're struggling to separate heads from tails in tarot, it is much easier to see a list of words when you stare at a card and then try to put together a coherent sentence by combining the words from several cards and thinking of how they answer the question that you have just asked. Remember, as long as you're sure about what you're doing, how you're going to read the cards will obey. Now, for another example of picking the odd element out, let's go with the answer to what are the things in life that I can't control. You see, the magician here, 5 people with spears pointing at one another because this is 5 of wands. And then there is a guy holding 4 pentacles. He's kind of staring in that direction, which is the 4 pentacles. Going with the odd one out method, we can see that there is a man on the left staring right at us and a man on the right staring at the man on the left. In the middle between them, there is a fight happening. The card of fight immediately jumps out, and we can judge that the man on the right does not like the man on the left. Now, the question is, in this fight of sides, which ones are we? Well, when in doubt, the card that has a singular person in the picture is you. When there are multiple cards that meet this criteria or no cards at all, we move to the second rule of the first card of the spread is likely to be the person in question. In this case, that would be me. So, picturesque interpretation. I cannot control people feeling hatred towards me or being jealous of me being a successful mystic tarot reader and occultist. And considering that the guy is holding all of his Four of Pentacles close to himself, I cannot control if people decide to spare me a pentacle or if the fight in the middle stops them from ever going near. That's another interpretation that you can go with here. Now, what if we decided to see the cards as a journey? Well, this is the Hermit, the Judgment, and Queen of Pentacles. So the Hermit is an old man, Judgment is a woman with a big trumpet, and Queen of Pentacles is, well, a woman holding a pentacle. The old man goes through judgment of a lady with trumpet and becomes a beautiful queen who has riches and abundance. The reading for a question of who am I lends itself extremely well to seeing a journey where one card turns into the other. Both the Hermit and the Queen of Pentacles are facing the same direction. So it is as if the cards are walking, creating a story from left to right. The new interpretation for the question of who am I would be I am a spiritual introvert who, through trials and tribulations of life, becomes a beautiful and abundant person. There are no rules in the free form reading that interpret shape rather than meanings. Or rather, the only rules that are there are the ones you create yourself. So you see one figure in your pull, that's likely you. The figure is moving from right to left, that means that you are reading from right to left. The figures are staring at each other, well, that means that there's likely another person or a competing idea in your reading. What is happening in between the staring figures? Is there a card that shows something happy, something combative, and that gives you the mood? There's no card between the figures. Well, what are they doing? Are they giving something to each other? Are they smiling or frowning? Reading by the pictures rather than meanings is a whole separate can of worms. I wanted to make you aware of this because it could be that you're going to be intuitively very much pulled towards the style of reading and pick it up naturally. So I suggest trying it at least once. Our reading pictures rather than meanings requires trusting your intuition, to pay attention to the cards themselves and not throwing your hands in the air going, I have absolutely no clue what these cards are saying. If I tried to fully teach this method, this book might get so fat that no printing press will agree to bind it, and will tell me to divide it in half. As such, we're going to close the scan here. To master reading a pull of 3 cards, here are some fun experiments that you definitely should do. First, go through the above 4 questions that I used and pull for yourself with the intention of I will read left to right. I will read the meanings of the cards, not the pictures. If you find this still to be too hard, you can enforce another rule. There are no reversed cards allowed in my spread, upright cards only. If it's still too confusing, write down what cards you got. What was the question? What each card means individually. Then, looking at the question, try to string together an answer that involves at least one keyword from each card and answers the question perfectly. A second thing to try would be to interpret the pictures of your cards rather than meanings. Consider it advanced tarot. If this doesn't work out, that's okay, but you should at least try at least once. So, for an easier time doing this, state that you will only read left to right. If you need an even easier time, you can exclude reversed cards, but it is important where the picture is facing, reversing the card is the only way to make it face another direction. The easiest way to do this is to let go of all the meanings and just stare at it. If you can't notice any irregularities, you can just start to describe every card in depth. Don't worry if not everything is relevant. Write descriptions of all 3 down and see if anything jumps out. Third thing to try would be to interpret a tarot spread with pictures but disregard all possible rules. You now will start your interpretation from such questions of is there a singular person card? Is there a singular person card that really stands out? Which way is the action heading? Is there any movement? Is the reading giving you some sort of vibes of symmetry, linking the left side with the right, and similar? Just like with the previous thing that you tried, just start describing every card in depth. When finished, revisit them and see if you have a eureka moment that helps you understand what the cards are trying to tell you. Now, this is the last time I talk about interpreting the cards by the picture rather than by their meanings, so if you did not get past the first step, that's perfectly alright. However, I don't suggest moving further until you're confident in your ability to pull 3 cards and read their meanings as one coherent answer. This is also the last time we will talk about a pull, not a spread, in this chapter on spreads. Simply put, you can throw 3, 4, 5, 6, as many cards as you like in a line. It will not change how you read them. If you can read 3 cards and combine their meanings in a meaningful answer, you can also read more cards and do exactly the same. In the next subchapter, we will visit more 3-card pulls, except that this time they're going to be spreads. 3-card spreads. In 1889, a book by Papus was written called The Tarot of Bohemians. Among other things, said book, the very back of it had a complex spread that attempted to look at one's full life. At the very center of it were 3 cards, past, present, and future. It may very well be where this particular spread originated, or it may have been somewhere else entirely, especially considering that here the past, present, and future cards are part of a much larger spread that is not mentioned on their own. The spread has been around for ages, and it seems that everyone failed to note the significance of how it came into existence. New tarot readers are simply greeted by websites and blogs that tell them that it is a traditional spread. What tradition is it from? Where did it came into being? Now that's something that's entirely not mentioned. If you want traditional, you can't go wrong with past, present, future spread. However, that's not the only 3-card spread that you can go with. Far from it. If you can imagine it, chances are you can assign it to a card and make it into your own model of divination. Tarot is all about creativity, and as such, we can pull from a bag of words and find plenty of others to assign to cards, such as situation, action, outcome, you, relationship, partner, what I think, what I feel, what I do, strengths, weaknesses, advice, options, A, B, C, situation, known, unknown. Surface meaning. One of my favorite 3-card spreads is one for dream interpretation. I assure you that this spread has no grand traditional heritage and likely was invented by someone with a bit too much time and then posted to Tumblr. It works all the same. The spread positions are surface meaning, deep meaning, advice on incorporating the dream's meanings into everyday life. If you can imagine it and it fits with three cards, it can be a three-card spread. For example, let's say that you wanted to know how other people view you. So asked how do others see me and decided to assign card positions to people. So your poll could look something like this. How others see me. If they're my friends, if they're my family, or if they're my coworkers. Because the three card spreads assign a position to each card, you will at most be interpreting one position at a time. This means that as you do not need to connect meanings into a sentence, if you can read a one card pull, you can read a three card spread. While I trust in your ability to read cards with three card spread, I'm still compelled to leave a couple of examples for those who may require them. As such, let me pull up a very innocent question and look at it from perspectives of different three card spreads. The question will be, Dear Tarot, I would like to know more about the situation of me writing this book. First, I will look into this using the past, present, future format. For the past position, I pulled Ace of Swords, and my interpretation is before you started writing, you had the mental clarity to figure out exactly what you wanted to write and how you will structure it. As such, there was a potential for action to make progress here, so you took it and started writing this book. For present position, I pulled King of Wands, and my interpretation is you're currently advising your personal experience and your progress here is satisfactory. For future position, I pulled Nine of Swords, and my interpretation is your fears are like nightmares, they do not represent real life. The reception of this book will be just fine. I would like to remind everyone here that my own personal interpretation style, the Suit of Swords, is softened compared to what it normally is. As such, I see Nine of Swords more like nightmares, and nightmares are not real. Therefore, my interpretation turns your fears are not based on reality. This, to me, would suggest that the book won't perform spectacularly, as otherwise I would be getting cards that represent wealth. But at the same time, my worst fears won't come true and it won't go down all that poorly with people. Now let's try the exact same question, but with positions being situation, action, outcome. For situation position, I pulled the Fool, and my interpretation is you have started the journey of writing this book. For action position, I pulled Ace of Swords, reversed, and my interpretation is you're feeling frustration at the lack of speed and don't always know how to proceed. The process of writing is tormenting you, and that the action and the process of writing a book. For the outcome position, I pulled King of Wands, and my interpretation is you will feel satisfied with the outcome of this book having been written. It will feel like an accomplishment. This book has the potential to motivate and inspire others, at the very least for writing, I hope. As always, when I interpret, I go with what feels correct and not just pure meaning of the card. There is no torment in Ace of Swords reversed. However, there's frustration, stagnation, cloudy thinking, which, if we assume that one wants to complete their projects, could be summed up as real torment of the creative and active spirit. Let us take another one from up there. How about strengths, weaknesses, advice? For the strengths, I pulled Six of Wands reversed. My interpretation is you're able to proceed with the project even if you encounter complex and entrenched obstacles in your life at the same time. You do not require self confidence or belief in this book to be successful to complete the project, regardless. For the weaknesses position, I pulled the Hermit reverse, and my interpretation is you tend to isolate yourself too much when you start the writing process. As you spend the majority of your year writing, this is an unhealthy balance and your social life suffers. For the advice position, I pulled Eight of Pentacles, and my interpretation is the only way forward is through it. Continue maturing the long term project. To expand on the method of interpretation here, Six of Wands reversed has a purely negative meaning, but it falls into the positive position of the spread. As such, you can't read it as direct meaning of you have no confidence, as a positive, as the tone does not match. You can, on the other hand, rephrase it to fit and create a statement of your ego does not need to be stroked for you to work, or you do not require confidence in your work being successful to continue going regardless. Eight of Pentacles is another card that changed the meaning here. It is a card of skilled work, studies, apprenticeship. However, writing is a form of skilled work and it is a long term pursuit, making continue proceeding with your work a valid interpretation. If you wanted to, you could take it to mean engage in skilled studies, in which case you would be translating this card to mean something like for long term success, see if you can take a writing course. How about we grab one more? Let's try what I think, what I feel, what I do. For what I think position, I pulled 10 of Cups, and my interpretation is I believe that writing is my purpose, and therefore I think that I do feel happy about it and would be proud to call myself a writer. The art of putting what I have experienced and learned feels fulfilling, in my opinion. For what I feel position, I pulled 2 of Pentacles reversed, and my interpretation is I feel overwhelmed by the time required for me to produce new work. Financially, this endeavor is not worth it, and I constantly worry about low funds. For the what I do position, I pulled King of Cups, and my interpretation is I offer advice, and my devotion to my work is unwavering. Take a look at 10 of Cups and my interpretation again. This cup suit is all about feeling, but the position is asking what I think and not what I feel. Therefore, 10 of Cups does not symbolize I am happy, but I think I am happy. Thinking that you're happy does not imply that you're indeed happy, but that you may be unhappy, but you're deluding yourself into thinking that you're happy. The same as saying I think I love you is very different from saying I love you. The former begs the question of do you, while the latter does not require it. And this will be all when it comes to 3 card spreads. Honestly, the best way to learn is to do it. I can sit here writing all day, but reading examples cannot replace actually practicing yourself. As you had seen above, when I see a card, I won't necessarily read it literally. There we go. I will take the essence of what I believe I am seeing and will bend it to fit the position in the question that it should fit. 3 card spreads are most popular type of spread when it comes to reading tarot. They give more information than a singular card, but do not eat up all your time like reading bigger spreads does, meaning that they're a very popular choice. I suggest knowing how to read cards in the 3 card spread and how to read them in the 3 card pull with no assigned positions, as this is something that you'll be doing a lot. To get used to reading 3 card spreads, here are a few assignments that I can give you that you can choose to do or not do. 1. Completely for fun, pull up your favorite TV show or book series that you have not finished reading, watching, and do a past, present, future 3 card pull, pondering the question of how will the plot go. Fiction provides us with a safe space to play around to figure out how to accurately we can see the upcoming plot twists and what information our tarot was trying to give us about the fictional work. After all, the cake is in the interpretation and can be fun to see what situation in the fictional work the cards were trying to refer to specifically. 2. Create your own 3 card spread. Don't be afraid to go mundane and ridiculous as you can. You don't need to attempt to be a sage, you need to get in some practice. For example, if you're cooking lasagna today, you can ask the question of how will my lasagna turn out? And assign positions of how good is the recipe, how good are my cooking skills, what will the outcome taste like? 3. Take the question that you asked in the previous point and try a free pull with no assigned positions. Interpret that. How does the information differ from the one given by your spread? Did you find it easier to do a free pull or a spread? Next subchapter, we'll tackle some 5 card spreads. Oh boy, my voice. I am so happy that I made the choice to stop after this chapter because I am literally dying, and that is not a good thing. I definitely need more than one session to read this, and I think that is okay. Most 3 card spreads that you'll witness will simply be 3 cards arranged in a line. You can make a triangle with the explicit decision to read one card as disconnected from the other 2. However, for the most part, there's rarely a reason to do that. We're on 5 card spreads right now, by the way. Now, 5 card spreads come in fancy shapes. There is no rule that you must make a fancy shape. You can still just line all cards up, and as long as you know what that means, it really does not matter. But if you're in a position to make a fancy shape, there's no reason not to make a fancy shape. So let us start with the first possible fancy shape, a cross. That is a cross. It's a fancy shape. If you remember, I stated that we can't pinpoint where past, present, future reading came from in the section on 3 card spreads. The reading that I'll open with a 5 card spread is similar. It is touted as traditional, but it isn't clear what tradition and from where. The 3 card spread forms the backbone of this reading, meaning that it likely came into use later than the 3 card spread. Positions are as follows: the past, the present, the future, reasons, causes for why it is, and 5 potential outcome. If you need an example of divination using the spread, I will provide one. However, it is hard for me to find a non-personal question to show as an example. I'm frankly a bit tired of trying to divine the fate of this book, and the answers will get predictable after a while. So let me jump to an incredibly personal topic that I can explain in surprisingly vague terms if need be, and this is one of those situations where it needs to be vague, as otherwise it is a bit like opening the door into my bedroom for all to see. As such, the question will be: Dear cards, please tell me about my own spiritual journey. For the past, I pulled 9 of Cups, and my interpretation is having fully settled into a stable faith that has not changed for several years now. My past is full of fulfilling relationships with the divine. I was, and still am, completely satisfied with my spirituality. For the present position, I pulled 8 of Swords, and my interpretation is I need to wait and have patience at the current time. Rushing will likely result in decisions that don't contribute to my well being. For the future position, I pulled Knight of Cups. My interpretation is I will have an intense, celebratory, emotional experience. The spiritual, emotionally stimulating experience has the potential to be very inspiring. Update from the future. I did have an intense faith based experience. It was a hypnagogic hallucination, and those are rare for me. Future ending over. Future update over. For the reasons position, I pulled 2 of Pentacles, and my interpretation is you found your faith due to uncertain times in your life. Your spirituality is helpful in finding balance in your life. For potential outcome, I pulled 10 of Cups, and my interpretation is there's potential here for a harmonious, secure life full of purpose and joy. The spread is not wrong. The present situation likely reflects the fact that I asked my spirits to help me with getting certain life bumps back in order. The attitude here is overall positive in both future and the past, only affirming my own trust in the spiritual journey that I have chosen to undertake. But that does not stay the same if I change the kind of spread that we are doing. Rather, but does the answer stay the same if I change the kind of spread that we're doing? Camellia Elias in her book Read Like the Devil has a beautiful do and don't spread. This is cartomancy spread more than it is a tarot spread, but this is one of those spreads that's very easy to move over to tarot. Positions 1 to 3 are situation pull, so 3 cards, 1 position. 4 is advice on what to do. 5 is advice on what not to do, so don't position. For the situation here, I pulled the World, 9 of Wands, and 6 of Swords cards, which I interpret as you have already reached the completion of your journey, the world. You're vigilant and determined to meet the trials ahead that you believe are there, 9 of Wands. However, soon you'll realize that the waters are calmer than they appear, and peace will be restored once again, 6 of Swords. For advice on what to do, I pulled King of Cups, which I interpret as ask advice from your spirits, enjoy life, and celebrate its blessings. For advice on what not to do, I pulled Queen of Swords, which I interpret as leave your spirituality and act independently. It is in your best interest to continue to carry faith. One thing that one may notice is that I'm using a more negative connotation to 9 of Wands here, considering that 9 of Wands can also stand for assistance and courage. This is because the 6 of Swords is the following card that is sandwiched between the World and 6 of Swords, denoting some sort of turbulence is there, as otherwise, what piece is Six of Swords restoring that we're moving away from? There are no trials ahead on Nine of Wands, but it is a fair assumption considering that we're vigilant and determined because of something. Simply, there's no leave spirituality on Queen of Swords, but there is cut what no longer serves, and some interpretations, and in this case, by context, it would be cutting spirituality. I believe this demonstrates 5 card pulls in the cross formation sufficiently. As always, I will remind you that you can create your own positions in a spread and do not need to adapt them from someone else. For example, what if positions 1 or 3 remained past, present, future as the 3 card pull, but position 4 represented what is known, or position 5 what is not known, or position 4 what was positive here, and position 5 what is negative? In case you're bored with regular tarot spreads, let me mention one curiosity coming from year 1927, invented by Oswald Wirth and called the French cross. Normally for this one, you would only need to do a pull out of major arcana, and if you need clarification, you could then pull extra 1 or 2 minor arcana cards per position, making it either a 5 card pull or something that could go as high as 15. The first position is you. The third position is what opposes you. The fourth position is the advice for the situation. The fifth is the outcome for the situation. The fifth is the outcome card for this situation. Now we return to the second position that has not been named yet. By the way, we're still going by this infographic, hence why 1, 3, 4, 5, and then we return to 2. Now we return to the second position that has not been named yet. You see, the second position is the synthesis, meaning that it is the overall mood or vibe of the situation and all that surrounds it. You can arrive at the synthesis by adding the value of the cards and pulling the card with that number. For example, let's say you got the Fool, the Magician, and the Empress and the Emperor. 0 plus 1 plus 3 plus 4 equals 8, meaning that you need to place Justice in the synthesis position or whatever card is numbered as number 8 in your deck, considering that decks can differ. If this final addition number exceeds 21, or for those that count the Fool as 1, 22, you need to add together the final numbers. So let us say that you got the Hermit, Temperance, the Sun, Judgment. Well, 9 plus 14 plus 19 plus 20 equals 62. So then 6 plus 2 equals 8. We arrive at justice again. For demonstration, I will continue focusing on spirituality. For the position of me, I pulled the Emperor, and my interpretation is I am seen as logical, rational individual that is capable of approaching their spirituality from a stable angle that is unlikely to run away from them. For the position of what opposes me, I pulled the Star, and my interpretation is luck can get in the way, especially when my life falls into shambles due to lack of star shining my way. For the position of advice, I pulled the Moon, and my interpretation is trust your intuition and look beyond the surface to interpret your dreams and your card pulls. For the position of outcome, I pulled the High Priestess, and my interpretation is you can live your life connected to the divine through your intuitive revelations and be akin to a high priestess, even if you're only a nobody named Mandy that works at the local Costco. Exaggeration, but I'm not putting my real identity here. Lastly, the synthesis of these cards comes out to number 5. 4 plus 17 plus 18 plus 2 equals 41. 4 plus 1 equals 5, which is the card the Hierophant. And my interpretation is the overall theme of this spread is that spiritual progress is that of spiritual progress in religion. Duh. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of the French cross, simply due to the nature of using maths for the final card. It takes away from the randomness aspect, and the fact that only the major arcana is used in the regular positions, making me feel like I simply reduced the number of cards, therefore meanings that I could get for each position. Of course, the cross layout is not the only layout that you can use for the 5 card spread. There's, for example, the horseshoe spread. Climbs up, it goes down again. As always, position assignments and meanings for this layout can differ. There's one of the, but here's one of the more popular ones. 1. The position stands for present situation. 2. The position represents present expectations. 3. The position is for the unexpected. 4. Here lies the immediate future. And 5. Here we look at the long term future. Here's an example. The topic is still spirituality. On my present situation, I pulled Six of Pentacles reversed, and my interpretation is I feel like currently the spirits are not being fair to me. I have put down my offerings, and I was not offered in return what is mine to take. The situation is directly referencing a working that I have done to strengthen my husband's chances of landing a good job. The end date of my work, he has landed an interview, but the outcome is unclear yet. For my present expectations, I pulled Page of Cups, and my interpretation is I expect trustworthy connections that will offer me guidance on how to proceed forth. For the unexpected, I pulled the Hermit, and my interpretation is I will soon need to turn away from the worldly life and socializing with friends in order to focus on my spirituality. For my immediate future, I pulled Ace of Swords, and my interpretation is breakthroughs will be achieved and potential for action will appear on my path. The highly uplifting energy and the taste of victory will be in the air. For a look at my long term future, I have pulled Eight of Swords, and my interpretation is patience and trust in the right timing will be required for further progress in my spiritual life. I will need to believe that the spirits are out there and wait. Outside of the first card that clearly references a working that I have done, I believe that all other cards are more concerned with my overall spirituality than they are with my working, though the working did taint my interpretation of Page of Cups, as with such situation I'm expecting trust for this more than friendship. We can try another variation of the horseshoes 5 card spread if you wish. In this variation, the first position is past influences, the second is present influences, the third is unexpected issues, the fourth is best course of action, and lastly, the fifth position represents outcome. Once again, we're using the same picture. For the example pulled, I pulled this. The question stays the same. Eight of Pentacles card in my position of past influences. My interpretation of it is I worked really hard on my spirituality to get where I am. It involved a lot of study and practice. This did bring me long term satisfaction though. Three of Wands card is in the position of present circumstances. My interpretation of it is my efforts are working and my optimism is justified. I feel like I can plan from a stable place. Cooperation with the divine flows smoothly. Four of Swords card in the position of unexpected issues. My interpretation is sometime soon my health will go downhill again, and this will impact my ability to keep up with my spiritual routine. Input from the future. I could have called Four of Swords in regards to the theme of spirituality as meaning that I will put down my spirituality and rest, but that would not have felt right. I was right to call health issues as Four of Swords originally intended you to do. Three of Swords card in the position of best course of action. My interpretation of this is there is nothing to do here but to grieve energy and ability lost. Let your sorrow out before adding to the new circumstance. It is okay. Two of Pentacles is in the position of outcome. My interpretation of it is I will eventually readjust the time that I require for my health versus the time that I have for everything else, and everything will return to sense of normalcy. Your health will interrupt your plans and you won't be able to do much as a safe prediction for me, as I get ill often and sometimes it is something like a week-long migraine, while other times it can be a month-long flu that's very bad for a week or two, but continues lingering for a while after, so the cards here are making a safe prediction. Considering that I do grieve time lost when I encounter such a stick in my wheel, the Three of Swords is a safe prediction too. This does serve as a good example of bad cards will happen. If this is going to give you anxiety, it's best not to do a pull at all. I hope that you found some use in this subchapter. Honestly, if you figured out how to do 3-card spreads, 5-card spreads should not be a problem, as it is the same methodology but with more cards. If you want to do some more assignments, try at least one spread mentioned here. Ask about something that is currently a problem in your life. If you can't figure anything out, just ask how will tomorrow go and interpret it as the problem, then try create a spreading for yourself. A spread for yourself. Don't create a spreading. That sounds kind of slightly gross. The bridge. Welcome to a subchapter for singular 9 card spread. I love this one as it is effectively just 3 card spreads tripled to make them into 3 card pulls. The first I've seen this one was when reading Robert M. Play's book, The Tarot History, Symbolism, and Divination. The author there uses it for relationships specifically and calls it the relationship spread. It looks like this. In case of the relationship spread, 1 is the 3 card pull that represents one person in the relationship. 3 is the 3 card pull that represents the other person in the relationship. 2 is the bridge between them. This is where they meet. If where they meet is chaotic or negative, even if the cards for both people were nice, the relationship is unlikely to last. By comparing the cards for both people with the bridge, we can draw a connection as to why. However, you can use the bridge for anything that has a point A, point C, and a point B that connects the two. You can repurpose the spread for an expanded past, present, future reading by assigning cards like this. 1 is the 3 card pull that represents the past. 3 is the 3 card pull that represents the future. 2 is the present, which shows you how you get from the past to the future, what connects the two. For demonstration, I will do a singular past, present, future spread without a question. It will be a general reading. I do not recommend doing this, and I will expand on why later. For the past, I pulled Ace of Cups reversed, Knight of Pentacles, and Knight of Swords cards. My interpretation of that is Ace of Cups reversed points me to having been repressing my emotions for a long time in my past. Knight of Pentacles shows that I had a good career prospects and was seen as a reliable and honorable person. Knight of Swords tells a story of me acting rashly in order to solve my issues. Short story to connect it to my life. I do not have a good relationship with my birth family, but I followed their wishes for a large part of my early adulthood. I suppressed my own emotional unhappiness and worked an office job that quite quickly robbed me of my health through overtime. Feeling like I was left with no alternative, I decided to knock on every spiritual door possible. For my future, I pull 3 of Wands, 2 of Pentacles, and Justice reversed cards. My interpretation of that is 3 of Wands expresses good cooperation and flow creativity. Hopefully, this speaks about the spirits as I enjoy being on good terms with that part of my life, having the creativity and projects flow smoothly. That being said, cooperation with people is likewise just as nice. 2 of Pentacles returns suggesting the need.
Subscription received.
Thank you! Hello there. Suggesting the need to manage my time and resources well. We had witnessed this card pop up previously after the cards gave me a card for bad health. So, assuming it is once again time related, Justice Reverse suggests that I'll encounter dishonest behavior or that I will feel that the universe is being unfair to me. I mean, fair interpretation cards. What can I say? For the present, that bridges the past and the future, I do not suggest reading a book for 6 hours straight. Also, a very bad idea. I pulled 3 of Cups reversed, Ace of Swords, and Page of Pentacles cards. My interpretation of them is that. Good morning. Is that 3 of Cups reversed is both a card of isolation and social problems, but it can also mean low energy and health problems. Considering that at the current time I'm okay, I'm not entirely sure if it's referencing to my energy levels being low, which they are, but I'm still currently healthy, or to me choosing to spend less time with my loved ones due to me writing this book. It can be both. Ace of Swords is a card of mental clarity and an open path to progress. As my project is currently progressing nicely, I suppose I agree. The Page of Pentacles brings good news about money, as this is the card that's closest to the future. I suppose I will see if this one rings true in a week or two. Things have been looking optimistic, but the opportunity is not complete yet. As an alternative interpretation would be that the project that I'm currently working on, Ace of Swords, has good potential to earn good money, Page of Pentacles, but I'm losing out on quality time with my friends and family in order to finish it. Three of Cups reversed. Overall, readings without narrowing the theme can be very difficult. I told the cards to pick anything up about me without even giving a time frame or particular category to focus on. For example, how will I do financially? How will my love life go? And this is a good example of how not to read tarot. However, I wanted to make it vague because personal things are personal. Considering that I'm reading for myself, I can make uneducated guesses about what the cards relate to. If you were reading something so vague for someone else, either the person would eventually, hopefully, start talking and open up a little, or you would need to pull a lot of extra cards in quick succession, asking such questions as what theme do these cards represent in the querent's life? Here, I interpreted the cards as being separate and showing different things, yet connected at the same time. In the past, I connected with my own story and what events I believe that the cards are representing. The present, I connected with the project, and the future, I'm loosely connecting to the prior readings because I'm not in the future yet. Thus, I cannot explain in certain terms about what cards are speaking unless I choose to narrow down the theme and the time frame. I asked how my financial situation go after 3 months, or what my love life look like in 2 years from now, we would have a very clear direction to read in. Right now, there's no guarantee that the cards are not offering me a little bit of everything. Celtic cross. Celtic cross. Is it Celtic or Celtic? Celtic, probably. Celtic cross. The Celtic cross spread was first mentioned by I.E. White in his book The Pictorial Key to Tarot, 1911. It is a 10-card spread that is meant to be used the same as you would a 3 or a 5-card spread. To analyze an issue or your path forward over the years, multitude different versions of the cross have happened, so I will share both an unedited version by I.E. White and a more modern version that I use. This is the layout for original meanings of positions. I.A. Wright wrote this. 1. That covers him. 2. What crosses him. What is before him. What crowns him. What is beneath him. What is behind him. Himself. His house. His hopes and fears. What will come. Now, the version that I use goes like this. 1. Self. This is the position that's supposed to represent how the cards see you or how you view the situation, and the cards view both you and your attitude towards this situation. I.A. White's card, number 7, moves to 1. Situation. This is your primary concern. Same meaning as A.A. White's version, aka what crosses you. Recent past, same as A.A. White's, 6th position. Higher guidance, this represents the bird's eye view of the situation. Foundational influences, this slot indicates your experiences from the past and lessons learned that you can bring to this situation, this match. This matches I.A. White's 5th position. I don't know why in a lot of this, white got auto-corrected to white. Hopefully people understand what I'm speaking about. Near future, same as I.A. White's 3rd position, hopes and fears, shows either hope or fear, and sometimes the card represents both at the same time. You hope for change, but you also fear it. For example, same as I.A. White's 9th position. External influences, this card points to events, people, and general energy surrounding the situation that is out of your control. This matches I.A. White's 8th position. Advice, this card tells us what you should do in order to arrive at a desired outcome, or at least a future that's not entirely bleak. Potential long term outcome, same as I.A. White's 10th position. So, in general, both versions don't differ that much, but I find the more modern one to be more streamlined, easy to understand approach. Before going to give an example, another thing that I will mention is that the second card, normally portrayed as forming a perfect cross plus sign, like that, mark with the first card. But if I do place a card at such an angle, I forget if it was facing up or reversed. To solve that problem, I lay my cross slightly slanted, like that. For the example, I will use a reading that I recently did to my client. Any personal details will be hidden, of course. The question was if they would ever find the right career. Here's what I pulled and how I answered it. Self, Wheel of Fortune. Your desires when it comes to your career are not stable. While they're focused on success and financial independence, you have very little constant direction when it comes to burning with passion for your work. As such, what you consider to be good one year is not the next, and the wheel keeps on spinning. Interpretation reasoning. The question is specifically to do with finding the right career, meaning that the person has not set their sights on a particular field yet. However, the wheel indicates a constant spin and change. So their mind is flip flopping and they're jumping careers to try a little here and there. The situation, for once reversed. You're not satisfied with your efforts so far. As such, there is a yearning for something more and therefore a wonder of whether will it ever be something that you'll have. The suggestion here is to focus more on doing than thinking. Interpretation reasoning, for if once reversed echoes dissatisfaction. Recent past, Page of Swords. You have realized that you were unhappy with the direction that you were heading in before, and this was a hard realization. You're hoping to catch the trail of success in your new work. Interpretation reasoning. Page of Swords is associated with truth, specifically the type of truth that's hard to hear. Combined with the question, the truth would be that this client did not belong in their previous workplace and career direction. 4. Higher guidance. The Lovers reversed. Without having a certain passion, you are unable to commit to any one workplace for long enough to get where you want to be. Climbing the career ladder requires a lot of self sacrifice and focus. Unless you love what you do, it is something that's hard to achieve. Interpretation reasoning. Lovers reversed shows disharmony and fear of commitment. Foundational influences. Ace of Pentacles reversed. All you found in the working world so far is unrealistic wages that make it very hard to survive, and discontent for the whole situation is causing you. Interpretation reasoning. Ace of Pentacles reversed stands for financial loss and discontent. 6. Near future. Six of Swords. It will feel like you're finally moving away from your problems, at least in the short term. You will find some happiness and material success in the job you're heading to right now. Interpretation reasoning. Six of Swords is associated with the end of difficulties, improvement, transition, and new journey. 7. Hopes and fears. Four of Cups. You hope that you'll find a solution through both contemplating your options and searching. You're afraid that you'll be left searching permanently. Interpretation reasoning. This is a great example of a card that both can be a hope and a fear. I took the meaning of contemplation for this interpretation. The client is obviously contemplating the right direction, so logically they want to find it and fear that they'll be stuck in this position of contemplation permanently as they fail to find it over and over again. External influences, King of Cups. You're heading towards people who can give you some good advice. The energy is favorable for making good progress. Interpretation reasoning, King of Cups is a card of advice, compassion, and blessings. Externally, people around the client want to help guide them forward. Advice, Knight of Wands. Don't be afraid to seek new opportunities. Have enthusiasm. Trying brings clarity, and sticking with it brings results. Interpretation reasoning. Knight of Wands is a card of enthusiasm, passion, and energy. 10. Potential long term outcome. Four of Pentacles. You will eventually reach economic stability and abundance. So, in due time, you will indeed find the financial independence that you are seeking. Interpretation reasoning. The Four of Pentacles represent security, stability, and balance. Now, providing the dry 10 card Celtic cross reading rarely digests well with people as it is too much information, so at the end they tend to highlight the main things that one should take away from the reading. In this case, this was. You need to find direction that you enjoy before you can stick with it for long enough to achieve results. Knowing what you want outside finances is very important. You're currently moving in the right direction, then a new job that you're moving towards will help you find out what you want. In the end, you will achieve what you desire to achieve, so trust in the journey and worry less. If you want to try a Celtic crossbow for yourself, I would suggest doing the same. Read every card separately, write down what they mean in their position, then go over the reading and see what are the main things that you should take away from the reading. Spreads. Closing statement. This will be as many spreads as I will be sharing with you. There are other spreads to look into if you wish. However, my aim was not to provide every spread that ever existed here, but rather to give you a diving board to jump off of and dive into your own practice of reading tarot cards. Hope that the examples given here clarified a little about how I read and perhaps help you navigate your own cards somewhat better. There's one more spread available in this book. In the very last chapter, you'll find a horoscope astrology spread. It is a bit more involved and closer to being a curiosity than something to use all the time, so it made all with its way to a different chapter. And the next chapter will begin getting serious. It will be time to talk about the symbolism found in the cards analyzing Rider White Tarot only, because if we took every deck in existence, every deck would need its own analysis consisting that it is the artist that decides on the symbolism. After that, we'll dive deeper into the history of tarot itself. And with this, we arrive on the third chapter, which is the symbolism. And for now, we're gonna stop here. So today we arrive at the section of symbolism, specifically symbolism in Smith White deck cards. Just hearing that information, it might be helpful to you. I had to modify the pictures quite a bit because this is copyrighted. All the decks that you in general see are copyrighted. However, Smith White cards are printed in the pictorial key of Tarot, which came out at about 1911. I think that's about the right year. And because of that, those images are past their copyright date because it's like the lifespan of the author. Well, the author is still alive plus like 70 years. So recently, that's okay to use, but you have to be very, very careful to not mix them up with the Smith White tarot that is printed and that you can purchase in stores because they make tiny little changes to these ones so that the people that are making them, the companies that are making them, like can claim copyright. And if they see those like slight readjustments in your content because then you decided to take and use it, they can pull your book, product, whatever down. So you have to be very, very incredibly careful with all images. Proceeding! Before we begin, a small disclaimer on where are the images from and where other authors' quotations seen in this chapter are from. First, images. All Smith White deck images are taken from the Pictorial Key to the Tarot book, as the copyright timeframe for it has passed and it is finally legal everywhere to illustrate your books with the beautiful card images from this one. Any modifications made to the deck can still be copyrighted though, so if you own a Smith White deck, it won't necessarily be completely identical to it as drawn in the Pictorial Key of the Tarot, and as such, the company that produced your deck likely still holds the copyright to it. You have to be very careful about that. Images for Sola Busca, Visconti Sforza, and Marseille tarot decks are taken from images uploaded to Wikipedia, with the license being public domain. This one too needs to be very careful with, as museums that host these decks will very often own the photographs of the deck because they're the ones that took the photograph. As such, the majority of the Marseille tarot comes from the tarot deck of Jean Dodal, which is considered to be one of the Marseille's pattern and dates to 1701 to about 1715. There is a much better quality deck hosted in the British Museum if I went with that one. Not only would I need to pay for the right to reproduce the images, but I may never exceed 4,000 copies of this book distributed, as that's the biggest license that they offer, which is largely not ideal, especially if I'm hosting a version of this online for free and I'm now dictating it to you. Like, that would count as copies distributed. This copyright nightmare is also why many well illustrated historical tarot books will have a limited amount of copies ever printed, and I absolutely hate that because there are a couple books that I wish I could own that I cannot own, and I think it's because they had pictures in them and problems with copyright. Now, quotations. I won't always make it clear in this chapter, but I'm quoting Robert M. Place. If I'm quoting Robert M. Place, I'm quoting him from the book Tarot History, Symbolism, and Divination. If I'm quoting I.E. White, he's so hard to pronounce because I keep on thinking EA Games, and that's not the thing. I'm quoting him from the Pictorial Key to the Tarot. If I'm quoting Paul Husson, I'm quoting Mystical Origins of the Tarot from Ancient Roots to Modern Usage. Every other author will be clearly indicated as the quotation point, so there will be no ambiguity as to where the quotation came from. Starting with Major Arcana. The images might have like thrown off colors in this because I am using a PDF reader that allows me to darken the PDF because I am having a migraine and staring at something that's purely white on a very bright monitor really damages my brain cells, so you have to bear with me. Left to right, The Fool from Smith White Tarot, Peter Pan by Pamela Coleman Smith, only the figure extracted from the painting in order to avoid issues with copyright, and then slightly redrawn to avoid issues with copyright, and the zeroth trump card from Sola Busca Tarot that does not really share anything outside of the fact that it actually had Roman numerals and that it was marked with zero. Let us start from what Sola Busca's zeroth trump is doing here. Outside of Sola Busca Tarot, there is no number zero trump, and if there is the fool, it is used to normally be unnumbered. However, White has assigned the Arabic numeral 0 to the fool, despite all other major arcana trumps having Roman numerals. And interestingly enough, just like Levy before him in the pictorial key to the tarot, i.e., White places the fool just before the world. So we have 20 judgment, 0 the fool, and 21 the world, indicating that i.e. White may have been undecided when it came to the pool's position. His dissatisfaction with where to place the fool further being echoed in the words of his book. Court de Gebellen places it at the head of the whole series as the zero or negative, which is presupposed by numeration, and as this is a simpler, so also it is a better arrangement. It has been abandoned because in later times the cards have been attributed to the letters of Hebrew alphabet, and there has been apparently some difficulty in locating the zero symbol satisfactorily in a sequence of letters, all of which signify numbers. In the present reference of the card, the letter Shin, which corresponds to the 200, the difficulty of the unreason remains. The truth is that the real arrangement of the card has never transpired. Robert Place, in the book Tarot History, Symbolism, and Divination, suggests that Pamela Coleman Smith has taken inspiration from Solabusca's Five of Cups for the Fool, but the only similarity between those cards is that both figures are looking upwards and that the dog exists in both pictures, so I would disagree. More likely, Pamela Coleman Smith has taken inspiration from her earlier drawing of Peter Pan for this figure, as both figures appear to have a similar build, are joyfully moving, and are wearing a tunic. Furthermore, Peter Pan symbolizes eternal youthfulness and the joy of adventure, making him the perfect representation of the Fool card. As you can see, the figures are somewhat similar. The bag on the pole has the image of the hawk's head on it, likely representing the Egyptian sun god Horus. The Fool holds a white rose, the golden dawn symbol of silence and rebirth. Being the beginning and the end, the Fool is both a youthful figure, knowing of no worries, bravely stepping forth and off a cliff, and a master that has already completed their journey and climbed back up the cliff to bask in the sun's glory. The Fool is both moving and stationary, or as the pictorial key to the tarot puts it, his act of eager walking is still indicated, though he is stationary at the given moment, his dog is still bounding. In earlier card decks, the Fool symbolized the mad, the beggars, the excluded from the society or court jesters. They were homeless, penniless, and mentally ill, but at the same time, societal norms rarely applied to them, allowing them to, speak their mind and speak their truth. Moving on to the Magician. Left to right, the Magician from Smith White Tarot contrasted with Visconti Sforza deck. There are great similarities, even though this one is more of a ceremonial magician, and this one is more like a street performer. Prior to Smith White deck, the magician represented more of a street trick performer rather than some sort of grand occultist figure with a higher purpose, so the symbolism and inspiration here is unique to Smith White, and some decks that came after that have elevated the magician above its domain as a street trickster. On the table, you see a sword, a wand, a cup, and a pentacle, which are the suits of tarot and potentially symbolism of the Grail quest. To quote A.E. White from his 909 book, The Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the canonical hollows of the Grail legend are of course, the cup, the lance, the dish, and the sword. I'm wondering now how many critical works have been written on the Holy Grail, and yet it has occurred to no one that its hollows may be somewhere else in the world than in the old books of romance. They are in the tarot. While systems are not consistent, the four suits are often linked to the four elements, giving them yet another meaning in this card. There's a horizontal figure of 8 above Magician's head, symbolizing infinity. The pictorial key to the tarot, A.E. White, connects to Jesus with this line. Above his head is the mysterious sign of the Holy Spirit, the sign of life, like an endless cord forming the figure 8 in the horizontal position. Magician's belt is the Ouroboros, a circle made out of snake, eating its own tail and representing the eternal circle of destruction and rebirth. The positions of magician's hands implies an as above so below statement, and his wand points to the heavens while his finger points to the earth. The red and white flowers likely represent the red king and white queen in alchemy, otherwise known as masculine and feminine polarities. In the pictorial key to the tarot, A.E. White stresses that the flowers are specifically lilies and roses, which can be a throwback to Song of Songs, verse 2:1, where Jesus says that he is the rose of Sharon, the lily of the valleys. The card, again, it's very hard to see some of the detail, like the snake belt. It is there, but you can benefit more from like actually having a Smith White deck in order to stare at it super up close. Other than that, or you can like take the PDF and super enhance it, or Google the card, which will also work, in my opinion. The High Priestess. Before Smith White Tarot, the Popess was the female equivalent of the Pope and therefore a little bit controversial and heretical. In historical context, it made sense in the Visconti Sforza Tarot, as the woman on the trump was likely Sister Manfreda, the Umiliata nun, and a relative of this Visconti family, who was elected Pope by the heretical Guglielmite sect of Lombardy. I am not meant to pronounce place names. Other interpretations state that the Popess is the mystical Pope Juan, who, according to the legend, disguised as a man and was elected to rule as Pope until her disguise was ruined by her getting pregnant and giving birth. In a game where one trump beats another, both historical figures made sense as the Pope then beats them by being a higher trump. I.e., White has instead elected to take a more commonly pagan high priestess and apply her image to a very Abrahamic ideas. Therefore, we have a woman that has spiritual power guarding the gate of a largely Jewish and Christian mythic secrets. According to the Tarot, History, Symbolism, and Divination by Robert M. Place, the two columns that the High Priestess is sitting between are Levi's bows and Jachin, the two symbolic pillars that, in the account of 1 Kings 7:15-22, are said to have stood to the north and the south of the door of Solomon's temple. She holds a scroll with Torah written on it. All mystics loved this word as it represented Torah, the Hebrew Bible, and was an anagram for tarot, otherwise known as tarot, and rota, Latin for wheel. The wheel behind the whale, the thing that I'm wearing, behind her is decorated with pomegranates and date palms, symbolizing fertility. The arrangement of the pomegranates is reminiscent of the Kabbalistic tree of life. There are lunar, solar, and earthly associations in this card. To quote the pictorial key to the tarot by A.E. White, she has the lunar crescent at her feet, a horned diadem on her head with globe in the middle place, and a large solar cross on her breast, which Robert M. Place connects to the woman clothed in the sun standing on the moon, an image of Madonna found on Revelation 12:1. I don't know why. This is not an interpretation that you should ever take if you're a serious person, but all I can see when looking at the pillars is peanut butter and jelly. Definitely don't make interesting pop culture associations because it does ruin symbolism a little bit. The Empress. In Smith White deck, the Empress was made solely to be the symbol of fertility and little else. Her shield is heart shaped and carries the symbol of Venus, also known as the symbol of the female sex. According to the pictorial key to the tarot by A.E. White, the background is populated by a field of corn that is ripening in front of her, and beyond there is a fall of water, and she is the inferior Garden of Eden, the earthly paradise, all that is symbolized by the visible house of man. It is very hard to see the pattern on her dress, but Robert M. Place recognizes it to be open pomegranates, once again symbolizing her position as the fertile all mother. The robe of the Empress is white, likely connecting her to the alchemical White Queen or the female part of the duality. The Emperor. According to Robert M. Place, Golden Dawn associates the Emperor with Aries, and therefore the Emperor here is portrayed surrounded by four rams on his throne and one on his shoulder. The Emperor is the male partner to the Empress, and wearing red robes symbolizes the Red King of Alchemy, or the male component of the duality of sex. His being armored is presumably iron armor, and clad in red could be symbolism for Mars, the planet which rules over Aries. The Emperor holds the key to life, an ankh, and a globe which symbolizes his widespread power. The Hierophant. How do you even pronounce that word? The Hierophant is better known as the Pope. I.E. White decided to use the Greek word Hierophant, which means high priest. But the symbolism for the Pope is very obviously still there. With one hand, the Pope is performing a blessing. In a, I'm just doing a friggin' bunny ears for some reason. um, in the other, he is holding the papal cross. At his feet lie the keys to heaven, also known as Saint Peter's keys. The two priests at his feet are repeating the symbolism of the previous cards. One is decorated with red roses, the other with white lilies. The three crosses on his robes represents the Holy Trinity, and the three nails in his crown, the Christ's passion. The lovers. Ah, need to wet mouth? It hasn't been many pages. Mouth already dry. Not good. Ah, I know that I'm gonna ruin my voice again. It's okay. I'm allowed to do that, but still. From left to right, the lovers from Smith White Tarot, contrasted with the lovers from the Marseille Tarot, and the lovers from Visconti Sforza deck. And this one is the hardest to say because the background was very elaborate and the clothes were very elaborate, so they both kind of merged one into another. But there's like a man here and a woman here, and they're holding their hands together like they're in an agreement. And I'm pretty sure that that is Cupid, even though that is at the moment just something dark and vaguely human shaped. Here we can keep track of how the meaning of the card changes based on illustration. And the Visconti Sforza deck, this is a union where love is absent. The couple are shaking each other's hands while the Cupid stands there bleeding and with a blindfold. In the Marseille Tarot deck, the card represents a choice between two ladies. One has the gentleman's attention, but the other one is touching his heart. The Cupid, no longer blinded, is free to shoot his arrow as he pleases and make the choice that is not yet being made. Smith White Tarot deck is no longer about a loveless marriage nor about the inability to choose between two lovers. The Cupid is nowhere to be seen. Aya White explains in the pictorial key to the tarot that what we see here is Adam and Eve. Behind Eve is the forbidden tree of knowledge with the snake coiled around it. Behind Adam is the tree of life with 12 flames, potentially hinting at the zodiac with the number, as the Kabbalistic tree of life only has 10 spheres. Also, we have a nice angel that just kind of replaced the Cupid because, screw the Cupid. The chariot. I.E. White was largely following a design by Eliphas Levi for the chariot, Smith White chariot on the left, Levy's on the right, minus some details such as the crown of pentacles or the importance of number 7. The two sphinxes represent the active and passive force, one black and one white. The globe on the chariot is supposed to represent God. The symbol below the globe is supposed to be a tantric sex symbol, symbolizing the potent sexual energy of the charioteer. His belt and leather skirt are covered in alchemical symbols. The square, the symbol of fourfold matter, appears on his chest. His armor is decorated by two moons, one for each shoulder. Overall, we have potent viral man well on his conqueror's way through life, being pulled by two opposing forces, which in a majority of decks currently would be displayed by horses. Some sphinxes don't tend to like pull chariots, but there has been that like connection with Egypt that people like super obsessed in Victorian times when actually there wasn't the connection to Egypt. So, take the sphinxes as you like. Strength. From left to right, strength from Smith White Tarot contrasted with strength from Marseille Tarot. Strength largely remains unchanged in its imagery throughout many historical decks, and the overall theme it is to show the virtue of fortitude, sometimes also called courage. The woman closes the jaws of a lion calmly, with love, but firmly. It is a particularly long-lived example of such virtue. For example, this is the same virtue portrayed on the tombstone of Pope Clement. He died in 1047. Eden Gray, in Complete Guide to the Tarot, did a good job explaining the card and the overall meaning of the virtue when they summed it up as the lemniscate above her represents enlightenment and spiritual powers, whereas the lion represents animal passions and earthly cravings. That's the symbol of infinity, the freaking sideways 8, that's what they mean. The woman is dressed in white and the lion tends to be red. We are seeing the same feminine masculine alchemical play here as we did in other trump cards for Smith White Tarot. While White can also represent purity and add to the woman's holiness in conquering the animal desire. Golden Dawn has linked strength to the Leo astrological sign, likely because there's a lion on it, but it's also why Smith White Tarot has shuffled card order, as more traditionally strength comes as the 11th and not 8th card. 9. The Hermit. From left to right, the Hermit from Smith White Tarot contrasted with the Hermit from Marseille Tarot and Time from Visconti's Forza deck. Originally, the trump in this position used to be Time. An old man carries a sand clock showing that everything and everyone is eventually conquered by the flow of time. No motion, no virility, no status will save you. At some point, the clock got mistaken for a lantern and Time became the hermit, a wise man seeking isolation to find the spiritual truth in their life. There's very little uniqueness to Smith White Hermit, as seen when contrasted to Marseille's Hermit, outside of him being atop of a mountain, further emphasizing isolation or even pioneering and making way for others, and him having a six-pointed star and his lantern that you would have very difficult to see. You would have great difficulty seeing from this illustration. According to Robert M. Place, an upward triangle is accepted as masculine, a downward triangle as feminine, and six-pointed star would represent both triangles joined as one. So alchemy again, woo! The Wheel of Fortune, from left to right. The Wheel of Fortune from Smith White Tarot contrasted with the Wheel of Fortune from Marseille Tarot and the Wheel of Fortune from Visconti's Forza deck. Generally, the Wheel of Fortune symbolism is easy to understand and can be summed up as what goes up will need to come down again. The Visconti Sforza deck illustrates a man wishing for power, a man sitting atop of the throne, man falling from power, man dying old and destitute on the street. The Fate holds their hands while being entirely blind to their struggles. Once again, very hard to see, but you can just about make up the old man, the man wishing for power, the man on the throne here, and the man falling from power. The Marseille Tarot has streamlined this message by taking out the destitute and turning people into monkeys. The monkey wants power, the monkey gets power, the monkey is falling from power. Smith White deck instead has decided to be very creative. First, the wheel itself. We can see our already familiar words spelling either tarot, Torah, or rota, depending on how you read the wheel. Between the Latin letters, there are Hebrew letters spelling the name of God. Inside the inner circle are the alchemical symbols for mercury, sulfur, solution, and salt, which correspond to the four elements. For the figures surrounding the wheel in the pictorial key to the tarot, I.E. White identifies the snake being Typhon and the Sphinx as the representation of equilibrium. Robert M. Place identifies the jackal as a combination of Hermes and Anubis, Hermanubis. Wikipedia disagrees, calling the being just Anubis. If we see the Sphinx as the equilibrium and the snake as evil, this puts Hermanubis as good. In Four Corners, we see the representation of Christian four evangelists: the lion, the ox, the man, and the eagle, which is like a completely different meaning than just the regular Wheel of Fate. But alright, Smith White, you can have your own, your own unique interpretation on tarot. That's the point in releasing your deck to begin with. Justice. Justice is another one of the cardinal virtues, just like strength. According to Aristotle, justice consists in a certain equality by which the just and divine claim of another, neither more nor less, is satisfied. Normally, justice would be the eighth trump card and strength would be 11th, but I. White has switched them around to better fit Golden Dawn's astrological correspondences, as with this placement, justice now falls into representing Libra. In one hand, justice holds a sword representing judgment or mercy, in the other scale, a symbol of impartial judgment. Just like with the chariot, justice wears a couple of squares, one on her crown and another one on her chest. This is yet another figure that sits between two pillars with a wheel behind her. But I.E. White specifies that they are not the same pillars as seen next to the high priestess. We're in a completely different place. You can just about make up, like, you can make out the square on her head pretty well. The square that holds her clothes in place is a bit harder to make out. The Hanged Man. Left to right, the Hanged Man from Smith White Tarot contrasted with Wisconsin's Sforza deck. Largely the same figure. The original Hanged Man portrays a form of punishment reserved for those guilty of treason. Timothy Betts, in his word book, Tarot and the Millennium, presents a translated excerpt from the 1393 degree from Milan and Lombardy. Let him be drug on a wooden plank at a horse tail to the place of execution, and there be suspended by 1 foot to the gallows, and be left there until he is dead. As long as he lives, let him be given food and drink. This form of punishment gave rise to another practice in Italy called pittura infamante, which translates as shame painting or defaming portrait. If other people wanted to shame you, they could draw you in the hanged man position and leave the drawing into a highly visible place. Sforza's family has endured this event of shame painting, which is likely how the hanged man has entered the trump sequence of their private deck. As the trump sequence may have been the one that became popular later, the historic event is likely why we have the hanged man. To quote the event itself, the Pope has given him, Musio, the title of Count of Cotignola, in gratitude for his services as a condottiero. When Musio later offered the services of his army to one of the Pope's enemies, Ladislas the Magnanimous, King of Naples, the Pope ordered him depicted on all the bridges and gates of Rome, hung by the right foot to a gallows with his heraldic mattock in his right hand. On the other hand was a scroll with this inscription: I am the peasant Sforza of Cotigula, traitor who have committed 12 treasons against my honor, promises, agreements, pacts I have broken. Moving away from tarot as a game and towards tarot as a divinatory tool, the hanged man seems to have been identified with willful martyrdom and self inflicted sacrifice, and that's the angle that I.E. White takes. In Smith White Tarot deck, the hanged man hangs from a Tau cross, otherwise known as the execution cross, the kind that would have been used for Jesus. The meaning of martyrdom and connection with Jesus is further cemented with the halo around the hanged man's head. In Pictorial Key to the Tarot, I.E. White repeatedly stresses that this figure is living and not dead, and that their expression is that of deep entrancement and not suffering, and that it is the representation of life suspended and not life ending. Because, it being an execution method, you do want to specify that. 13. Death. Golden Dawn has linked the trump card Death with the astrological sign Scorpio, as Scorpio represents death and rebirth the closest. The people on the ground imply that no status, gender, or age protects one from death. Death is something unstoppable. Death holds a flag with white rose, something that, for the Golden Dawn occult group, symbolized rebirth. In the distance, the sun is rising between two pillars. I, White, loved pillars, symbolizing a good afterlife or a better tomorrow, depicting if you believe that the sun is rising for those dead, still alive, or both. Temperance. From left to right. Temperance from the Smith White Tarot contrasted with Temperate from Visconsi's Sforza deck. Temperance is a cardinal virtue that most often is depicted by a woman mixing one's wine with water so that they're unable to enjoy pure wine and get drunk off it. I.E. White tried hard to display the mixing of different properties in this card. The angel standing 1 foot on dry land and 1 foot in the water. They're wearing the sun, while the mountain is wearing their crown. The blending and mixing of internal and external, the dry and the wet, the drunk and the sober, is a very temperate thing to do, so the symbol goes well there. There's a triangle inside a square on the angel's chest, representing the sevenfold nature of man, three higher and four lower. Divine, spiritual, and intellectual parts are higher, passional, vital, astral, and physical parts are lower. The higher parts last forever, the lower parts only last one lifetime. One blog claims that Rachel Pollack tried to explain the placement of the higher within the lower as after the ego's death, eternal energies work with the square of the ordinary activities that we need not look to miracles to sense our connection with the immortal universe. To complete this highly spiritual appearance, I.E. White has placed the biblical name of God, Tetragrammaton, above the triangle inside the square. There's much argument for who the angel on the card is. Guesses include Iris, because the flowers displayed on the card are irises, Michael, because of the sun on the figure's head, and even Zeus's cupbearer, Ganymede. The right answer so far is nobody knows. That's the only thing that I. White said about it in the pictorial key to the tarot is that the angel is neither male nor female. Very, very descriptive. Thank you, I.E. White. The devil. From left to right, the devil from Smith White Tarot contrasted with the devil from Marseille Tarot. To quote the pictorial key to the tarot by I.E. White, in the 18th century, this card seems to have been rather a symbol of merely animal impudicity. The most common portrayal of the devil indeed involves loads of nudity and normally a male and female figure chained together, likely implying being ruled over lust or other impure animalistic desires. In Smith White version, this card specifically portrays Adam and Eve after the fall as signified the man's tail being on fire, just like the tree's fruits behind Adam on the lover's card, and Eve's tail bearing fruit, just like the tree of knowledge. There's an inverted pentagram on the devil's head signifying desire, trumping good judgment. The devil, in I.E. White's own words, are giving a sign of reverse benediction or mock benediction, mocking the hierophant that came earlier. Funnily enough, these days we are more aware of the sign as the Vulcan sign of greetings from Star Trek. The devil is the only fat figure in the whole of Smith White's major arcana, a possible connection to the sin of gluttony. Lastly, the devil is portrayed with goat's horns because by the Golden Dawn connections, this card is supposed to connect to the astrological sign of Capricorn. Always remember that if you just follow Star Trek and are a Trekkie, you're just reverse benedicting everybody that you meet when you greet them with this symbol. It's pretty cool and pretty metal. I approve. 16. The Tower. From left to right, the tower from Smith White Tower contrasted with the tower from Marseille Tower. Older decks do not have a consistent imagery for the tower. The images here would vary from naked people running from a burning building to lightning striking a tree. This position was always occupied by some sort of disaster card, but with no consistent imagery, there is no deep story to tell. There is a possibility that the Marseille Tarot and others that portrayed a falling tower were making a picture of the fall of the Tower of Babel. But there's every chance that there was no significance or little significance for this card outside of the way of indicating a disaster of some sort. The fire droplets on the Tower card on the Smith White deck made up the core Hebrew letter Yod. I'm trying to see. You can make it out. It's in the sky. It's over here. I.E. White gave this information on the possible interpretations of the card at the time of making Smith White deck. The tower struck by lightning. Its alternative titles are Castle of Plutus, God's House, and the Tower of Babel. In the last case, the figures falling therefrom are held to be Nimrod and his minister. It is assuredly a card of confusion, and the design corresponds, broadly speaking, to any of the designations except God's house, unless we are to understand that the house of God has been abandoned in the whale of the temple rent. Paul Husson, in his book Mystical Origins of the Tarot from Ancient Roots to Modern Usage, suggests that due to the sequence of the trumps, the devil coming just before this card, and of the alternative titles being Castle of Plutus, this card could show the destruction of the house of the devil, which would make a lot of sense in this, sequential part. But there is some question if devil card was originally even there in the original sequence, so, The star. From left to right, the star from Smith White Tarot, contrasted with the star from Marseille Tarot, and the star from Visconti Sforza deck. The focal point in the star has always been, well, the star. Similarly to the tower, there wasn't a unified way to showcase the star on the trump. And just as with the tower, White seems to have taken the most inspiration from Marseille deck. The main symbolism to take away from Marseille Tarot, Marseille's the star would be there is plenty. It's a girl that's naked and relaxed, spilling a never ending stream of water from her water jugs into more water. The symbolism of plenty continues carrying into Smith White deck. According to Smith White, the star in his deck represents Freemasonry's blazing star, which is a symbol of truth or divine forces directing one to truth. The Golden Dawn card system equates the star to Aquarius, the water bearer, which may be why water occupies the larger portion of the card than it does in Marseille's tarot, and of course in Visconti Sforza deck. Water does not feature at all, as it is the card of the star. The moon from left to right. The moon from Smith White Tarot contrasted with the moon from Marseille Tarot and the moon from Visconti Sforza deck. As always, the primary point of the moon card used to be the moon. Just like with the star, White largely went with Marseille's design for the card. A couple of things to notice on Smith White's version. The moon has exactly 32 rays, the Kabbalistic number of 10th Sephirot, combined with 22 paths of the Tree of Life. The moon droplets are dew and they form the core Hebrew letter Yod, just like the Tower card with fire droplets. The moon rolls over the astrological sign Cancer, and there is a crab in the picture. For the rest of the card's meaning, in White's own words, the card represents the life of the imagination apart from the life of the spirit. The path between the towers is the issue of the unknown. The dog and the wolf are fears of the natural mind in the presence of that place of exit where there is only reflected light to guide it. 19. The sun. The sun primarily symbolizes the sun. In astrology, the sun rules the fifth house, which is the house of love, pleasure, and children. So, symbolism of children or a singular child on the card that should convey the sun makes sense. Golden Dawn's correspondence for the sun card is the sun. I.E. White could have been influenced by a book called Chaldean Oracles of Julianus by Julian the Liturgist that had this particular line in it. But these things I revolve in the reclusive temples of my mind, to see a horse more glittering than light, or a boy riding on the back of a horse, fiery or clad in gold, or naked. There are 22 rays emanating off the sun. One is half a ray right next to the numeral for the card, which could represent the major arcana, otherwise known as trump cards, emanating like rays from one's truth or the sun. There are 4 sunflowers in the picture, which could symbolize 4 suits, 4 elements, the 4 directions, or the 4 seasons. Sunflowers are supposed to face the sun, but in here they're all facing the child, indicating that they're more luminous than the literal sun. The child wears the same feather as the Fool and the 0th card, meaning that this child is the Fool reborn, carrying the banner of victory with them. The Fool has completed their journey through death and through rebirth, and they're free to be happy. 20th, Judgment. From left to right, Judgment from Smith White Tarot contrasted with Judgment from Marseille Tarot and Judgment from Visconti Sforza deck. The Judgment represents the Christian resurrection and the Last Judgment. In all of the depictions of judgment, the angel or angels announce the day of judgment as everyone wakes up from their graves, ready to embrace eternal life. The banner that the angel holds is the standard Christian symbol derived from victory banner of Constantine, the first Christian emperor. When held by the angel, it represents life's victory over death. The Smith White's deck scene is set on the sea, likely following Revelation 20:13 verse, "The sea gave up its dead, the death and Hades gave up their dead, all the dead were judged according to their deeds." 21! The world! We're now reaching the end of Major Arcana. Yay to us! From left to right, the world from Smith White Tarot contrasted with the world from Marseille Tarot. I.E. White has largely copied the design from the Marseille Tarot. The four figures at the corners represent the four Christian evangelists. According to I.E. White, quoting from the book The Pictorial Key to the Tarot, the lady in the middle represents the perfection and end of the cosmos, the secret which is within it, the rapture of the universe when it understands itself in God. It is further the state of the soul in the consciousness of the divine vision reflected from the self knowing spirit. Or, in other words, a saved soul in the perfect Christian afterlife, its journey being completed. The figure in the middle is not always female, and it seems that it may have been meant to represent Jesus at one point, but the symbolism got lost when androgynous figure got interpreted more as a female than a male. Indeed, there are preserved Marseille decks where the same image is portrayed as a woman with breasts. The Marseille deck used here is also called the Jean Dodal Marseille Tarot version that was produced in Lyon, France in 1701, and here the figure is still androgynous. When the female figure is employed, sometimes it is seen as prudence, simply because there's one missing cardinal virtue from the tarot trumps, others being strength, justice, and temperance. Regardless, you choose to view the world as Jesus coming to save you, the greatest expression of your soul, or the top cardinal virtue, it is always the same in meaning, completion, the highest possible level achieved, the happy ending to a story. Sometimes the wreath of the world will be Ouroboros, or the snake eating itself infinitely, to demonstrate that when we reach this point, we start the journey all over again, but that symbolism is not included in Smith White deck. Quite surprising, as they were all for symbolism back then. Woo! All the symbols. They were trying to be more symbolic than the previous decks, but some ways the previous decks had more symbols sometimes. Minor Arcana, starting from Ace of Cups. It is very obvious that the Cups suit has been connected to the element of water in Smith White deck, considering how prominently water is being displayed in Ace of Cups. Robert M. Place sees a lot of biblical symbolism in this card. According to him, the reversed M on the chalice symbolizes Mary, the mother of Jesus, who is currently receiving the host, the body of Jesus, into her womb, as delivered by the dove, otherwise known as Christian symbol for the Holy Spirit. In other words, what you're observing on this card is the impregnation of Mary. Joy for us. Two of Cups. According to I.E. White, a youth and maiden are pledging one another, and above their cups rises the codicus of Hermes, between the great wings of which there appears a lion's head. The codicus, besides representing Mercury and Hermes, is also associated with commerce, negotiation, balanced exchange, and reciprocity, meaning that the people on the card are in sync with one another. Don't make me pronounce big words, it won't work out very well. Lionhead is harder to explain. Robert M. Place ties the whole codicus together with the lion's head and calls it the lion-headed god of the Mithraic mysteries. And he may be correct. Said figure was portrayed as a man with lion's head, with two snakes traveling up his body in a similar fashion to the symbol of codicus. The problem is that we don't know exactly who such imagery represented, but the popular image circulated down to Freemasons and from there likely the Golden Dawn too. According to Robert M. Place, it represents divine power. Another thing to note is the influence of Pamela Smith, the painter of the deck. She was greatly invested in the theater and was friends with actors and actresses. The card is set up as if both figures are standing on a stage, if you take a note of that line that separates the background from the floor. It's not going to be present in all the cards, but it is present in quite a few of the cards. Three of Cups. There's a lot less symbolism in this one. Three women dressed in white and red, which symbolize the comical opposites, or masculine and feminine, as we had seen in other cards, dance raising a toast in Garden of Abundance. Their prosperity, joy, and friendship are there for all to see. Four of Cups. To quote I.E. White, a young man is seated under a tree and contemplates three cups set on the grass before him. An arm issuing from a cloud offers him another cup. His expression, notwithstanding, is one of discontent with his environment. The extra cup is obviously a message, potentially a divine one, potentially a physical one. The man does not seem happy to receive it, so, as such, symbolically, this card represents a man receiving a message about an ongoing situation that he is not very happy about. Five of Cups. Judging by the line between the ground and the scenery, you can see it just like right there. This is another picture that's drawn more like a play than real life. The imagery on this card is the definition of crying over spilt milk. There's no deeper symbolic meaning behind it, merely a man that has five cups spilt that has five cups, spilt three, and has turned his back towards the two that has spilt, still standing intact. Oh God, this is a hard sentence. To mourn the three that have lost their liquid. There's a beautiful bridge and a small castle in the background, but the man is too frozen in grief to continue on his way. Six of Cups. There are several symbols of innocence and purity in the imagery of this card. First, there are two children that are innocently sharing flowers together. Second, they're flowers themselves, for they are white. Each flower is drawn as an upward pentagram, as they all have 5 points. An upward pentagram can represent the 5 fingers, 5 senses, 5 wounds of Christ, 5 virtues of knighthood that are generosity, friendship, chastity, chivalry, and piety, at least according to a 14th century English poem, Sir Gawain and the Greek Knight. As most of us will be adults when looking at this card, the strongest association one that can get with childhood is past. Robert M. Place has added that the leaving guard in the background symbolizes letting your guard down. I think that's the man over there. It's very hard to make out sometimes. Seven of Cups. This is the card of choices that illustrates the choices that are not what they appear to be. Considering that the shadow of the person picking seems to be male, the female head is likely a choice of a love interest. According to Robert M. Place, the veiled figure is likely the chooser's higher self or holy guardian angel. According to the interpretation on Wikipedia, this also can be a choice of one's burning need for self illumination. Next cup, we associate snakes with evil people, the secret snake in your grass. Another interpretation, this is a cup of animal desires or the forbidden snake that had led Eden to the tree of knowledge. Oh, the forbidden snake! The forbidden snake! The bottom left cup holds a tower, a sign of prosperity and stability, but also something that can be directly contrasted with the tower card. Next to it, a cup of wealth, potentially harm free, potentially a call to remember the sin of greed. There's a cup holding a victory wreath right here, but the cup itself is decorated with a skull right here. Meaning that if this cup is chosen, the person will experience a great victory in their life and receive what they desired so greatly, but they may also encounter great misfortune and even die in the process. Dragons used to be associated with calamity and evil, but they could also be seen as a symbol of wrath and revenge. There is some implication that I.E. White mayhap was trying to display an image littered with sin and what is not good for us, attracting us to only one, the really good choice, which is the spiritual choice of illumination and following your higher self. However, a modern eye may see a lot fewer pitfalls, as neither the path of love nor the path of wealth seems like a treacherous choice here. Eight of Cups. In White's own words, a man of dejected aspect is deserting the cups of his felicity, enterprise, undertaking, or previous concern. The cups represent the man's past and he is walking away from it. There's space left, either symbolizing what is missing and making the man walk away from an unsatisfactory past, or making room for the man to bring another cup and add to their past. The man has a walking stick, which may imply that the journey forth will be long, or that the man is worn down by journeying already and thus his journey will be difficult. Nine of Cups. According to I.E. White, this is a card of man that has feasted to his heart's content, and he's enjoying abundance not only in wealth but in other matters in life too. The important aspect of this card is that the man is happy and plumb, potentially pointing to the man being a greedy eater or potentially pointing to the man not experiencing much luck in their life. Much lack! They're experiencing all the luck, man! They're very, very fat. There we go. The second aspect would be the man is alone. This is a card of happiness, contentment, and wealth shared by one rather than a whole family or community. Ten of Cups. This is another line separating the ground from the background here, symbolizing that once again this card is set on a stage, in a play, rather than something that is happening in actual real life. There's a rainbow in the sky. Biblically, a rainbow is seen as a sign of hope and promise from God to mankind. The cups appear in the rainbow rather than being supported on the ground, which may signify that the happiness experienced in this card is not material, but spiritual and emotional. A happy couple overlooks a bright new day and a nice little rustic home while their children play. Unlike the previous card, this is a sign of abundance, emotional contentment, and well being experienced by a whole family or community rather than a singular person. Ah, the court cards! The court cards have a lot of text to them because the court cards are importante. Page of Cups. This is another card where the action is happening on stage, as indicated by a line between the floor and the background. In White's own words, a fair, pleasing, somewhat effeminate page of studious and intent aspect contemplates a fish rising from a cup to look at him. It is the pictures of the mind taking form. Cups as a suit are associated with the feminine and water. Water as an element is the element of emotion, of the subconscious that flows. So the page is a youthful feminine figure that is exploring their own creativity, pictures of mind taking form, subconscious and emotions, the symbolism of water. Fish requires the page to contemplate, meaning that this card is bringing some sort of message or communication from either the divine or the mind of the page. The page's tunic is decorated with greenery, which may imply that the page still has a lot of opportunity to grow, especially combined with the page being a youthful figure. Or it is a statement that even though the page is exploring element of water, he is still staying grounded in reality, the element of earth. Knight of Cups. Knight of Cups from Smith White compared with Knight of Cups from Sola Busca Tarot. Both have a horse, both have a figure on the horse. This one's really hard to see. The wings on the helmet and feet of the Knight of Cups tie him both to Hermes and the Messenger of the Gods, and a much earlier Knight of Cups portrayed in Sola Busca Tarot deck. Previously, the page was at the sea wearing a robe of plants, while the knight is firmly on land wearing armor of scales, connecting him to the journey that the page has previously begun. He is the action that is no longer pondering the message of the fish, but rather driving all of that energy forward from the emotional subconscious, the sea, to the physical, the land that he's riding on. Queen of Cups. Queen of Cups from Smith White compared with Queen of Cups from Sola Busca Tarot. To quote White, one who sees visions in a cup. This is, however, only one of her aspects. She sees, but she also acts, and her activity feeds her dream. Queen of Cups, description wise, unifies both the page and the Knight of Cards. She divines the message and she acts upon it. Visually, she's sitting on a seashell throne with water spirits painted on it. Her cloak has the sea wave motif, and her feet are nearly in the water. She isn't just pondering the water, she's becoming one with the sea of unconscious and the sea of emotion. This isn't just her element, she's actively becoming the element. King of Cups. While the king's wife was becoming the sea, King was supported by the sea. He's not trying to become one with his conscience or swim the waters of his emotions. He's in charge of said aspects about himself and therefore commands the waters to carry him instead of sinking in them or becoming one with the water. Robert Place sees an Egyptian lotus column on the side of his throne and as a scepter, which, in Place's opinion, connects him to the desert flower and therefore the astrological sign of Scorpio. Scorpio does make sense because it's the one element that would be missing from the world that would collect all of the Christian preachers to four animals to four minor arcana suits. There we go. Thank you, brain. But it is also a very obscure symbolism here. Like, it could have been a lot more overt. So I'm just writing that this is what Robert and Place connects. But I myself, it's both correct and a bit far fetched at the same time. Hey, time for Pentacles. Ace of Pentacles. This card has so little to interpret that we may as well talk a little about what we're seeing here. Originally, this suit used to be coins. Levy titled it Pantacles, his own word for talismans. White built upon pentacles by changing it to pentacles and drawing a pentacle on the coin. So now we have monetary yellow round disc that also has the symbolism of a magical talisman, all rolled up in one. How convenient. If I were to interpret the picture symbolically, a hand of God is giving you the monetary or magical opportunity to cultivate your fields into something successful and fertile as the lush garden on this card. Two of Pentacles. The Rider White Two of Coins is inspired by the ribbon of Marseille Tarot, which displays the name of the card manufacturer. Unfortunately, there is no picture in the public domain of said card, and paying a museum for a limited number of distributions of a photograph would limit the amount of time that this book can be available. However, you merely need to erase the juggler and imagine the coins portrayed on their own with the ribbon, and you'll get the Marseille interpretation of this of this card minus the name of the manufacturer. The juggler is on a stage as the ground is separated from the background. In the background, the seas are storming while the juggler looks very focused on juggling the two pentacles. The ribbon is nearly at the right position to indicate eternity, making this juggling an act of eternal dance. This is a symbol of someone persevering in an attempt to balance and maintain despite the rough waters that they find themselves in. Three of Pentacles. A skilled artist is carving a design into the Gothic arch for an establishment. The little rose with the cross places us inside a Rosicrucian building. I.E. White describes the card as such, a sculptor at his work in a monastery. Compare the design which illustrates the Eight of Pentacles. The apprentice of or amateur therein has received his reward and is now at work in earnest. This means that what we're observing is a little story where the man from Eight of Pentacles gets hired to work on purifying our Rosicrucian monastery. The symbolism here is meant to only directly tie into the meaning of the card. Four of Pentacles. Another card whose action is taking place on a stage. Pay attention to the line between the background and the floor. And honestly, the town behind is like surprisingly modern. Like, I know that in the early 1900s they did kind of have like very tall buildings, skyscraper like buildings, but yeah, it's kind of tall, very city like. I. White describes this figure with a sentence: he holds to that which he has, and it sums up the card perfectly. The figure is firmly pressing down on two pentacles, hugging one tightly and balancing one on their head. They stand on money. It is money that they hold dearest, and they have money on their mind. The figure is alone and far from the city. One could infer from this that this money focused mentality may have pushed them into being an outcast or paranoid about other people, hence why he steps away while clutching onto his belongings. Five of Pentacles. Two poor people are walking past a church window. The man with crutches has leper's bell around his neck. Hard to see, but here it is. Both figures are in a snowstorm together, but there's no implied relation here. They may know each other or they may not. The figures symbolize poverty and hard times, especially financial poverty, though the leper can also imply bad health and lack of social standing. The church window can represent warmth and hope, delivering a message to trust in the spiritual, but juxtaposed with poverty in the picture, it can also show poverty of spirit rather than material wealth. Six of Pentacles. This is another card of an event that is happening in a play, as shown by a clear line on the floor on the background. Robert M. Place suggests that this card represents an alternative scenario to Four of Pentacles, where the one that has wealth shares it instead of hoarding it. This card depicts a wealthy man who distributes his wealth evenly before he distributes it. The scales being a symbol of fairness can call into question if this puts him in a socially fair position. Is he doing the distribution because it is fair, or because it puts him in a position to temporarily lord over the beggars? The portrayal of the situation on the card symbolizes all meanings that I.E. White has disclosed to this for this card equally. For this card means presents, gifts, and gratification, but also attention. Seven of Pentacles. The man in the picture is a farmer, leaning on his hoe and lovingly looking at the fruits of his labor mature, which is what the Seven of Pentacles in a vegetation patch represent. I.E. White describes this card as this: a young man, leaning on his staff, looks intently at Seven of Pentacles attached to a clump of greenery on his right. One would say that these are his treasures and that his heart was there. White's misinterpretation of hoe as a staff shows that he has left most, if not all, minor arcana design entirely to Pamela Coleman Smith, as he's describing what he thinks he sees and not necessarily what is actually drawn. What is actually drawn is a farmer that cultivated all of them pentacles. Eight of Pentacles. Left to right, Eight of Pentacles from Smith White deck contrasted with Six of Coins from Solabusca deck. There's obvious inspiration taken from Solabusca here. The card represents meticulous and hard repetitive labor put in to create literal money, considering that the pentacles symbolize coins. This repetitive perfection of man's craft will also lead him to get a large order from the monastery in Three of Pentacles if we follow White's description of Three of Pentacles. Nine of Pentacles. A wealthy woman stands in a garden abundant with grapes and pentacles, which, according to Robert M. Place, symbolizes sensuality and wealth. Her robe is decorated with flowers, which Wikipedia guesses are a testament to her refined senses. There is quite a lot of red in the picture: her hat, bird's head, the flowers on her robe. And red is a masculine color, literally showing that this woman is not a personification of the feminine, but rather an active bringer and participant in her own wealth. Her facial expression is neutral. She sees her domain neither negatively nor positively. This could point to either a passive acceptance of discomfort or to a perfectionist nature that makes it hard for her to be satisfied with the wealth that she already has. Ten of Pentacles. The pentacles are arranged in a Kabbalistic tree of life formation, and considering that the figures in the picture are likely related, the old patriarch of the family, followed by married couple and their child, it is very appropriate symbolism. The cloak of the man is decorated with grapes, which, following the symbolism of the previous card, would denote wealth and sensuality. In astrology, this card is associated with the third decan of Virgo, ruled by Mercury, to do with old age and loss, according to Paul Husson, as mentioned in the book Mystical Origins of Tarot from Ancient Roots to Modern Usage. While this card carries no such meaning, White could be giving a nod to that interpretation by incorporating an old man into the picture. There's an emblem of a fortress on the archers, which likely symbolizes stability experienced by the whole family. Because it's a nicely set up, wealthy family, as is appropriate for the suit of pentacles. Page of Pentacles. The young man stands in the field, a symbol of earth, fertility, and in general all that is earthy, wealth included. But he is not tilling it, nor working upon it. Instead, he is contemplating the wealth, the pentacle, from a purely academic point. His gaze is soft, as if he's mesmerized by the subject itself. The card displays very little of doing and a lot of contemplating and potentially romanticizing the idea of the wealth that can be created in this fertile field. Knight of Pentacles. In I.E. White's own words, he rides a slow, enduring heavy horse, to which his own aspect corresponds. He exhibits his symbol, but does not look therein. The knight rides a sturdy, work ready horse through the fertile fields. He is prepared to work, so instead of contemplating the wealth in his hand, he knows that he has it and keeps its eyes on the work that's ahead of him. Robert M. Place interprets the knight as looking for a place to plant the pentacle in order to start the action of growing. The knight and his horse are decorated with oak leaves, a symbol of Jupiter. Queen of Pentacles. Queen of Pentacles is a queen who knows the weight of wealth and abundance. Just like the page, she's contemplating the pentacle, but her own expression is a lot less charmed. The weight of the coin is weighing her down. There's an overabundance of red in this picture, everything from red flowers to her robes being red. Red being the masculine expression, this is likely a working woman rather than a passive queen. Her throne is surrounded by signs of earth. There's a lot of life in this picture, starting from the bunny on the bottom left. Oh, cute little bun, including all the vegetation and even the depiction of a goat on her throne's armrest. King of Pentacles. The King of Pentacles sits on the throne marked with four bulls, which are a representation of Taurus, one of the earthly signs, and also connects the king to Saint Luke, represented as the bull on the world card. With such a prominent astrological sign, it is safe to assume that just like the Taurus, the king is seen as loving wealth and pleasures, but also being a reliable hard worker that continues to push through. I.E. White believes that the facial expression shows courage, but also lethargic nature. King of Pentacles does not jump into action prematurely, his reactions are thought through. It is important to notice that the king is wearing armor underneath his gown, as shown by his foot that is sticking out. This means that he is prepared to defend the wealth that he has created. Grapes of wealth and sensuality once again reappear in this card on the king's robes. Time for another drink. Because my throat is being tortured. I am in a cherry orchard. I am not a happy man. I do not suggest trying to read a 250 book page book on stream or anywhere else out loud unless you're trained for it, which voice actors are, but I'm not. Ace of Wands. According to Paul Husson, Persian magicians, considering that their rods signified service to the holy fire of Ahura Mazda. Ahura Mazda. There we go. One way to display the inner fire is through growth. So here you see a life lit with the fire of life. Good morning, Buller. I am still reading my own book. I am now on page 180. Let me scroll. 8. There we go. Out of 253. I've decided to allow everybody to enjoy it free of charge. Eventually, this will become a YouTube video, which will go to YouTube. But if anyone doesn't really want to listen to me drag on, it's also available on Amazon to just grab a version of your own instead of listening to my voice. I mostly use Twitch for like streaming video games, and I'm planning to return to that in December with like double fever because I will need next week to edit all of this. I imagine. Well, why, thank you. Another interpretation of Ace of Wands that we can go with here is by Levy, who believed that the wand represented the miraculously flowering rod of Moses' brother Aaron. No matter which interpretation you go with, the rod is alive with the burning passion for life, for new experiences and new ideas, but not necessarily for the sound of music. That would be the hills, not the rod. Do not mistake the rod for the hills. Two of Wands. A man is holding the globe in his hands, symbolizing that he literally has the world, yet he longs for more, looking out at the journey ahead. In White's own words, the design gives one suggestion. Here is a lord overlooking his dominion and alternatively contemplating a globe. It looks like the malady, the mortification, the sadness of Alexander amidst the grandeur of this world's wealth. One may also notice the slanted cross made from red roses and white lilies, symbolizing the alchemical opposites coming together in harmony. Here, like right here. Three of Wands. According to White, this card shows a successful merchant. Those are his ships bearing his merchandise, which is sailing over the sea. The card also signifies able cooperation in business. Threes are an important theme for this card. There are three wands, one of which the merchant is leaning upon, and three ships. Even though the merchant is alone in this card, it is the community that props him up and supports him, hence leaning on one of the wands. According to Paul Husson, astrologically this card falls under the decan of Aries, degree 11 to degree 20, which is ruled by the sun. This is the decan of nobility, wealth, and rule. Four of Wands. This is another card that is happening on a stage, with the floor being separated from the background. Interestingly enough, the only active participant in this play is the structure, as all the people are painted in the background. The structure is sturdy and balanced. There is no need for anyone to hold the wands up. This suggests firm foundations. The structure highly resembles a Jewish wedding chuppah, but with the roof being made out of vegetation. This would suggest a fruitful, strong bond like that of a family or marriage. Peaches and grapes are featured prominently on the garlands, suggesting a period of prosperity and abundance. And of course, like the people in the background, they're looking like pretty happy, so they're all good. Five of Wands. According to I.U. White, the card shows a posse of youths who are brandishing staves as if in sport or strife. The members of this card look uncoordinated. One is trying to carry their wand, another is trying to build a structure while cooperating with another person. One is striking the two wand arrangement with his, and the last person is boasting about their wand. Not to be confused with male organ. There is a lack of decision here if this is a fight or cooperative effort. They are not engaged in the same action. While Husson ascribed astrological meaning goes fairly well with this mess of a card assigned to Leo, degree 1 to 10, ruled by Saturn, and this is the decan of boldness, victory, cruelty, lust, and violence. Six of Wands. The man is riding a white horse, a steed reserved for the hero figure in the stories that have trumped over great negative forces. The symbolism is further deepened by the figure wearing a victor's wreath and carrying one hung on his wand. The other five people carrying their wands are walking along with this man in a nice and orderly manner. The implication is that the figure has shown up and through physical combat or diplomacy has aligned all the participants of the last card to move in one unified direction. This has been a victory over strife. Seven of Wands. A stressed and strained man stands on a hill, signifying strong footing. He is prepared to defend what he has gained, and his position puts him at an advantage, even if he is fighting 1 against 6. The lack of the portrayal of others who are carrying those 6 wands could suggest that the struggle may be entirely imagined and in the guy's mind. Eight of Wands. The situation, whatever it was, has launched the wands into the air. While mobile, this is a temporary state, as all that goes up has to come down, and indeed the wands are beginning to do so. According to Paul Husson, the astrological decan for this card is Sagittarius, degree 1 to 10, ruled by Mercury. This is a decan of boldness, freedom, liberality, and fields of gardens. I.E. White describes the wands as flying through open country, suggesting that perhaps he was aware of the astrological assignment of this card. Nine of Wands. There is a separation between the background and the floor, indicating that this card is part of a play. I.E. White describes this card as such. The figure leans upon his staff and has an expectant look, as if waiting an enemy. Behind are eight other staves, erect in orderly disposition like a palisade. Hello, Furnace! The man is injured, but he has a formidable defensive wall behind him. He represents a position so entrenched that despite all the setbacks, it is not a position that is likely to be defeated. The figure shows discipline and courage, but also must always be vigilant and as such is not free to actually live his life. I am definitely hurting my throat through this. Otherwise, I am good. This is my grand plan to promote my book on tarot to mostly YouTube. But I decided that if I am gonna be making a video where I read it, all of it out loud, because I am a mad lad, I may as well do it on Twitch, because why not? Ten of Wands. This is another card whose action is taking place on stage, as indicated by the line separating the floor and the background. The person displayed is one that is overburdened by their enterprise, nevertheless, they are successful, active, and on the move, but they're having a hard time seeing past their wants, obligations. There is some chance that Pamela Smith has taken some inspiration from the Solabusca deck for this one, as person carrying loads of long objects is a very prominent illustration there. I did not include a comparison to a specific card because the amount of cards that do have this imagery, if I were to list them, 5, 6, 7, and 9 of bottoms all feature a person carrying sticks and looking like they're heavy, and so do 6, 7, and 10 of swords. Page of Wands. The terrain that the page is standing on is a desert. He is dressed in red and yellow, and his tunic is embroidered with salamanders. All these symbols harken back to the element of fire. He is in a dry climate, wearing the colors of fire. On his clothes are embroidered with the animal that is often connected to the element of fire. His location could also be interpreted as Page using his fire inspired drive to explore faraway lands and prepare to conquer them by planting his blossoming wand in the currently dry soil. There is a certain optimism and pride to Page's head tilt. He's looking forward and upwards, sure of his own ability to reach the skies if he must. Knight of Wands. Knight of Wands carries largely the same symbolism as Page of Wands. He too is robed in yellow and red. There are salamanders on his robe. His horse is red. He's in the desert and he's carrying a sprouting staff, all of it representing fire, both inner and outer. While Page is merely scouring the new exotic land that his inner fire has brought him to, the knight is in a rush to actually tackle and conquer. His horse betrays the mood of this card. Fast! Runny! Fast! Queen of Wands. Queen of Wands is surrounded by lions on both sides of her throne, and a domestic version of a lion, a cat, is sitting in front of her. All of this is connected to the astrological sign of Leo, a fire sign that is ruled by the sun. She's holding a sunflower, while her robes are entirely yellow, an extra few symbols pointing to the sun. Giving the queen a live cat and not a fiercer animal and a flower to hold may also symbolize her softer personality, despite being the queen of fire. She rules her passions in a way that still makes her friendly and approachable to people. The back of her throne stretches on endlessly, showing that this queen is fortunate receiver of endless possibilities. Her crown is full of leaves, just as her wand is. She isn't just surviving in the harsh, hot environment of the desert, she's positively sprouting with life. She's entirely at home in this element. King of Wands. King of Wands is adorned as if he was the album of the greatest hits from the suit of wands. He gets to have a live salamander, which is associated with fire. His throne is adorned with more salamanders and lions connected to fire, the sun, and the astrological sign of Leo. He's dressed in red, yellow, and green, which associates him with both lively growth and fire. He has a pendant of a lion's head. Just like the queen before him, his throne stretches endlessly upwards, meaning that his possibilities are also equally endless. In regards to the world card and for evangelists, the King of Wands would be connected to the sign of Leo, the lion, and therefore Saint Mark, whose symbol is also the lion. His facial expression shows the same optimism and fierceness of both Page and Knight of Wands. He's a happy boy! Such a happy man. Ace of Swords. Welcome to the last suit of Minor Arcana, the Sword suit. Left to right, Ace of Swords from the Smith White deck compared with Ace of Swords from the Marseille deck. Playing card historian Ronald Decker in 1998 identified the coronet, olive branch, and palm frond present on both the Marseille deck and through the design copying Smith White deck as a heraldic device of the Milanese Visconti Sforzas. These elements feature prominently on the coat of arms of Galazzo Maria Sforza, Duke of Milan, suggesting that the top part of the card is more of a historical relic than a symbol of its own. Hebrew yods descend from the crown, they symbolize the seeds of new words and ideas. Two of Swords. The line separates the floor from the background, indicating that the action is happening on stage. According to Paul Husson, in astrology, the card connects to the decan of Libra, degree 1 to 10, ruled by the moon. This may explain why a moon is included in this picture. There's a C behind the woman holding the swords, indicating that there's a need to connect with one's feelings and the unconscious and use intuition in making decisions. The woman's balance of the two swords is perfect and her eyes are blindfolded, linking her to the representation of justice. She's entirely calm and centered. She's looking into her subtle senses to make decisions, as indicated by the blindfold. The situation seems to be a voluntary one, as she could at any point put down her swords and walk away. It is a card of meditation, not action. Three of Swords. Left to right, Three of Swords from Smith White deck compared to Three of Swords from Sola Busca deck. The design is largely copied over, but Pamela Smith has added rain for some extra gloomy effect. This card symbolizes receiving pain directly to one's heart. The added rain cloud includes negative thoughts, gloomy feelings, and tears that fall once we get deeply hurt. Never a positive card to receive. Four of Swords. The Three of Swords from the previous card are all hanging on the wall, while an extra sword lies alongside the coffin. The man on the coffin and the man on the window are both praying. It is an image of peace. The coffin lid is open, suggesting that this is a temporary metaphysical death and not a permanent one. The owner of the sanctuary has merely briefly escaped life to find some calm and to recuperate. According to I.E. White, the design of this card is such because of the wide array of divinatory meanings available for this card. Coffin and tomb being a couple, therefore the decision was made to incorporate it into the portrayal of the card, whose other meanings echo point to the direction of it being a retreat rather than actual death. Five of Swords. The separation between the floor and the background suggests that the action of the card is happening on stage. The clouds are jagged, suggesting a tear. Judging from the other actors on the stage, the tear is likely social. Two men are looking upset and dejected. The third one is collecting the swords with a smile on his face. Their loss is his gain. The man collecting the swords is confident that his action won't bring negative consequences. As he cannot be sure of it, this card could also be seen as displaying overconfidence. Six of Swords. A hunched over figure sits in a boat together with a child. This looks like a family that has been experiencing a lot of sorrow and indeed their views mostly obscured by swords outside of the few small windows at the front to peek through. The ferry is ferrying them out of the turbulent waters to the right of the boat towards the calm waters of a better tomorrow. This is a card of being on a journey towards peace and leaving the turbulence, even if emotionally no victory or joy is felt and the better tomorrow is hard to see through all the swords. Seven of Swords, left to right. Seven of Swords from Smith White deck contrasted with Seven of Swords from Solabusca deck. This is once again a scene from a play, as shown by the division from the background from the floor. Paul Husson believes that the Solabusca card portrays the story of Renaud de Montauban, in which a character named Maugis de Aigremont appears. Said character casts a sleeping spell over Charlemagne and his knights and makes off with their swords. Pamela Smith copies the design and presents you with a sneaky figure that makes off with five swords, leaving two behind. His motivations or how successful this action was is left unclear. My favorite thing is that one person was like pulling seven of swords and nine of swords, and they interpreted it as very literal thing. And the interpretation was just so dear for me because they were like, this is me drunk, stealing all the swords. And then they look at nine of swords going, and this is like me the next day with a hangover going, why the fuck are all the swords here? Cards can be fun. You don't need to be serious all the time. Eight of Swords. According to I.E. White, it is a rather a card of temporary endurance than of irretrievable bondage. So we don't need to worry about poor woman being trapped by swords for forever. The symbolism here by itself would be that of isolation, as the swords make makeshift prison. Swords being connected to air, and air being more mental and intellectual element, we can wonder if the swords here represent the woman's own negative thoughts, and the bondage is merely a visual representation of being frozen in fear, anger, or depression. Nine of Swords, the card of what the fuck are all the swords doing here? A woman sits in her bed holding her face in her hands. She obviously has emotional troubles and potentially could have been crying. There are poppies on her kilt. Poppies are a symbol of dreams and remembrance. The rest of the squares on her kilt are decorated with astrological symbols pointing to divination. There is an engraving on the bed of one person thrusting his sword into another. This could be a bad omen still to come, a memory of her past, or that which she fears. Swords hang above her head like the negative thoughts that are not letting her rest. Ten of Swords! The person here has been stabbed in the back and is lying on the ground bleeding. There are dark clouds floating above the figure, pulling attention to the hopelessness of the situation. If we interpret the swords as mental, then this person has been defeated by hurtful words, figurative stabbing in the back, and other own negative thoughts. They cannot get up and are helpless, being pinned to the floor with the swords. With his right hand, the person is making the sign of benediction. This shows that despite appearances, he is not actually dead, as that hand would have let go in death. This can connect him to potential future resurrection and the ability to forgive. Through the clouds, one can see a new dawn shining. No matter how bad things may seem, there is always a new day. Page of Swordsies! Page of Swords. The wind is roughing up Page's hair. The land is painted as if it were mobile and moving. The only thing that's stationary in this picture is Page themselves. The movement of the background adds energy to the card, while the stillness to the page connects the movement to the area of the mind rather than the body. Despite carrying a sword, the page wears no armor. They are prepared to be active and explore new discoveries rather than fight. Their curious attitude is further portrayed by their head not following their sword. They're interested in more than one direction and can at any point accept the possibility of going a different way. There is freedom in Page's lack of commitment to action in a singular direction. There are some birds flying freely in the sky, showing us that this is indeed the suit of air. Duh. Or rather, we ran out of all the other elements, so what else is left? Knight of Swords. There are birds above Knight's head, and his horse is decorated with butterflies, signifying that this is the suit of air. I.E. White describes him as the prototypical hero of a romantic chivalry, riding off with haste to strike his enemies down, but remaining pure of heart. The speed that the knight is traveling at and war and wrath being part of the meanings for this card by I.E. White has led many people to interpret the Knight of Swords as someone who may be acting on impulse more than acting on certain knowledge. Impulsive boy! Completely not fit for the mental suit, mister. Queen of Swords. Queen of Swords is sitting in the clouds, wearing the clouds on her cape. Her crown is made out of butterflies, her throne is decorated with butterflies. There is a small bird on her cape button, and an angel is on the top of her throne. All this is pointing to her being the suit of air and her being the queen of air. With one hand, the queen is being direct and is reaching out to others, but with the other, she firmly holds a sword, ready to strike at any moment. Her lips are stiff and her look is stern. I.E. White states that she's familiar with sorrow, which makes her more guarded and cold. The queen knows what she wants and is strict, stern, and cold. She handles the proclaiming, not the doing, as represented by the card no longer having the wind that was present for both the knight and page of swords. King of Swords. The throne of King of Swords stretches upwards endlessly, suggesting endless possibilities for this king, but not for his queen, only the king, unfortunately. He wears a cherub on his head, and his throne is decorated with butterflies, connecting him with the element of air. His pose is relaxed, and the skies are calm, suggesting a calm and sharp mind that's not burdened by emotion. He is in control. You can just about make out some winged people on his throne. The illustration is possibly there to connect him to the man on the world card, which represents Saint Matthew. Yeah, reading this picture would be very hard. And we end this symbolism here. It is now time for some good old history. We're all the way at the fourth area, all the way down here. We're going with literal history of how tarot came into being. But there are so many books on this, and they go into big detail on like what the Golden Dawn were and like all of the Visconti Fiorza family tree and so on and so forth. I tried like condensing it, so it's only the information that sort of matters, but like there are books out there that can turn like these about 10 pages into something like 100 or 200. So if this is what you're interested in, there are probably better resources for that. This is more like an overview. The history of regular playing card deck. To answer where the tarot cards came from, we should answer where regular playing cards came from, as regular playing cards predated tarot and for a while, as we're about to see, shared the exact same suits as our beloved minor arcana has now. According to Paul Husson, the earliest known mention of playing cards in Europe is an injunction against gambling with cards issued in the canton of Bern in 1367. The first time we see cards described in a literary work in Europe happens 10 years later by a Dominican monk, Johannes von Rheinfelden. Street is De moribus ad disciplina humanae conversationist id est ludus cartularum 1377 translates roughly to the game of cards is about the morals and discipline of human behaviors. The card deck described was said to have 52 cards, 4 suits, 13 cards to a suit, which had 10 cards numbered from 1 to 10, and 3 court cards, one being king, the other two being officers of some sort. That sounds very close to our modern day regular playing card. But how did that card get to Europe? Here, the Mamluk Sultanate enters the picture. Mamluk Sultanate lasted from 1250 to 1517. By the end of the 13th century, Mamluk Sultanate had defeated the Crusader states, so we know that their armies did clash via European Catholics. Furthermore, the Mamluk Sultanate was also trading with Venice, allowing two possible entry points for their cultural items to reach Europe. Why is this important? Well, in 1939, a deck of 15th century hand painted cards from the Mamluk Sultanate was found in a museum in Istanbul. These cards had the suits of cups, swords, coins, and then polo sticks. The deck had 52 cards, 13 for each suit, 10 cards numbered 1 to 10, and 3 court cards the king, lieutenant, and second lieutenant. This structure sounds awfully similar to both the Minor Arcana tarot cards and the regular playing cards. How do we know that the spread was not the other way around? Europe to Mamluk Sultanate rather than Mamluk Sultanate to Europe. Well, in an Italian manuscript, Chronicles of Viterbo, one can find the inscription. In the year 1379, there was brought to Viterbo the game of cards, which in the Saracen language is called naib. Naib is an Arabic word meaning deputy or viceroy, which would be represented by those previously mentioned lieutenant cards. This suggests that Italians struggled to pronounce the Arabic word for playing cards and called the game after a card instead, or potentially even the person who brought them over instead. How much older are Mamluk cards compared to European equivalent? Well, we can find singular cards that we think can be dated to the 13th century in Egypt, so they have existed at least in late 1200s. But there's very little history to dig through before that. Unfortunately, cards degrade easily, and playing games is not the most important thing to register in nations' chronicles. We do know that the invention of playing cards belongs to China, and that happened in the 9th century, however. Their suits are very different from the tarot suits and Mamluk cards. Their suits consisted of coins, strings of hundreds of coins, myriads of strings, and sometimes tens of myriads. This means that sometime between the 1800s and the 1200s, Chinese playing cards reached the Islamic world and have transformed into suits that are almost the same as the suits we use in tarot today. How did the conversion happen to the suits that we know today? Well, coins stayed as coins. Strings of hundreds of coins had an image of a bent stick, and is very close to how the polo sticks are portrayed in Mamluk deck. The Chinese character for myriads looks a lot like a cup when viewed upside down. There's a high chance that seeing foreign writing, human imagination had kicked in and the suit was changed to display a cup. The last connection is less clear, but the word ten in tens of myriads was spelled with a simple cross, which may have reminded Mamluk people of a sword. Having sorted out how we arrived at Tarot Minor Arcana suits, except for polo sticks, which were replaced with clubs or batons, which, according to Stuart R. Kaplan's Encyclopedia of Tarot, Volume 2, page 60, were used as a symbol of power in Italy and likely inspired the ones, let us look at the development of the court cards. According to Paul Husson, the earliest decks used in Italy, Spain, and Germany initially contained a king, a superior officer, and an inferior officer. German and French decks later on substituted the superior officer with a queen, while renaming the inferior officer to a knave. Italian makers liked the queen so much that instead of replacing the superior officer, they gave her a new card, and then they renamed the superior officer to knight. The number of court cards did not always stay consistent, and some nobles ordered more court cards than a regular deck would have, but for the purposes of deciphering the tarot's history, we have now arrived at the correct amount of court cards, meaning that now we have constructed our minor arcana out of regular playing card deck. It's time to stop chasing the history of the regular playing card deck and move on to figuring out how tarot deck came to be. So, how tarot deck came into being. A regular playing deck became tarot by adding the trump cards in order to play a game that had the idea of trump cards trumping one another, as implied by the name. According to Wikipedia, the first tarot like pack was commissioned by Duke Filippo Maria Visconti and described by Mariano di Tortona probably between 1418 and 1425, since the painter he mentions, Michelino de Bisozzo, returned to Milan in 1418, while Martiano himself died in 1425. He described a 60 card deck with 16 cards having the images of the Roman gods and suits depicting four kinds of birds. The 16 cards were regarded as trumps since in 1449, Jacopo Antonio Marcello recalled that the now deceased Duke had invented a novum quadrum et exquisitum trumporium genus, or a new and exquisite kind of trumps. While the first time we have documented evidence of the trump game, according to Helen Farley, as mentioned in her book A Cultural History of Tarot from Entertainment to Esotericism, is mentioned in 1442 account books of Este Court of Ferrara, as there was a reference in the Registro dei Mandati to pare uno de carte de tromfo. So now we know that people are adding extra cards to regular playing card deck, however that those cards are not of any specific number or portray the symbolism that we came to associate with tarot, and that they're calling it trump cards. Well, the first complete 78 card deck that we now know of that has 22 trumps in the late 15th century is Sola Boscadas deck. The trumps here are all numbered in Roman numerals except for the 0th card, which proudly displays the number 0 that start at 0 and end at 21, so plenty of similarities to what we now know as tarot, except that the trumps here do not match what we now come to associate with tarot trumps, with the exception of 0th card being the Fool. All other trumps in this deck have to do with rise and fall of the Roman Empire or the gods in the Roman pantheon. The first incomplete set of tarot that does match the names and statuses of our trumps is the Visconti Forza tarot deck. It predates the Sola Bosca deck by being dated roughly to the middle of the 15th century, but this tarot deck is made up of multiple different card decks, or rather, this name in particular is used to describe all the different incomplete sets that were found commissioned by this specific family. The most complete deck from the collective Visconti Sforza group is the deck known as Piermont Morgan Bergamo, or Collectioni Baglioni, or Francesco Sforza, which has multiple names, which was produced around 1451. It contains 74 cards, 20 trumps, 15 face cards, and 39 pip cards. Missing trumps are the Devil and the Tower, but honestly, seeing as there is record of Duke Filippo Mario Visconti buying a 60-card deck, these cards are not necessarily missing. They may have just never been present to begin with. Could tarot have come into being between playing cards appearing in the ban in 1367 and 1425? Yes, however, the paper degrades well, and your average everyday person did not treat playing cards like a family heirloom. The two earliest decks that we do find are likely found because they were made from expensive materials and more likely used to show off to guests rather than for playing with. We did find the carry sheet, otherwise known as the carry Yale sheet, which was a sheet of tarot of Marseille's style tarot cards meant for mass production, and this first is dated to the middle of the 16th century. It could have been that these mass production deck cards were being manufactured even earlier than Visconti Sforza decks, But as these were not objects seen as worth saving and keeping around, old decks of cards are very rare find. Helen Foley does make a case for Visconti Sforza group predating the Tarot of Marseille style tarot cards by connecting the trump sequence to the life of this family. But this is only one of possible many theories of what exactly the trump sequence symbolizes, with Paul Husson, for example, suggesting that it was a picturesque depiction of a type of a morality play. The card that seems to have the most family history in Visconti Sforza group is the Popess, the High Priestess in modern decks, which Helen Farley states likely portrayed a close relative, Sister Mainfrida de Pirovano, a member of a heretical sect called Guglielmites, given the title by her admirers. No other family could lay claim to having had a female pope, but in a non Visconti Sforza family deck, this card could have also been Pope Juan and could have theoretically existed before the decks for this family were made. Another card in favor of Visconti's Forza decks, starting the trend of our beloved well known trump sequence, is the Hanged Man because of the practice of painting this punishment as a way to humiliate someone and call them a traitor was a well known practice in Italy back in the days, and this family has been subjected to it before. At this point, we have collected the majority of our Tarot Major and Minor Arcana cards. We can argue all day what came first, the Visconti Sforza Tarot group sequence, or something more mass produced like what we find on Carrie Yale sheet, but we will get nowhere. So, how about instead we focus on the two missing mystery cards? Where is the Tower and the Devil? When it comes to the Tower, according to Helen Farley, the first time we see this card mentioned is in the late 15th century Italian manuscript Sermones de Ludo cum Alice, where it was called the Arrow. The first time we see this card is in a Gringonure deck tentatively dated to 1475. Other packs produced at about similar time have called this card the Fire, the Thunderbolt, the Lightning, which in later decks it was called the House of the Devil, the House of the Damned, and the House of God. Regardless of the name, the tower that we know today is portrayed very similar to a differently named the tower found on the Grigonure deck. It is still the same disastrous card, except we changed its name from describing the disaster or the portrayed event to describing the structure itself. The location of the devil, according to Stuart R. Kaplan's Encyclopedia of Tarot, Volume 2, same place, in the same Italian manuscript and in the same Grigonure deck, titled as El Diavolo, good old the devil. So there we have it. We have found the whole tarot deck. We know where regular playing cards came from, how the early tarot trumps were not regulated in their display and varied in card amount and theme depicted, and we found the first instance of the trumps that we're all familiar with, and the first instance of the trumps that we're still missing. The only issue is we're not using this deck for divination. We're playing a trump game where the bigger card trumps the smaller card. So if we want to fully understand the history of tarot, it is time to turn to how divination with tarot came to be. How divination with tarot came to be. Well, we can see the formation of the tarot deck in 1400s. It won't be until 1700s that we'll find anything to do with tarot being used for divination. According to Franco Pertessis' Tarot in Bologna, documents from University Library, the first time we find evidence of tarot being used for divination is a single sheet that gave meanings for 35 cards from Tarocco Bolognese deck, which dates to about 1750. The next time we see the divinatory techniques expanded and pushed further in the first book of tarot divination written under the pseudonym Etella by Jean-Baptiste Aliette. Aliette. Don't ask me to pronounce names or locations. Entitled Etella or A Way to Entertain Oneself with a Pack of Cards, published in 1770. In this book, Attila claims that he began divination with cards in 1753, but it wasn't until 1757 that he learned of tarot cards. He was the first person to make the declaration that the art of tarot contained the wisdom of the ancients and was far more mythical than thought before. Antoine Court de Gébelin, a French Swiss Protestant pastor, in 1781 jumped on this wave of mysticism and announced that the tarot had the symbols of the lost religion of ancient Egypt. Nobody knew much about Egypt, so nobody contradicted him, allowing him to spin the tarot into an ancient book written by Egyptian priests, then divided into cards and given to gypsies to spread around the world. While not a single truth was spoken that day, connecting tarot to Egypt and giving it to occult nature helped its popularity immensely. Starting in 1785 and ending on his death in 1791, Attila spent time building upon the Egyptian myth and trying to one up Gebelin by stating that he had always known that the roots of tarot and that Gebelin was an amateur. At this time, Attila named the mysterious Egyptian book Book of Thoth and placed its origins as being engraved by seven Hermetic adepts on plates of gold 171 years after the Great Flood. To go with the idea, he ended up designing his own tarot deck, which I have. It is still being produced. The cards are very different from modern tarot because he was arguing with a lot of cards, like stating that, oh, like the hanged man is not actually hanged man, but it's actually prudence. So the card is upside down. It's supposed to be standing on one leg, but you have such great imaginative cards as lawsuit or probity or virtue. Or secrets. Now, this is one like of the tarot decks that you would now use more like an oracle deck because an oracle deck does not have to have 78 cards specifically, and it does not really go with the said meanings of a tarot deck, so you can put whatever you want on it, and you could use this for divination by like interpreting the words directly and going, well, mate, a lawsuit is coming your way. Sorry about that. But yeah, it's not exactly a tarot set as we know it. It's something that's good for picturesque depictions and history of tarot, but it's not something that you would actually like divinate tarot with. After Tella's death in 1791, an anonymous publication of the source of the Book of Thoth appeared, giving meanings for all Tella's cards in both upright and reversed positions. It is guessed that the person that authored this book was Tella's pupil, Pierre Joseph Joubert de la Salette. Inspired by this work, another pupil of Attalus, Melchior Montmignon de Odosset, issued a book in 3 volumes between 1804 and 1807 called The Science of Signs or Medicine for the Mind, known under the name of The Art of Card Drawing. While Attila has largely confused the actual history of tarot, he should be credited for taking tarot to what we know of it today. Instead of interpreting singular cards, Attila introduced spreads and layouts of multiple cards that should be read as one singular message. His pupils have greatly contributed to most minor arcana interpretations that we still use. For further history of divination with tarot, we need to jump to Eliphas Levi Zahid and his book The Doctrine and Ritual of High Magic, released from 1854 to 1856. It came out in installments. Early subscription services, yo! My books is in early access. Subscribe and receive one chapter today and the next chapter delivered. The book was divided into 22 chapters, just like the amount of major arcana cards. In his system, Levi synthesized Kabbalah, alchemy, Hermeticism, astrology, magnetism, and black magic all together, and the key component to this synthesis was the tarot. Levi despised cartomancers, but considered tarot symbolism to be potent and profound enough to incorporate them into his complex magical system. To distance the tarot from its divinatory roots and make it more appealing to the well learned occultist, Levi associated tarot trumps with Hebrew alphabet and as such the Kabbalah. After making such an association, he shifted the origins of tarot out of Egypt into a Jewish state. Now, not all the symbolism fit what Levi wanted to fit, so Levi took the liberty to redraw the cards, such as giving the planet Mercury to the devil and then drawing the devil as Baphomet with the Codicus. It doesn't seem that he knew what to do with court cards, so he merely wrote a little couplet for them. King, queen, knight, and esquire, the married pair, the youth, the child, the race, the path by these, the unity retrace. For numeral cards, he has associated them with the 10 separate of the Tree of Life, starting from aces. Crown 1, Wisdom 2, Intelligence 3, Mercy 4, Justice 5, Beauty 6, Conquest 7, Trump 8, Foundation 9, and Kingdom 10. For suits, he has left us with these associations. Buttons are connected to lions, Leos, the element of fire, the essence of sulfur, and the divine name of Yod. Cups are connected to men, Aquariuses, the element of water, the essence of Mercury, and the divine name of He. Swords are connected to eagles, scorpions, the element of air, the essence of Azoth, and the divine name of Thou. Pentacles are connected to bulls, Tauruses, the element of earth, the essence of salt, and the divine name of He. Because, well, Yod He Vau He is the full word, or Yahweh, how we tend to pronounce it. Quite obviously, I.E. White has pulled a lot of associations for his deck directly from Levi. In a later Levy's book, The Keys to the Great Mysteries, published in 1861, he shuffled around the astrological correspondences but remained firm on the issue of trump association with Hebrew letters. That's the last that we'll see of Levy's contribution to the tarot, though not the last time that others will build upon it. The next significant author in the occult world of tarot was Gerald Anaclet Vincent Inclaus, otherwise known as Papus. I just reference him as Papus everywhere, Dad, because that is definitely much easier to pronounce than his real name. His most significant works were Tarot of the Bohemians, released in 1889, The Divinatory Tarot, The Key to Reading the Cards and the Fates, 1909. One book was meant for serious occultists, the other for women. One book focused on synthesizing Attalus and Levy's interpretation together, the other on cartomancy. I have read the Serious Man book, and I gotta say that if we knew Papus as an occultist today, we would have told him to sit down and ground because he literally went insane looking at numbers of all things. Like, he started just seeing connections on numbers, he started grouping things by numbers, he started reducing numbers, and this is still a thing in people that go with like reducing Hebrew words to numbers or numerology. But like, when we see that nowadays, it's like, okay, you're running away a little bit. With him, there was nobody to press the stop sign, so the man just went wherever he wanted to go. The most significant contribution that Papus has brought was producing the first systematic interpretation of tarot by a disciple of Levi and connecting the Jewish and Egyptian myths by calling tarot both the Book of Thoth, Hermes Trismegistus, Trismegistus. Hard word. And Book of Adam. Who calls Adam? God damn it, brain. It is the book of primitive revelation of the ancient civilizations. Going down the list of significant contributors to tarot, we arrived at the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, a highly influential secret society founded in London in 1888 that just couldn't get enough of drama because that's literally majority of what they did. Worth noting that the order had its own version of tarot. It was only available to the initiates of the higher grades in the second inner order, the Order of the Rose of Ruby and Cross of Gold. As it is customary now, they too made some changes. First, they shuffled the order of the cards around, exchanging the positions of justice and fortitude. They're to blame for there now being decks with one order and decks with the other order. Then they reassigned Levi's attributions to the Hebrew letter, this time matching the major arcana to the 22 channels or paths that link the Sephironic spheres on the Kabbalistic tree of life. Afterwards, they married the 36 astrological decans and the 36 tarot suit cards after throwing out aces and court cards from the assignment. Lastly, they have made changes to the court cards by renaming pages to princesses, knights to kings, and kings to princes. This way, they could better assign the divine power manifesting into the world by assigning the four sounds of the divine word to the four different figures. Here we meet I.E. White, who had joined the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn in January of 1891 and had an on off affair with the order until it disbanded in 1914 due to internal feuding. Very long lived order that was. These days, we could call that a YouTube channel. According to Paul Husson, you can see White's failing respect for the order if you account for the book on cartomancy he had written in 1889 under a pseudonym Grand Orient called A Handbook of Cartomancy, Fortune Telling, and Occult Divination, where he gives the interpretations of regular playing cards but declines in a chapter on tarot to reveal the interpretations of the tarot suit cards because they would involve the statement of certain facts in occult divination which have never been made public. Paul Husson presumes that here he means the astrological attributions given to the suit cards by Golden Dawn. By the time we get to the pictorial key to the tarot in 1910, companion book to his own deck, also published in 1910, White is clearly disillusioned with the order, and not only does he give the interpretations belonging to the astrological decans freely, he writes the book under his real name and states that minor arcana suit cards are essentially the same as regular playing cards. The contributions of I.E. White is very obvious. It is his deck that we're analyzing merely a chapter before with the support of his own companion book. It is also the deck that many modern tarot decks are based upon. While I.E. White is the one who actually made the Celtic tarot spread, we must remember another Golden Dawn member, William Butler Yeats, for being heavily invested in Celtic folklore and being the first one to make a connection between the tarot and the four treasures of the Tuatha de Danann, the legendary inhabitants of Ireland. The treasures, the cauldron of Dagda, the sword of Nuada, the stone of Fall, and the spear of Lu, were believed to be the prototypes of the talismanic objects that appeared in the medieval tales of King Arthur and the Holy Grail. Major figures from the trump cards, the Wheel of Fortune, Death, the Sun, the Moon, the Tower, the Hermit, the Fool, and the Magician, all featured prominently in Yeats' life works. The last person from the Golden Dawn group worth mentioning is Aleister Crowley. In 1909, Crowley published Liber 77, which contained the Golden Dawn's secret attribution of Hebrew letters, the tarot trumps, though that's not where his leaking of Golden Dawn's secrets stopped. The same year, he started a journal called the Equinox, the official journal of his own order. In the volumes of this journal, many badly garbled rituals of the Golden Dawn appeared. The outrage was big enough that Crowley was sued. The very public back and forth between Golden Dawn and Crowley lasted some years until Crowley was allowed to continue his journal, with material on tarot appearing in the year 1912. Here, Crowley's connection with tarot takes a backseat to his pet project, the magical movement of Thelema. In 1944, Crowley returned to tarot, publishing the Book of Thoth, a short essay on the tarot of the Egyptians. The changes to tarot here are significant, and it is best to consider the story as an offshoot rather than part of the historic timeline that has led us to the present day. As such, this work is really not significant to us, but it is a good thing to investigate if you're curious. There's also a companion deck to the book called the Thoth Tarot that was one of those decks that got published after the author Crowley's death. And this is where the significant history of the tarot deck and the definition what tarot ends. It is not that we no longer have significant people, it is that every single person can make their own deck, produce their own connections, and become a figure of note through to be alongside other figures of note, but not enough to enter the written history of tarot. We have feminist decks, Jungian psychology decks, demon decks, angel decks, you name it decks. Everyone and their mom can write their own interpretation of the tarot, and everyone and their mom can read tarot and show off their own unique methodology of reading tarot. It is not that we're less significant, but more that the control of singular thought influenced by a few is gone, and we're all free to chart the waters in our own directions. Now, as a side note, okay, would absolutely love for somebody to actually chart the full history of modern tarot with the modern decks, all of them that ever released. And I have a feeling that Stuart Kaplan has done just that in the Encyclopedia of Tarot, Volume 4, because he included a lot of pictures from like modern decks, and he was like connecting all the modern decks available at that point to like write about them and everything. But this is where the copyright issue comes into play, because his book was so modern and had like so many copyrighted images, the release of it was so minuscule that short of paying £1,000, I can't have or see a copy, which is a great shame because my living situation is not great, and I do not have the £1,000 to spare to indulge my own curiosity. So technically, the thing that I want may exist, but I have no access to it because of stupid copyright laws. And probably nobody's gonna have like open access to it until we're like until Stuart Kaplan dies and then we wait 70 extra years. So I will be long gone by that point. Unless we invent an immortality pill. In that case, see you everybody in like 21 something something. How fun that will be. Closing statement for the History of Tarot chapter. When I set out to write this chapter, I wanted to put tarot into a clean and concise timeline to show how one thing led to another and what has left a mark and what didn't. And that's precisely what the chapter did. What I did not do, though, is expand on the histories of the relevant personas to tarot, the history of various occult orders, and the rocky infighting present in them, nor the in depth systems and worldviews drawn up by different occultists. I did not even explain in depth what Kabbalah is, but that's not what this book is about. The book is about tarot, and I wanted to stay focused. As such, what you got is a set of dates, names, books, and how it all contributed to the history of tarot. This cold snippet approach is not all there is. If you would like to learn more about the painter behind the Smith White deck and what was the background for the blossoming of this deck, I would suggest reading Pamela Coleman Smith, The Untold Story by Stuart R. Kaplan. By the way, illustrated absolutely beautifully. This book is actually available, but now the copyright lies in our Kaplan's hands, so I can't really use illustrations from said books. So if you want information on that, you do have to kind of go there. For in depth history on tarot that goes deep into the backstories of the people of note, the orders, the overall atmosphere during those years, and the connected happenings in the occult world, I would suggest the two books that this chapter has been based on: A Cultural History of Tarot by Helen Forley, and Mystical Origins of Tarot from Ancient Roots to Modern Usage by Paul Husson. You'll find information relayed there with more detail thrown in, not to mention two completely different ideas on what the symbolism of major arcana connects to. In the next chapter, we'll dive into the history that never was that we have briefly touched upon here now. The story of the Egyptian roots, the story of the Jewish roots, the connection to the Holy Grail, all the things that never were but played so prominently on the imaginations of the occult practitioners of old. So now we're in the alternative historical interpretations. I wanted to place this deep, and I wanted to like specify, and I do in the chapter, that this is not what happened, but this is like what the occultists of the time thought happened, because you still have quite a lot of misinformation in the community of tarot reading, where somebody new will come in and go, "Oh, I can read tarot, and like I am allowed to read tarot, and it is an open practice for me because I am of gypsy's blood." And gypsies were the people that spread tarot. It's all based on the alternative historical interpretations and not actually based on how the cards actually like came into being. So it's not a thing that happened, but sometimes it is still interpreted as a thing that happened, and that is a bad thing because like we start mixing up reality and fantasy, and that's how the job of being a historical person becomes harder, not easier. So, a second to rest my voice because damn it, this hurts. I will write this chapter like a tale or a myth or a dream. I'm basing my write up on the Tarot of Bohemians by Pappus, as it nicely connected the Jewish roots with the Egyptian roots, and those were the two most prominent occult theories on how the tarot came into being. The chapter above this one, the one that says history, is the actual pathway on how tarot came into being, or as close to it as we can discern right now with the information that we have. So treat this whole chapter as like a spectacle or a whimsy, not like a hard truth. Do not internalize this. This is like the worst thing to internalize. What is your problem? While waiting for you to answer, I'm just gonna continue reading for now. Then go to the doctor. I'm not the doctor. This is not the Health Discovery Channel. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I suppose you'll have to wait until Monday? Emergency services should technically be open. I don't know if they do ingrown hairs. You also might be able to like find some numbing or cooling creams. So like that might help as well. Back to reading this. Once upon a time, long, long ago, knowledge was sacred and therefore knowledge was guarded. Only men who proved their worth could become learned men. This proof took place through an initiation in a temple, and then men that were seen as worthy became initiates or priests. However, it is not as we see priests today. All learned men were priests. No matter whether one was a doctor or a great engineer, they all came from the University of the Temple. There is an implication that these university temples were actually few, and the trial of getting to the temple was in part what stopped the primitive man from belonging to the caste of the learned men. Not everyone could reach the nearest university temple. These men knew that only one true religion existed. All the different religions of the world that exist today were merely the flavors meant for the culture and the temperament of the region. As such, any priest was welcome in any temple, and it mattered not what altar they took their sacrifices to. However, this must not be mistaken for polytheism, as all of those images are merely a reflection of one true truth, and they are not the truth by itself. On one faithful day, it has become clear to the priests that their civilizations are about to crumble, and this knowledge will be lost forever. The priests sought to stop that, and all gathered together to share ideas on how to prevent it. Some had made the decision to continue to spread the knowledge directly, master to initiate, and had left to create secret societies. These secret societies have later forgotten their purpose and the true knowledge, so this did not work out. Some others had provided symbolism to these societies and to the art and architecture of man, so that those who hold the key can uncover what was lost. But without the knowledge, the man could no longer find the key and therefore could no longer unlock the symbolism. And the last subset had decided to give the knowledge to the ignorant man. They wrote the holy books, such as Torah, and more importantly, they made a deck of cards called the tarot, and handed it to the gypsies. The name gypsy here implies a nomadic tribe of Egyptians. As vice lives for longer than virtue, and as such their knowledge can live on and spread. The gamble on the vice had eventually been victorious, as we see the Indians won their own game of tarot, the same as Chinese and Middle Eastern men have won too. All of the all of those card games are merely a flavor of the original deck handed to the gypsies and also contain a drop of truth. These cards and books are not only the only thing that the ancients had given us. You see, all written language comes from 16 primitive hieroglyphs. They were used as a basis to develop all other alphabets and ways of writing. There is a special focus placed on the Hebrew alphabet, as the number of letters is 22, which made to correspond to 22 cards of major arcana. The Jews were wise to take the ancient knowledge and put it into the words that they would then use. Furthermore, if we study the Hebrew alphabet, we will find hidden in it the three words, the seven planets, and all 12 signs of zodiac. By correctly knowing which card connects to which letter, we can further expand our knowledge of tarot with its true and intended meaning. Now, let me interject here as an author. If you end up studying the Western occult tradition of the 1800s and the 1900s in depth, you will notice that every single person had their own idea of what the right sequence is. It is not fitting of a tale for me to put Pappus's idea of the right sequence here, as the truth is, there is no right sequence. The connection between the Hebrew letters and the tarot is highly forced, and as such, you'll gain as much from making your own system after studying both as you would from adopting one. However, let us pull back a little. We know that the Egyptians valued astrology and divided the year into 4 seasons, 12 months, and 36 decani of astrology. It means that we can find all of that without ever going through the Hebrew alphabet. Each set of minor arcana, cups, pentacles, wands, and swords, represent a season each. The king, queen, and the knight each rule over zodiac sign, giving you the 12 zodiac signs in total. Pablos has decided that Page is the transitioning card between seasons, as he didn't know what to do with it, and cards 1 to 9 each represent a decan in those 3 months that fall under a singular season, and therefore a singular set of minor arcana. Pablos has decided that the tends to transition because they did not fit, and once again, he did not know what to do with them. Therefore, you can do astrology with tarot even if you throw out the Hebrew alphabet entirely. However, it must be noted that Egyptians would have never used tarot to divine the future. They looked at astrology to know what was coming. The tarot was merely a way to pass on information. Indeed, the first place where major arcana was used from tarot was on columns of the hall of the temple that the initiate had to pass in order to complete their initiation. Each column had a picture for them to ponder and understand. Oswald Wirth provides us with a write up of what the initiation of the mysteries looked like for the neophyte. In the first hour, the neophyte meets the Sphinx. This is the hour of preparation that separates the common life from the transcendental life. The human head of the Sphinx, representing knowledge, says to the initiate, first, acknowledge the knowledge which shows the goal and lights the way to it. As the neophyte explores the picture, which we can presume to be the world card made from individual Sphinx parts, the bull teaches the neophyte to be strong and patient in the work. The lion tells him to be brave and defend thyself against every inferior force, while the eagle teaches him to raise thyself towards the transcendent regions which thy soul already approaches. In the second hour, Neophyte ponders the strength card and learns to distinguish the universal force and its double current, the positive and negative, in its own organization. At the third hour, the neophyte is staring at the hanged man. Here, the neophyte prepares to sacrifice their own personality in order to destroy his fixed nature by fire so as to volatilize it. At the fourth hour, the neophyte will be pondering death. Here, he must morally die to the ordinary life and enter the spiritual life, as the celestial man will be born from the corpse of the terrestrial man. On the fifth hour, the neophyte will be studying temperance and learning the flow of the astral currents in the planetary aura. On the sixth hour, the neophyte meets the devil, or in the case of the Egyptians, the watery typhoon, the electric whirlwind. Unprotected neophyte will expose themselves here to the double and formidable fluid current of celestial space by which the ignorant or imprudent are carried away without mercy, but which raises the strong man who has purified himself. On the seventh hour, the neophyte stares into the tower. Here, those who have failed the test of the devil will crumble away, and the worthy magi will receive their baptism by fire, in this case, lightning. I hope they weren't literally struck by lightning, but it doesn't matter because they're fictional. On the eighth hour, the magi, anyone unworthy is gone now, ponders the star and learns astrology from staring at that card. Sure. On the ninth hour, you'll find our Magi pondering the moon and experiencing the infinity beyond our solar system. The divine light shows itself to the Magi through a mere reflection in the moon, which is enough to cause newfound terror in the practitioner. Having conquered the darkness of the moon, the Magi ponders the sun on the 10th hour of his journey. The spiritual sun will rise for him and he'll enter the divine world in which man dies no more. On the 11th hour, the Magi will be learning the newfound hierarchy of the divine world through pondering the judgment. On the 12th hour, the Magi will reach Nirvana, the world, and will return to point zero to start his journey in the mortal world anew. And that's the true meaning and use of the divine tool that we have mistaken for regular playing cards. By the way, you can still meditate on the tarot. It's kind of an interesting experience, but don't expect that to happen. I hope that you enjoyed this little tale. As the author of the book, I think I made it clear that I don't subscribe to the ideas presented here. That let us roll all religions into one attitude is highly insensitive to many different cultures, especially if we decide that our own story of creation is the original one, or we fetishize a different culture and misappropriate their symbology without ever understanding it, as what happened with Egyptian hieroglyphs before we could actually read them. Such processes and thought patterns, though, have left us with plenty of meanings that we associate with tarot decks in divination this day. Anything from incorporating astrology to attributing the seasons to the tarot. As there's no one correct attribution, outside of the ones that we will more commonly use these days through the process of one system being more visible over the others and therefore becoming more popular and entering the sphere of, oh, but it's common knowledge. So there's little reason to share all the tables of the possibilities here, as it seems to make an endeavor best left for the last chapter of obscurities. It can be fun to have attributions to the tarot. It can be fun to investigate the viewpoints of occultists of old. In the same way that it can be fun to see angel numbers in the cards. So I hope that this little summary was fun to read. However, we do the world a huge disservice when we confuse fun with true. So please do not internalize this chapter, whatever you do. And now we end up in our last chapter, which is obscurities and other things that do not fit. Here is just a thing where I thrown out everything that I find interesting that just couldn't have made it into other chapters. Welcome to the everything chapter. Don't expect the layout to make sense, but perhaps what you'll find here will somewhat be of interest to you. So, elemental correspondences. Mary K. Greer, in her book 21 Ways to Read a Tarot Card, offers us a nice collection of how every traditional author or system attributed elements to minor arcana. I have recreated the table for the pondering. So, Golden Dawn, Levy, and Martu consider wands to be fire, cups water, swords air, pentacles earth. That is the system that we kind of mostly use today. Atella thought that wands were earth, cups were water, swords were air, pentacles were fire. So he switched the earth and fire around. Gardnerian witchcraft, or Gardnerian witchcraft, decided that wands are air, cups are water, swords are fire, and pentacles are earth. Zine and Papus thought that wands were fire, cups were water, swords were earth, and pentacles were air. Eudes Picard thought that wands were fire, cups were air, swords were water, and pentacles were earth. Joseph Maxwell thought that wands were earth, cups were water, swords were fire, pentacles were air. William Blake thought that wands were earth, cups were fire, swords were air, and pentacles were water. Different people interpreted elemental correspondences really differently. Hebrew letters, Papus, Levi, and the cipher manuscript. The cipher manuscript is a founding document that the rituals of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn were based on. It was written in a cipher alphabet that was created by Abbot Johann Trithemius and appeared in his book Prograpiet et universelle écriture kabbalistique, published in 1499. The nice comparison table that I have recreated here can be found in the book A Cultural History of Tarot by Helen Farley. Just as the previous subchapter would have been interesting for someone who may draw meaning from elemental associations, this chart might be something to ponder for people that would draw meaning from Hebrew alphabet. The author has added a planet or a zodiac sign or elemental correspondence. Those are listed in all caps next to the card. So for Hebrew letter Aleph, we have Papus that thought that it was the magician associated with air. Eliphas Levi thought that it was a magician associated with nothing. And cipher manuscript lists it as the fool. Beth, according to Papus, is the high priestess associated with the moon. Eliphas Levi thinks that it's the high priestess associated with nothing. Cipher manuscript thinks that it's the magician associated with Mercury. Gimel. Papus thinks that it's empress associated with Venus. Eliphas Levi thinks that it's empress associated with nothing. Cipher's manuscript thinks that it's the high priestess associated with the moon. Daleth. Papus thinks that it's the emperor associated with Jupiter. Eliphas Levi thinks that it's the emperor. Cipher manuscript thinks that it's the empress associated with Venus. Papus thinks that it's associated with Hierophant, which is in his system Aries. Eliphas Levi thinks that it's the Hierophant associated with nothing. Cypher's manuscript thinks that Cipher manuscript, why can't I pronounce it? I'm just gonna call it the manuscript. Um, they think that it's the emperor associated with nothing. Pappus thinks that vow letter is associated with the lovers, which are associated with zodiac sign Taurus. Olympus Levy thinks that it's the lovers. Manuscript thinks that it's Hierophant. Zane. Pappus thinks that it's the chariot associated with Gemini. Olympus Levy thinks that it's the chariot. Manuscript thinks that it's the lovers. Heth. Pappus thinks that it's justice associated with Cancer. Olympus Levy thinks that it's justice. Manuscript thinks that it's chariot. Teth. Pappus thinks that it's 10, the hermit. Well, 9, the hermit. God damn it, I can't count. Which is associated with Leo. Olympus Levy thinks that it's the hermit associated with nothing. And manuscript thinks that it's justice. Yod. Pappus thinks that it's the wheel associated with Virgo. Olympus Levy thinks that it's the wheel. Manuscript thinks that it's hermit. Keph. Pappus thinks that it's associated with strength, which is associated with Mars. Olympus Levy thinks that it's associated with strength, associated with nothing. Manuscript thinks that it's the wheel, which here is associated with Jupiter. Lamed. Pappus thinks that it's associated with the Hanged Man, which is associated with Libra. Olympus Levy associates it with the Hanged Man. Manuscript associates it with strength. Mem. Pappus associates it with death or water. Levy associates it with death. Manuscript thinks that the proper card here is the Hanged Man. None. Pappus thinks that the appropriate card is Temperance, associated with Scorpio. Levy thinks that it's Temperance. Manuscript thinks that it's Death. Samek. Pappus thinks that it's the Devil, associated with Sagittarius. Levy thinks that it's the Devil. Manuscript thinks that it's Temperance. Ain. Pappus thinks that it's the Tower, associated with Capricorn. Levy thinks that it's the Tower. Manuscript thinks that it's the Devil. P. Pappus thinks that it's the Star, associated with Mercury. Levy thinks that it's the Star. And the manuscript thinks that it's the Tower, which they associate with Mars. Zadi. Pappus associates it with the Moon, which he assigns Aquarius to. Levy thinks that it's the Moon. Manuscript thinks that it's the Star. Cool. I can't do words, sorry. Pappus thinks that it's the Sun, associated with Pisces. Levy thinks that it's the Sun. Manuscript thinks that it's the Moon. Resh. Pappus thinks that it's Judgment, associated with Saturn. Levy thinks that it's Judgment. Manuscript thinks that it's the Sun. Shin. Pappus places the Fool here and associates it with fire. Levy places the Fool here. Manuscript places Judgment here. Tau. Pappus places the World here, associated with the Sun. Levy associates it with the Sun. And manuscript, well, Levy associates Tau with the world, and manuscript associates Tau with the world, and also with the planet of Saturn. So there is quite a lot of difference here. Okay, moving on to something that isn't widely used anymore. The significator. In the book Mystical Origins of the Tarot, From Ancient Roots to Modern Usage, Paul Husson talks about the significator card. This is a card that's specifically chosen to represent the person asking the question or the main problem of the spread. This is the card that you would constantly be linking back to and is used to center your spread. You can see the remaining use of this card in the Celtic Cross spread, where the first card represents the querent, except that this card traditionally was not pulled, but rather assigned depending on the features, zodiac sign, personal features of the one asking the question, or the kind of question that it is. The significator tends to be chosen from the court cards only. Golden Dawn suggests knights for old men, kings for young men, queens for old women, and pages for young women. Paul Husson suggests kings for mature men, queens for mature women, knights for younger people of both sexes, and pages for children of both sexes. Now, for picking which suit to get the significator from, here are the correspondences provided. Pentacles represent people with dark hair, a dark complexion, or practical, prudent, laborious, stubborn, gloomy, melancholic personalities, or people born under the zodiac sign of Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn. Cups represent people with blonde or light brown hair, medium complexion, or placid, unconcerned, indifferent, undemonstrative, phlegmatic personalities, or people born under the zodiac signs of Cancer, Scorpio, or Pisces. Swords represent people with medium colored hair, medium complexion, or confident, optimistic, clear headed, witty, sanguine personalities, or born under the zodiac signs of Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius. Wands represent people with golden, red, or auburn hair, with fair or freckled complexion, or passionate, energetic, hot headed, irascible, sensual, choleric personalities, or born under the zodiac signs of Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius. Authors note, if you want to pull the significator based on the questions, take the associations of pentacles representing money, cups representing all that is emotional, swords representing the logical, rational, or questions to do with getting rid of something, once representing questions to do with passions such as starting a business based on a hobby. Now, the idea is that you would take like the personality or the zodiac sign and, the meaning of the significator card that will be the querent in your poll, and you would link back to how effectively that card would see the spread. Like, what does 10 pentacles mean to somebody that's a Libra or somebody that is choleric, um, and what would it mean compared to the meanings assigned to this card in particular? It gives a dynamic to the read. It's not something that we do all the time anymore, or really all that often, but it's something to do if you want to do. Utilizing cards in spells and spirit work. Tarot carries potent symbolism that once you learn ends up being meaningful to you. So don't be afraid to use cards for more than just divination. In spells, you can use a singular card to portray an outcome that you wish for, or you can use a multi card story to portray the whole spell. The simple idea for a tarot spell would be to lay out the cards in the journey that you want to see, then light a candle corresponding to the color of your intention. For example, if you're setting the intention to find profitable direction in life, you could set up a sequence of Ace of Pentacles for the initial idea coming to you, Eight of Pentacles for you working hard by learning the skill that you need, and Ten of Pentacles for the end destinations of secure abundance. Then light a green candle for wealth every day for a few hours until the candle burns down, with the idea that once the candle ends, I'll start the journey with Ace of Pentacles. Don't be afraid to use significators in your spells as a stand in for the person that you're trying to affect. So, in this case, you would use One of Pentacles money or Wands passion court cards to illustrate yourself, or you can go with like the list of how, like, what features are assigned to the cards. That's fine too. If you follow a spirit or spirits have a spare deck, you can take out a card that you associate with them and put it on your altar as a permanent representation of them. This can be a significator or a card that reflects their major quality or element. As spiritual practices tend to require quite a lot of respect, and we tend to hold them as important and close to the heart, don't be afraid to use major arcana here, especially if, for example, you follow a god associated with planetary body like the sun or the moon, and the card slots in absolutely perfectly. If you want to use your cards to better connect to your spirits and your spiritual practice in general, you would do whatever ritual you would do to invite the spirit to your space, ask them to answer you through your cards, and do what you normally do in order to pull your cards. Sometimes spirits change the way that your card uh, deck asks, and you may find that some decks disagree with spiritual work, in which case you may need to find another deck or to simply stop trying to combine two spiritual practices. If you want to dedicate a specific deck to be used only in spirit work with your spirits, you can always do whatever ritual you do to invite the spirit into your space, ask the spirit to imbue the cards with their energy, or leave the cards on an altar, if you have one, as a sign that now it is a tool that belongs to the spirit and is not for general use. Meditating with major arcana cards to extract their wisdom. One of the exercises of Golden Dawn used to be to ponder the cards. If you want to try this yourself, take any major arcana card, sit down to meditate as you normally would, then look at the card that you're connecting to and bring the idea of what you see on the card into your head. Sit with that image focused on your mind until you feel a connection. If there's a character on the card, such as the Empress or the Fool, what are they doing? Are they moving? Are they looking at you? What is their expression? What are they trying to tell you? And if you imagine them speaking, can you ask the card a question? What do you think it would answer your question with? If it is an active card like the tower, imagine yourself inside the card. Where are you? Are you watching it fall? Are you one of the people falling from the tower? How does it make you feel? There is a variation of this exercise in Mary K. Greer's 21 Ways to Read a Tarot Card. But here you would take a character card and instead of imagining the character speaking to you, you would imagine yourself in their place. So take a card, let's say you're a high priestess. How do you feel sitting in that chair? What are your hands doing right now? What are you looking at? What are you thinking about? Both exercises here help involve your own imagination more than anything else, but it may help you draw parallels between the cards and your own personal meanings. For example, you may decide that being inside the Tower card causes one to experience vertigo, or that High Priestess represents someone that's relaxed but not talkative. Write down your impressions of the cards and see how your own dictionary of interpretations changes after attempting these meditations. Okay, pause to drink because voice is hoarse. Key to Major Arcana by Papus. Having read this book, it shouldn't be too hard to decode the picture considering that it includes the four evangelists, associations with the four elements, and some Kabbalah. And of course, rotas, opera, tenet, arepo, satyr, which is all of the fun words and fun things. There's directions, there's the friggin' evangelists, there's about, yeah, there's just a lot in this picture. Erhard Schoen's nativity calendar made for Leonhard Riemann in 1515. The world is in the middle. The next cycle is made out of planets personified. The cycle above that are zodiac signs. But the outer cycle looks suspiciously close to Major Arcana tarot cards. The Wheel, the Emperor, the Pope, and Death are all very easy to recognize. Like, that is very obviously the Wheel. That is very obviously the Death. Um, it's not. It's not a hard thing to recognize. According to Stuart R. Kaplan, the second house can be identified as the Magician. Um, I won't be able to find the second house in this picture right now. I think it's here, but like my eyes aren't working super well right now. The fourth features a hermit like figure. So here. The fifth has the same two children at play as the sun cards. The seventh house resembles the lover's card. The 12th house shows a man in the stocks, um, a similar representation to what Hanged Man would symbolize. The sort of calendar either links tarot to astrology or shows that the symbology portrayed on tarot was very commonly known and used outside of tarot cards. Edith Craig and Ellen Terry. In the book Pamela Coleman Smith, The Untold Story, Stuart R. Kaplan raises the idea that Pamela Coleman Smith used the likeness of her friends for Smith White tarot cards. One should pay attention to Ellen Terry's face and such cards as Queen of Wands and Nine of Pentacles, while the Magician has the likeness of a young Edith Craig and King of Pentacles the likeness of a much older Edith Craig. As the cards themselves are drawn in a rather simplistic way, it is impossible to prove this, but trying to recognize faces in Smith White Tarot and connect them to the faces of Pamela Coleman Smith's friends is quite the rabbit hole to fall into if one wants to explore such an avenue. Unfortunately, no images can be provided in this book due to the most important portraits being owned by museums. As such, the reader here will need to search for images of the two lovely women themselves if they wish to draw comparisons. It is on Google, but it is copyrighted, so for your own personal use, you can stare at it. The origin of the horoscope spread. Paul Husson mentions an interesting fact in his book, Mystical Origins of the Tarot from Ancient Roots to Modern Usage. He had discovered a variation of horoscope spread in a book on divination that his father, Richard Carl Husson, edited in 1936. The book is actually the complete book of fortune, a comprehensive survey of the occult sciences and other methods of divination that have been employed by man throughout the centuries and his ceaseless efforts to reveal the secrets of the past, the present, and the future. If you track down the book, you will notice that the horoscope spread is merely a part of a bigger spread that was put together by Pappus and released in his book, The Tarot of the Bohemians, released in 1889. The spread may be older than this. Paul Husson believes that it may have been introduced by Attila. However, the form of this spread given in the Tarot of the Bohemians is not called the horoscope spread, and the horoscope part of the spread accounts for the 12 cards out of the 20 used in the spread. Having dug this far, let me introduce you to the cut down version of the horoscope spread from Pappus's rapid method of divination, which is not so rapid by modern standards. Now, you can use the spread to take a look at how your question influences all aspects of yours or your client's life, or you can use the spread with the idea to just overlook your life's journey and just like what exists in every single house of yours. S stands for the significator, and while present in the full spread of Pappus, it is optional for your purposes, meaning that you can remove this card if you want. The meanings of other positions, quoted word for word, are this: 1. The inquirer himself, herself, and the circumstances and influences which surround their life. 2. Monetary affairs. 3. Relatives and family ties. 4. That I for some reason wrote as 3, please ignore that. Close relations and their property and concerns. 5. Love relations and the inquirer's own enjoyment and personal happiness. 6. Friends, acquaintances, associates, and fellow workers. 7. Marriage and legal actions. 8. Health, both physical and mental. Also accidents. 9. The inquirer's own virtues and abilities, what they will lead to, and how will they be rewarded. 10. Good fortune, or the reverse, which is affecting the inquirer at the present moment. 11. Help, tutelage, and protection. 12. Disasters and unhappiness. Paul Husson modifies the list to be closer to actual astrological houses, therefore, you can read the cards this way too. House 1. The state of mind of the inquirer and the general circumstances surrounding them. House 2. Possessions and financial affairs. House 3. Their communication skills, casual travel, and neighbors. House 4. Home life, where they live, also their mother. House 5. Inquirer's creativity, pleasures, love life, and children. House 6. Inquirer's work and health. House 7 inquires marriage, partnership, sexual, or otherwise. House 8 possessions gained through others, legacies, or debts. House 9 the inquirer's philosophy, deeper quests, legacies, um, or debts. House 10 the inquirer's career, self expression in the world, and their father. House 11 the inquirer's connections, social contacts, friends, and image. 12 House 12 inquirers, burdens, restrictions, and secret fears. For really in depth reading, don't be afraid to use 48 cards of the deck, 49 if you're using also the significator. Position 12 at a time. Yes, you would place the spread once, then go again, then again, then one last time until each house has 4 cards piled. If only one house concerns the question that you're asking the cards, you will only use the 4 cards piled on that house then, because this is how the reading used to go. Now, tarot birth cards. If you want to investigate more astrology related divination, you can try combining numerology and tarot in order to extract your major arcana birth cards. The goal is to reduce your birth number to double digits and then single digits. The formula is month plus day plus the first 2 digits of the year of your birth plus the last 2 digits of the year of your birth. Let's put in a random date and do a small demonstration. Let's take May 22nd, 1979. So a 5 for May plus 22 plus 19 plus 79 equals 125. In the case of a triple digit, like here, you will treat the first 2 digits as a singular number, so your further calculation goes something like 12 plus 5 equals 17. The first birth card in this calculation would be the star. Now, further calculation reduces it to a single digit, so 1 plus 7 equals 8. The second birth card for this person would be strength or justice, depending on what system of putting together the major arcana are you using. There is an exception of your birth date reduces to number 19, as in 1 plus 9, is still a double digit number, meaning that if you like, you can take 3 cards the Sun, 19, the Wheel of Fortune, 10, and the Magician, 1, because you would further reduce 1 plus 0, which would equal 1. Because there are limited combinations for double digits available, the major arcana ends at 21, the world, if your birth date is reduced to only a single number card, for example, 80 equals 8 plus 0, which is 8, you can use the chart of reductions from cards 10 to 21 to see which double digit card you are implied to have. The chart is as follows. That reduces to 1, 11 to 2, 12 to 3, 13 to 4, 14 to 5, 15 to 6, 16 to 7, 17 to 8, 18 to 9, 19 to 10, and then to 1. 20 reduces to 2, 21 reduces to 3. So if you're only having a single digit card and are feeling a bit sad about that, go through the reduction chart and grab the bigger number next to your smaller number for your other card. So in the case of an 8, that would be 17. And if you somehow like reduce to like 2 or 3 without like um, jumping through you must have a really weird birthday. Trying to figure out what would that even be. 2001 and 1 wouldn't even reduce that. But like if you somehow reduce it to 2 or 3 and like do not have a double digit, then just like either select 11 and 12 or 20 and 21. Or you can take 3 cards if you like we do with the 19 thing. The practice is, as far as I can tell, not an old one, and there's no need to believe that this method hides the wisdom of the ancients. However, it can be fun to figure out your birth cards and see how the wisdom of those cards apply to your life. I found it a very funny thing. What is the story that the birth cards are telling you? Does the story change if you take the numerical attributes given in your birth date and apply it to less traditional tarot decks? Like, if you associate that number with something else. What if you took your birth cards and meditated while keeping the scene from either of them in your mind? What if you drew a picture connecting both scenes and contemplated them together? Play around with it and see what you can find about yourself. And now we get to the closing statement. And this is all that I have to give. I hope I have not disappointed you, dear reader, and have helped you to illuminate your own path with cards further. If you like to read, tarot books these days are a dime a dozen. Read all that land in your way. Pick them up from shops and from yard sales, or scour the internet for lists of the most ancient and the most modern. However, keep in mind that tarot is an art of doing rather than reading. There's no book that can teach you cards better than you yourself, and just practice. Read your cards and don't be afraid to leave out conventions. As long as you know what the cards mean to you, as long as you can tell what story they tell in pictures or in words, no matter, you are on the right track. And remember, it is a deck of cards that you're handling, so sometimes the right decision is to not to draw in mysticism, just to have a little bit of fun. Lastly, I want to do a couple of thank yous. A thank you to you for reading this far. I hope that this book was useful to you. Thank you to my husband that undertook the massive effort of editing and proofreading this book. I feel like the next time I might want to also do that myself, but I took like a week off because I've been working on this for like 3 months straight and it was driving me nuts. And thank you to my artist Rhinolicus that made the cover art and the stencils inside. Without all of you, this project would have been nothing. So I fixed the missing bits from the previous stream. They're all there now. So the book on Amazon is actually like complete, and so is the Kindle version. They're all like actually complete. So if you want to have this book in written form, I will leave the link in the description down below for this video. I would really appreciate reviews or, well, obviously purchases, because I do these things for free. But if you can't do that, just like sharing around this video or sharing around the PDF, which I'm also going to link in the description down below for the video on YouTube, um, that is already a great help because it's kind of spreading the information that this thing just kind of exists out in the open. I know that this video probably was a bit hard to listen because at points I would engage my audience on Twitch, which means that I'm taken out of reading, or points I will just meander and give my own personal opinions on what I'm reading. So you kind of get, I don't know, author's note or director's edition if you listen to this whole thing on YouTube. Um, I hope it wasn't too intrusive and that me just like reading it out loud was still kind of use to you. So, yeah, I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you for coming. Thank you for, in general, supporting my artistic endeavors of writing books, because this is um, outside of actually like reading tarot, that's all the income that I get pretty much at the point. And it's hard. But at the same time, times are hard for everybody, and knowledge is best shared and not, I don't know, hoarded. What good is hoarding your written word so that nobody can ever like see it or hear it? What good is like doing all that work only for like nobody to actually being afford to get it? So like, nah, just have it. There you go. There's a lot of broke people these days. Like, if you really like it and you have the finances in order to be able to afford a copy, that's, something to consider. If this is more of a blah thing, or um, you're not in a good position, then feeding yourself definitely comes before frivolous spending, such as like buying a book. But anyway, thank you for being on the journey with me here. because I also like streamed it to Twitch and I don't like do that often. Like I never stream books. So it was quite a pleasant surprise that some people actually stayed with me. And I do hope that some people will actually view it on YouTube. So yeah, thank you for watching this video. And I'm gonna see you the next time to both like Twitch and YouTube. Toodaloo.